Good morning. Good morning. This is the Law Show. Hello, everybody. My name is David Helm. And for the eighth straight day, ninth actually, we're going to do the Letecia Stauch case again. Uh, she just keeps lying and lying and lying in circles. Morning, everybody. I say morning. It is morning for me yet still for another hour or so. And I know there are people all over the world. So good afternoon, good evening. I am set up. We are ready to go live with the court stream as soon as it gets going. I will have about a 15-second heads up when the court goes live. So I am looking forward to hopefully not being late as long as Law and Crime picks up right away. And we'll go from there. I think we have a few more minutes of Letecia's police interrogation where I've heard different accounts of what she actually does, but at some point she fakes some sort of medical condition to try to get out of the interrogation, which I'm going to find hilarious and I'm really looking forward to. But while we're waiting, I did have an opportunity to receive from a very generous listener a timeline, and I wanted to go over the timeline real quick just so we have an idea of what is going on. And I am going to do Thursdays now. We're going to start doing a review of this case so everyone can be on the same page when we for the next week going forward, and we'll kind of recap of what we've already done and the timeline and where we are. We are currently, for testimony purposes, on line number 3 of Letecia, and if I move my screen, I can get that up. But yeah, we are on. Where is it? Yeah, so we're on line number 4 for her. So we're talking about Eduardo breaking into the house, attacking her and Gannon, and taking off with Gannon. So that's what's going on in her police interrogation. The timeline thus far that we've established, this is just going back to January 25th. January 25th, of course, she was doing the Google searches, and Al, Gannon's father, has already gone to his military training. On the 26th, she apparently takes Gannon through a hike through the Garden of Gods, which I Googled actually and looks really nice. And I kind of want to go there. But that's also the night that we have the candle meltdown issue. On the 27th at 4 a.m., she performs additional Google searches. And those are, it's crappy. Some parents don't care for their kids. Parents are those who put the kids before their nails. It says nails. It's really weird. Anyway, so she has a bunch of weird Google searches going on at 4 in the morning on the 27th. At 8 a.m., the younger daughter goes off to school. Younger stepdaughter goes off to school. And a little after that, there is a picture of Gannon sleeping that is sent to Al via text message from Letecia. At 9 a.m., Letecia's phone is turned off and she leaves the home shortly thereafter. You see a Ring camera video of Gannon struggling to get into the truck around 10 a.m. She apparently goes to Petco at 11 a.m. That's her first visit to Petco. And Gannon's phone is off as of 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. At 2 p.m., she's back to Petco. At 2:18, the Ring camera video shows her, Letecia, returning to her home, but it's not confirmed whether or not Gannon returns. At 3:15, the younger stepdaughter returns from school, and she is sent out to check the mail and then ride a bike. At 4:15, Harley returns home. At 4:30, Harley and the younger stepdaughter go to Dollar Tree. Letecia sends them there for baking soda, garbage bags, carpet cleaners. And then at 6:55 p.m. that evening, Letecia calls 911 and then is rerouted to the non-emergency line. At 10 p.m. that night, then the police arrive, and that's when we see the body camera video. So that is all on the 27th. Yes, remember, if your phone is turned off, you are either dead or you are guilty of murder. So Nicholas pointed that out in a video. I thought that was great. Then we have on the 28th at 10 a.m. One investigator asked Letecia for a home visit, and Letecia says no, she has small children. And then they have Letecia and Al then meet the police at Starbucks for an interview. At 3 p.m., the investigators request a toothbrush and a comb of Gannon's. Letecia refuses, but Al ends up providing them. At 11 p.m., Al calls the police sobbing and believes that Letecia shared the rape story with him. So that's at 11 p.m. on the 28th. Then on the next day, so that's January 29th, there's an arranged interview with Letecia. It's set to begin at 10 a.m., but Letecia is 2 hours late. So that's where we are currently with the testimony is the police interrogation. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Just going through to see if there's any chats. Hello, all. Okay, so that's where we are right now with the testimony is the police interview. On the 29th, January 29th at 9 a.m., the first rental car is returned. It's presumed she dumps Gannon's body at Douglas and Perry Road. Between 10 and 12 a.m., 10 a.m. and 12 p.m., rather, noon, Letecia washes her vehicle. And then she arrives to the police interview 2 hours late for that interview. Between noon and 3 p.m., she is doing the police interview where she fakes apparently an anxiety attack. You could use the abuse. It's ridiculous. I do have some audio clips that I might be interjecting into her testimony if it continues much further. So then Letecia and Harley, Letecia then goes to the hospital. This part hasn't come up yet. It has come up. Actually, the nurse testified to it. But then they leave the hospital. Letecia and Harley leave the hospital. They go to Marshall's where they are detained. And Harley's phone and Letecia's vehicle are seized via a search warrant. That same day, then Dakota, her brother, as well as her mother, arrive in Colorado, pick up Letecia and Harley from the shopping center. Her aunt rents 2 vehicles. And then Landon, who is Gannon's biological mother, also arrives in Colorado. So that all happens on the 29th. Also, Letecia and Harley are kicked out of the house. Wonder why. On the 30th and the 31st, Letecia, Harley, Brenda, Dakota, basically Letecia's family, remove the personal items from the home. They stay at a hotel. Letecia at some point is unaccounted for about 2 hours, and she returns home with more suitcases, according to the brother. Then, after conflicting stories reported by Al, the FBI become involved. That's on the 30th as well. On the 31st, Letecia gives the news interview. So this is why the whole neighborhood is looking for Gannon, and she is not. She sees the news camera out there, and she decides that she is going to give a news interview to clear her name, essentially. Yeah, it was in earlier testimony. I just kind of want to see it in person. So the anxiety attack is not a spoiler. I just want to see it happen in real time on this video, which is still not up and running yet. So that's 31st, she gives the news interview. Then February 1st, she rents a second van, and Dakota helps her or offers to help her transfer her belongings, and Letecia refuses. This is the suitcase that he said looked a little too heavy, and she said that there was softball equipment in it. She's literally moving the oh, we should be going. She's literally moving the body around. Hang on. Sorry, I'm running here. Come on. Well, I'll dictate to you guys what's going on until we can get a feed up and running, but apparently the defense filed a motion regarding the mental state of the defendant, testimony regarding the mental state. Let me
said that information could be transferred to.
I want to back it up a touch just so we can all get it.
Raw data. Thank you.
Okay, we'll get going here.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Last night, counsel filed an SDT with regards to raw data of an MMPI-2 that Dr. Torres may be in possession of. It's my understanding that we already dealt with that issue as far as discovery
Yeah, that was
goes.
great. She wanted to
It was
retake.
real clear, at least from my recollection, is that the court said that information could be transferred to experts for evaluation. And so this time we're asking that that SDT be quashed. I haven't had a chance to talk to Dr. Torres.
Sounds like a
about this,
subpoena was sent
but I'm
for
assuming
information.
the state hospital's position has not changed, that they're not going to want to disseminate the raw data from psychological testing.
As you know, let me see, but I don't think I can get it yet.
I follow the history, and I can get from what.
Okay, tell me what's going on.
So, Your Honor, I had requested and Dr. Gray provided, as you remember before, the literature that they were basing some of their diagnoses on, and specifically, they had one article, and I can file this over. We can supplement it to the court. They provided one article specifically dealing with the MMP2 and that certain scores on that. And the article says which ones that you're looking at are some generally dissociative identity disorder is hard to score on the MMP2. This article that was relied upon evidently by Dr. Gray, and he said primarily in
Where's my
has
expert on
certain
this in the
scores,
chat?
though, on it
Is that true?
are higher for people that
Is
they
it hard to
believe are
score?
malingering. And so all I'm asking, I'm not asking for all of the raw data. I'm asking strictly for the raw data on the MMP2, which is basic. It's just a multiple choice questionnaire that people fill out, and then it's scored a certain way. The reason I am asking for this raw data is just for cross-examination purposes. And so they're saying it's scored a separate way. This is not anything that's copyrighted. This is not all of the raw data. This is something very specific in relation to an article that they gave that said her scores don't fit more in what this article says will be malingering. And so what I want just is to have that raw data so I can just go through more than likely, and I have a social worker who knows who has some experience in scoring it and so forth, and to look over that exact raw data in an effort for cross-examination.
Can you point to the part in Dr. Gray's report that you're referring to? I mean, what
I can says? Yes, I don't have it in front of me, but I can bring that over for the lunch, and also the article that he referred to on that, and then I can give that to the court. And so, like I said, I understand the general thing with the raw data needs to go between the experts, but this is something that's very specific, and also this is not something that I think is I don't believe is copyrighted or anything like that. So like some of the structured interviews, I understand there's some copyright and there's some issues why they don't run the raw data on the structured interviews. This is strictly a multiple choice questionnaire. And like I said, I'll bring all that for the court to be able to look at.
Yeah, if you can do that, because I would agree. It sounds like what you're asking for is what article was it that he was relying upon that said that perhaps the MMPI-2 may or may not be applicable, and you want to see that article so that you can.
So let me rephrase.
Okay.
I have that article.
Okay.
That article says that certain questions
Okay.
on the MMP2, if answered in this way, indicate malingering. Other answers on this indicate a more legitimate dissociative identity disorder. And the
Okay.
article actually says what questions, what group of questions are
Okay.
referring to that indicate this one way or the other. And Dr. Gray said he relied upon that article
Okay.
in scoring the MMP2 to come to his conclusions. And so I'll bring you
Okay.
Dr. Gray's report where he says that.
Bring me the report
And
copy.
the article.
Yep.
And then so your honor can see that. Yes, yep. That'll work.
I'm a
Because
little
it's-
unclear
we're not
about
getting to Dr.
Al's.
Gray today, so
No,
we'll
but
have-
who's that?
Timeline.
I
I'm gonna have to
put
go
the
back and
SOP for
listen.
Monday. I don't necessarily need it on Monday. I just picked a date
Sure.
that seemed like it would work.
Okay.
But I'm fine. And we can move that down once the court wants to look at it over the weekend, make a decision.
Yep.
I don't think we're gonna get to them even next week. And so if I could have that stuff by Thursday, if the court's
That's fine.
appropriate, that would be totally fine.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that we need to address?
Not my people there, thanks.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
All right, jury is coming in. I didn't get through my entire timeline. We stopped essentially at February 1st, so we'll pick it up when we take a break, and we'll continue the timeline that I have, and we'll go from there. I spent the evening putting together a lot of fun stuff, by the way. So we might have some sound effects. What are we doing? We're just waiting for the jury to come in.
Boring.
Just remember, ladies and gentlemen,
It's not a lie if you believe it.
All rise for the jury, please.
all right, we are going to finish her crazy ass police interview stories. And then we'll see where we go from there. I have no idea what order they're calling witnesses. This will be interesting to see where we go from here. They've introduced a lot of foundational
May all be seated.
evidence for DNA, so I imagine we might be getting into a lot of that.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we're going to start the same way that we have every other day, and that is with a question. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right, when we took our break on Wednesday, we were towards the end, but still in the midst of a video deposition, and I think that, or not deposition, I'm sorry, a video interview of the defendant, and I think that's where we're going to resume. Is that right? Okay. All right, go ahead. Oh, no, sorry. My bad.
Can we get the other camera rolling? Apparently, the issue with this camera is that it's always trained on the jury when it starts up. The judge had indicated the other day. So they have some issues starting it. They have to reposition it and then start it. Otherwise, it'll show the jury. So what are we doing here with our screen? There we go. All right, let's finish this stupid ass interview. It's on the wrong side now.
Certainly not.
I might be okay. Let me know in the chat if volume's too high on the court feed, or me, or anything. Yesterday they had a better feed. It was zoomed in. All the voyeurs are getting their rocks off here. Watching somebody alone that doesn't know they're being watched.
I just accidentally peed a little.
She just says she accidentally peed a little. What the? She's starting with the insanity defense on January 29th.
Now my pants are wet.
Oh my God. It's probably not the worst thing that's happened in that interrogation room, though. Yeah, she confirmed it. Her pants are wet. She peed herself. What's wrong with this woman?
Oh.
She's not that old. See, she can't control her actions. This goes towards her credibility of her insanity defense. Yeah, she should have just squatted. Oh my God. I know, but the fact that she just peed herself in the interrogation room was funny. She got tied around her waist now.
All right.
I wonder if she did that to spite the investigators. Or is she thinking, remember, she lies and tries to manipulate everything. Is she thinking that somehow peeing will dilute the evidence of a rape? Might be just her trying to get out of there. Just insane,
Hey,
but not the kind of
you know what,
criminally
sir?
insane.
Okay. We're gonna stand there. The cell door is gonna be closed where you have your privacy, but we need you not to wipe. Okay. And please don't flush the toilet. Just so that we can verify that indeed you did not wipe because what we're worried about is potential evidence of consequences. Okay. Okay. Hi. You can leave your things here, so we're just coming right back into this room. I'm sorry? I said I acted like I wasn't in like some secure area or something.
That's fine.
I guess I'll go to sleep. Can I go to sleep?
Did she just ask if she could go to sleep? They took her phone. She doesn't have a TV to watch or a book to read. Good morning. They don't, she claims that she was raped, so therefore her body is technically a crime scene and they want to gather evidence. So they told her not to wipe away any evidence of a crime. Okay, give her a diaper. So now she's just going to sleep. We got to watch like 40 minutes of her sleeping. I know, I was being facetious. She, yeah, she did not invoke the insanity defense until her third set of lawyers in 2022. Yeah, she was trying to get out. And they said no because they didn't want her tampering with evidence, which is now her body. The prosecutor said they are going to play this in the entirety because they think that the downtime when she's in the room by herself is important to their challenge of her insanity defense. Yeah, that would be gross. I always think of the people that have to clean up crime scenes, like bloody mess crime scenes, or Gutierrez's mother that cleaned up his apartment. That'd be so hard to do. It's the only way I know how to start Fridays. Yeah, we were literally watching nothing happen. What is that noise she's making? It's interesting. She is plugging her ears. There was a short I posted to, I think the first day of trial when her husband was testifying about all of her craziness. She was plugging her ears and put earplugs in. I know, doing headstands and all that good stuff. Got to stretch that foot. This is riveting entertainment, isn't it? I know. Instead of making these little whimpering noises, she could sing for us or something. She's making like just enough noise. I don't want to try to interrupt. But I was thinking about doing something. Maybe I'll tell you guys a story at break about why I think her anxiety attack might be legitimate. You think she's turtling? Oh, I got the wrong banner up. Damn it. There we go. She better get used to a small room. I think the only time she's ever told the truth is when she was telling a lie and accidentally got it right. That's what I believe. Hopefully you weren't there too long, Jamie. I just saw you.
No, I just hopped on.
I just need to stretch.
Any
Who's she talking to?
anything really happened yet?
Beat herself. And then asked if she could take a nap and lay
Is there anything
down.
I can read or do?
And now she's bored. Everyone's saying hi to you, Jamie.
Now she's bored. Oh, meat popsicle, my favorite.
By
Hi,
the way,
Facebook people.
what's that?
I said hi to all the Facebook people. Love you.
Meat Popsicle keeps changing its logo, so I don't know who Meat Popsicle is or their icon. Look at all the love Jamie's getting.
Are you jealous?
Very much so.
Yeah, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for David and his wonderful personality. So much love to him.
Yeah, I thought you're talking about East Idaho News. That's they're covering this as well, I believe, right? Is that what you're talking about, Dave? I tried to pull up their stream the other day because they seem to have better image quality, but I didn't like the layout. I got some new sound stuff. I don't know how much of this I can play before I get struck. I was trying to look into it.
Extraordinarily nice. She's a killer queen. Gunpowder gelatine. Dynamite with a laser beam. Guaranteed to blow your mind.
Anyway, so I was having fun
You're
last night.
funny. I'm here for it all, everybody. Was it mad at a fin? Well, when I first found Dave, he only had probably like 4 or 5 people in the chat, like conversating with me. And now it's like blown up.
Yeah. I was like popular on Facebook and like nowhere else.
Yeah, because you had tons of Facebook messages, but it was only like me and probably like 2 other people all like talking in the YouTube chat. Now it's like crazy in here.
Only to get crazy.
Yep.
You
Oh.
waiting for the bun?
Did she open the door?
Really, you think I can read? Will I have readable for
She looks animated at the defense table now. Yes, and I appreciate you, slugs. I still need the complete story behind that name, by the way. That would be awesome. Okay, so oh, now they're coming in. I was going to say something. Oh, she just opened the door.
Susie, I'm having really bad chest pain. Like right here.
Okay.
My chest, that's so
Hey, sit down. We'll call for help.
bad chest pain. I need to probably
Okay.
get out of the clothes in.
Just sit in the couch.
So you tell me we can't do it.
I'm telling you, we're gonna call for help right now, but I want you to sit
I
down.
can't breathe. I'm just asking to be out. I can breathe. It's
No.
tight and closed and I'm claustrophobic.
You just need to sit down on the couch.
It's really hurting. So.
Sit down on the couch.
No, I can't breathe. I'm just asking you to open the door. I just want to breathe. I'm asking you to keep the door. That's all.
No, now we're gonna have to call you an ambulance because you said you got chest pain.
I just told you I trust me. Just claustrophobic. I can't breathe.
So we're gonna call you an ambulance.
I asked for you to open the door. I just can't breathe.
Well, you're being detained right now, so sit down on the
I
couch.
can't breathe. I just wanted the door open and you refused that. That's all I asked
You're being detained and the door helps that, okay?
anywhere.
So sit down on the couch.
You just leave the door open so I can breathe?
Sit down on the couch.
I told y'all earlier I was claustrophobic and had really bad anxiety and I take Diazepam for it.
Yeah, well, you're claustrophobic until
No, excuse me, I take Diazepam every day and if I don't take it, I could have a panic attack. I take it on panic attack. So you are misquoting what you heard. Sir. I just said open the door.
Okay, well, we're gonna have medical come check you out.
I mean, ridiculous.
You said you're having chest.
Yes, I just since the door's been closed. I haven't taken my anxiety medicine. I've taken it so many days in a row. I'm having.
You had told me,
I don't ever take it except on panic attack.
yeah, so you had told me earlier that you don't take it on a regular basis,
I don't.
but whenever,
Panic attack. When I
Are
say
you
the last
having-
few days, I feel like I am. That's why I kept asking you to open the door. So now this gentleman thinks that I'm being frustrating to deal with him when I asked several times just to open the door and let me get fresh air. That's all I asked you several times.
would it be helpful, like, do you have your lorazepam?
No, I don't.
Was it in your car?
No, I
in your
don't.
house? Or,
That's why I asked that I open the door.
like, do you want to see a medical personnel or?
I mean, I wanted the door open because I was having chest pains. That's all.
So what I need very clearly from you right now is for you to tell me whether or not you feel like you are having a medical emergency.
Panic attack now.
Okay. Do you feel like you're having a medical emergency that you need to be seen by a medical provider for?
I mean, not probably at the moment, but I am having chest pains, and usually it's a panic attack alluring.
Okay.
I mean, I haven't taken it, so it's like taking me off of it because I couldn't get to it yesterday. I do. I've had zero anxiety since I was 16.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. So I literally opened the door and asked him, could I just open the door? That's all. And he started making accusations.
Okay. Well, I'm sure that wasn't his intention.
Yeah,
Sure he wasn't
never
intended to.
intention, but I didn't come at any of you. Have I came at you been disrespectful to you?
No, and I hope that you don't feel like I've been disrespectful
No,
to you either.
that was very unprofessional, what you did.
I don't think so. I told you we were gonna call medical. That's
No, that's not what you
response.
said. That's not what you
Okay.
said. But,
No, that's
So-
true right then, and it's on recording.
but that is not what you said. You started making up reasons why when I do have testing.
Okay. Well, I believe that you have something. So like I said, if you would like medical attention, then we can get you medical attention. Is that what you want?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. That's what he told me to getting. And he told me to sit back down and shut the
I'll
door.
sit here with her if you want to.
Thank you. Just leave the door open. That's all I'm asking. Want the door open.
So we'll get somebody to come check you out. Do you have any kind of Other than the anxiety disorder, do you have any other medical conditions that we should be aware of?
No, I'm just hungry and tired, and
Okay.
when I get like this, I panic attack.
So, I mean, I gave you a hot pocket earlier. Is there something else that I can get for you? Do you want a sandwich? Do you want have burrito? I have tamales. We have all kinds of stuff here. We can order something if there's something that you need to eat. You just got to tell me what it is. What would you like? I mean, obviously, I'm not gonna buy lobster, but what would you like to eat?
First, I would like to see can they like help me with anxiety medicine?
Do you need somebody to bring us your anxiety medicine?
Like,
We have anxiety medicine here. So
yeah, I'm saying you said you could call medical professionals.
sure, I can call an EMT. Like they're gonna call an EMT, but they're not gonna be able to dispense medication to you if you have a prescription. I mean, maybe your husband can bring it, and we can get you your medication. You can self-administer what you already have prescribed to you.
Sorry.
Her husband's not bringing her a damn
Huh?
thing.
My throat is blowing now. When all I asked was for the door to be opened.
Okay, well, it's open.
I know, but he was very like rude about it. So can I please read? That's all.
Well, maybe you two y'all's personalities don't click. Sometimes it happens.
But come on, I'm a human being. It's the door. Clearly, I'm not going anywhere. The door. Fine, open the door. That's all I asked.
Well, it's open now. So we
Yes,
can-
I appreciate you saying.
Well, Nana gets to fast forward through the silent parts.
If there's anybody at your house that can bring your medication.
Sorry. My medication is not at my house. Probably. Book bag. So yeah, it's probably in my book bag. Put it my friends on right here. I don't remember because you guys took my phone.
Well, if you want to tell us your passcode, we can get the number out of the phone. If that's
You guys already had the passcode because I told you plainly earlier when you were here about something that said the code for. I think it's the same passcode we use for everything. No.
I don't know what that passcode is. If you want me to get your friend's phone number out of your phone, if you want to give me the passcode, then I can.
Okay, but you said medical. By the time my friend would get here, medical people could already.
But they're not going to be able to dispense medication. Like the EMT is not going to be able to dispense medication.
So have a chest pain. You're just telling me I can't do nothing.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying they're calling for medical personnel, but it's going to be an EMT. You're telling me your chest pains are anxiety related, and I'm trying to offer a valid solution to get you your prescribed medication for that issue.
It's because I haven't taken it. So you.
This day, she was asked to move out of the house at some point.
Let's move it. It's on air.
Do you have any, some people, whenever they have anxiety attacks and stuff like that, they have little songs that they sing to themselves or things that they think about that kind of help calm their mind, calm their anxiety. Do you have anything like that? Maybe like a favorite vacation that you've been on?
Yeah, she can't identify anything. That's bad.
I'm trying.
What's your favorite vacation you've ever been on?
Mm-hmm. Probably Aruba.
What did you do while you were in Aruba?
All right, gotta breathe.
Sure.
This is where the Aruba comes in. I don't have my notes open.
Fighting right here, Thanks, President.
Absolutely.
Oh. Not kind of spreading right here. Are they almost here?
I've been standing here with you, so I don't have that answer.
Yeah, he
When
made
was the last time you took your lorazepam?
Okay. I'm saying like you take that like that policy that's in the mouth, you can't just not take it the next day. You have to like.
Right. So I'm asking, when was the last time you took it?
So I was taking it yesterday. What's today? What is today?
Today
It's the
is
day of the week.
Wednesday.
Yeah. So I didn't take it Tuesday. Or
I can't imagine
Hey.
it's much longer. At some point on this date, her husband tells her she's got to leave. But I don't know if it's before or after this.
So you said your favorite vacation was Aruba?
Mhm.
Do you like to like scuba dive or snorkel or?
And I'm being serious. I'm getting dizzy now.
Okay. We'll just lean back on the couch.
But yeah, I like moving activities.
Floating activity.
Yeah.
Yep. Feel free to put your feet up if you need to.
I don't care about y'all taking my what's it, writing my thing because of evidence. So don't think because I know that's what I do. He knows it and said you're gonna take it anyway and you can have it. That's what supported it. But I really have a chest pain.
Believe you.
So my body is not everyday condition and I work out a lot and
Just can't with this woman.
right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not around a lot of military people, so I don't know how their wives act.
I took a Tylenol. That's why I spoke earlier. I took a Tylenol. I got started getting like a headache and a little bit of pain, but sometimes that helps, you know.
Sure.
Is it the same thing for wives of police officers?
Maybe I go sunburn.
About 4 minutes behind. Yeah, it's definitely the murderer who cried wolf.
Like if I had like something, I asked him, could I get something to read? That might would help. And she talked about focusing on the brain or something. Like that would help, you know. But he said I couldn't have anything to read. Ever have we talked about other questions off the time path? Can you give me your command list? I can't hardly breathe. Okay. But I will be certainly do that for you.
Are you okay listening to me? Is that okay?
What's your number? Right.
Yeah, you can take your time to answer.
I want to answer you right away, so then that would trigger that. So just it's gotta take it's like 3 minutes or so.
Absolutely.
So just your husband acts that way. The whole entitled thing.
It's just radiant. It's hard to breathe in here. Why does it sound like hard to breathe?
Please get stuffy after a little bit. They do.
You do? Yeah, I mean, we got one. Yeah.
You know.
It's hard to breathe in there because you're sucking up all the air.
This
We can
woman.
get those shoes.
Your old shoes.
It's in pattern before.
Yeah, your old shoes. All Nike free does that.
Well, not that same pattern. Maybe the sole in that.
No. If it's a 5.0.
That's what it is.
5.0 if it's the same one. But I don't remember really where they were. They're probably like a 2012 model. Maybe 14. Something like that.
Yeah, I've had my Nikes forever. They last for a while.
Are they coming? I thought he just get some oxygen or something.
That's what's coming.
Ma'am, call.
So sometimes if you lean
I
forward,
did, I couldn't breathe.
you can't breathe.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a bit of anxiety, is that right?
Well, I guess really that was by diet changes and like workout changes, and I couldn't breathe, so I asked that guy to open the door and he told me no and shut it and like leave. That light blinking out there?
Yeah, it blinks.
There.
There we are.
That's all fair.
Thank you.
You sure?
Yeah.
I am medical fire department. What's going on?
I have a little bit of chest pain. So it's just like right here, and now I can't breathe. I just tried to get him to open the door so I could breathe, but
Okay.
it wasn't.
When did this happen? Sorry.
I didn't have like I took a residue, so I don't know if they might be anxiety related, but
Okay.
I don't
Just check it.
I had anxiety since I was like if I was 16.
You just picked the as meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I had taken it like a few days in a row, so without taking it, I feel like I'm
You can lay back if you're more comfortable.
even sick.
Okay. So we have chest pain right now?
Yep.
What does it feel like?
Right now it's going up more and more.
What does it feel like? Is it a stabbing pain? Is it a pressure?
No, it's like pressure.
Pressure. Okay. Are you nauseated?
Yep.
Abnormally short of breath?
Well, I could breathe in here, and I kept asking them could they open the door so I could breathe.
Shut up. You can breathe just
Okay.
fine because you're yapping your
We're just gonna
jaw.
check your heart.
I've never had an anxiety attack, but I've seen it.
Activity of your heart there. Any other medical
I've
problems other
seen
than
it happen.
anxiety?
And people
Any
aren't
other
able to
ones?
speak so
Like,
clearly like she does.
Dealing with that area in general.
Do you have any other medical problems like
Yeah,
diabetes,
Yeah, like-
pressure,
Yeah, like asthma,
asthma?
but not those other ones that you
Do you
said.
have any other diagnosed medical history from a doctor?
So diagnosed, no.
Okay. Do you take any medication every day other than the lorazepam we already talked about?
Not every day, no.
What other medicines do you take today?
I don't know what it's called.
What is it for?
Mhm.
Vital. Do you have any allergies to medication?
No.
What's the birthday? Yeah, this one not too. How old are you? How old are you?
Oh, yeah, 35. No.
And what's your date of birth? What's that?
35.
No, what's your date of birth? What day were you born? In what year?
35.
Okay, we're gonna come up with.
Oh, please.
Yeah, sure.
Gotta get the paddles out.
Okay.
Did I ask anything wrong? I don't understand.
I'm just asking what your birthday is.
Oh,
And you keep saying 35.
older.
Sure. What day in August? Well, we're gonna have to put some stickers right underneath your left breast here so we can take a look at your heart. What year?
Oh. 1993.
Okay. Ma'am, I didn't catch your name. Give me your name, please. Letecia. Can you spell Lisa, please? We can write down, please. And when's the last time you had problems with your anxiety?
I have it. Well, like whenever I don't eat and
My God, you can't speak now?
like exercise, different routines.
Any drugs or alcohol today?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
What have you taken?
it's been. Yeah, earlier before we came back.
I'm asking if you took drugs or alcohol.
Oh yeah, like Tylenol.
She OD'd on Tylenol. Yeah, she hasn't suffered anxiety since the last time she killed someone.
Oh, Jesus.
I get really dizzy.
Thank you. Yep.
A little bit dizzy.
Your vital signs look good. I'm gonna take a look at your heart here, okay?
Okay, cool.
Yeah, this is her stall tactic to regroup and come up with her story. Remember, she's only on 4 of 7, so we've got 3 more to go after this of her crazy ass stories. And pizza pockets.
Don't sit up like a breathe.
Okay, sit up. Sure. Make yourself comfortable. Do you want to turn your legs over here so you can sit down and lean against the back of the couch?
Okay.
Doctor?
Yeah, I'm dizzy.
Get your phone on that stuff. Here's her.
Kind of going down to my stomach.
Yeah, interesting. No anxiety for the missing child.
Like right here.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point to point out.
Mhm.
She doesn't have anxiety about Gannon being gone, but God forbid they shut a door.
Oh.
By the way, how many people have liked this video so far? 34 out of 48
Really
of you
breathing.
watching.
You're getting enough oxygen?
I know, but I feel like I can't really breathe. I just want like you got is it like some oxygen air?
That's one thing. You're getting enough oxygen. Right now, you need to control your breathing.
Okay, I'm trying.
Slow your breathing down, okay?
I'm trying.
As you know, with anxiety, if you start over breathing, then you're getting that can develop that chest pain. Right? So that's probably what's going on.
I'm trying.
I think that's gonna work. Turn on.
Just wave a hot pocket under her nose. She'll be fine.
Right now, the paramedics are discussing what they're looking at on the monitor.
Okay, right here.
Yes, they're looking at it right now.
Why am I doing this? I just am breathing. That's all.
I'm sorry?
I just am having breathing problems. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Not,
Pretty consistent with your anxiety.
God, Dave.
not like this. I don't need this.
Yeah, I got me. Here you go. Well, I'm sending it right now. Then would you like to go to the hospital?
Yeah.
Your heart looks good, everything looks normal.
Yes, I want
Okay, which hospital would you like to go to?
I mean, I don't even know where I'm at.
Okay, you're good now. So Memorial is closer. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. My phone stickers.
Welcome. Glad you made it here.
I think we're gonna have to do it when we get down to the.
I'm getting cold.
Yeah, she plugs her ears every time they play her voice. Although I do the same when I'm rewatching my videos.
Hang tight there. If you feel like you're going to get, then go ahead and hold on to your bag here. We're just going to figure out what we got going on here. Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and we're going to walk out here to all your playing. Are those your sunglasses? Yeah, your purse and your sunglasses.
She needs a cane to walk now.
Yep. I need to get tripped this off. Hey, right out there. Yeah, just kind of on that top there. Okay. Your oxygen saturation are 100%.
Her attorneys are talking to each other, asking
Oxygen saturation are
how much longer
100%.
they have to pretend to put on a defense.
If you're having an anxiety issue, I think when you have anxiety issues, one of the common symptoms is feeling like you can't breathe, although you're doing something. You can just blow in through your nose, out through your mouth, and take deep breaths out of it. Yeah, so
What do you
just take
think
deep
she's
breaths in
reading?
through your nose and out through. We got it. Okay.
In the hell was that all about?
Prosecution?
We just would bring Jessica Bethel back to the stand, Judge.
Ms. Bethel, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
All right, we're back to a witness.
I'm so glad I was muted when you played that because I spit out my water. It's my favorite one.
Good morning, Miss Bethel. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm well, thank you.
Good. You told us on Wednesday when you were here how many homicide investigations you were involved with. Can you remind us again how many that is?
Over 100.
Is it fairly common in your experience that when people are at the sheriff's office on a murder investigation and detained that they can get very nervous?
Yes.
Is that what was apparent with the defendant there at the end of that video?
Yes.
That's for speculation.
Overruled, I think she can offer an opinion regarding
That's not how he asked
her
it, though.
experience based on
Didn't
other
ask her opinion. That was a proper
responses
objection.
of other people that she's been in contact with.
So go ahead and answer that.
Yes.
Early in the, I guess I shouldn't say early in the interview, but at some point in the interview, it appeared that the defendant was trying to leave the interview room and then a separate person comes in and has her phone. Do you remember that portion?
Yes.
Who was that other person, first of all?
That was Lieutenant Mitchell Mahalko.
Is he with the sheriff's office also?
Yes, he is.
Was it very apparent by her actions at that particular time that she wanted to leave and wanted to take her phone with her?
Yes.
When she showed up at the sheriff's office, do you know how she got there that day?
She drove herself in her Tiguan.
And is that when we had testimony from another detective? Is that when it was observed that it appears to have just been recently washed prior to driving down to the sheriff's office?
Yes, that's correct.
We see the medical folks come in, the ambulance folks. Where did they take the defendant after leaving the video there?
They took her to Memorial Hospital on Boulder.
Is this, and we've already had testimony from forensic nurse examiner Amanda Van Nest. Is that interaction with the FNE, the nurse, does that occur as soon as she gets to the hospital when she leaves the sheriff's office here?
That interaction did not occur immediately when she got to the hospital, no.
I mean, the same day.
Yes.
That's what I mean. I shouldn't have said the word immediately. But she goes from the sheriff's office by ambulance directly to the hospital, and then at the hospital is where she interacts.
Sustained. Rephrase.
Sure. Does she leave directly from the sheriff's office in an ambulance?
Yes, she did.
Did the ambulance drive her directly to Memorial Hospital?
Yes.
At Memorial Hospital, is that when she had contact, she being the defendant, had contact with forensic nurse examiner Amanda Van Nest?
Yes, that's correct.
I don't have that audio yet. I need to get that.
At that hospital, after being there for some period of time, did the defendant walk away from the hospital before completing a same exam?
Yes, she did.
So did this purported anxiety attack achieve her goal of wanting to leave the sheriff's office?
Ultimately, yes.
Would committing a murder and being detained in the sheriff's office cause somebody to have nervousness and potentially have a panic attack?
Sustained.
That was a good objection. Yeah.
So I want to jump ahead in time. After the defendant left the hospital on January 29th, were you aware of where she was?
Throughout the investigation, I was aware at certain times, yes.
Okay. Were you aware of when she actually moved things out of her house on 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes.
What day was that?
The 31st of January.
So 2 days after your interaction with her at the sheriff's office.
Yes.
In between those two events, did you have any other personal contact with her face to face?
I did not.
Did you attempt to have any personal contact with her face to face?
I did not.
Once that occurred at the house on January 31st, where she moved things out, are you aware that she had a TV interview with Spencer Wilson from KKTV?
Yes, I observed that.
In that interview, and we've had testimony from Spencer Wilson earlier, she complained that in her interaction at the sheriff's office, she was not allowed to eat or drink or take bathroom breaks. Was she allowed to do those things at the sheriff's office?
Yes, she was offered those things.
Hot Pockets.
In that interview that we just watched over the later in the day on Wednesday and then this morning, at some point the defendant made a reference to you about, well, you've been in my house, you know what it's like there. When did you actually ever go to the house?
I went to the house, I believe it was in February.
February 21st, sound right?
That does sound correct.
Is it typical that the lead detective potentially wouldn't have to go to scene like that, at least early on?
Yes, they would go typically early on.
What about the idea that at the beginning, it's reported as a runway and you don't know necessarily that where a scene might be that you need to look at? Does that play into the fact that you don't go as early?
Yes.
This is leading.
Yeah, it is. It's very leading.
No, it does not suggest the answer. Overruled.
Yeah, it did, Judge.
Yes.
The leading question is where you suggest.
Do you
the answer in
remember
the question.
getting text messages from the defendant into February of 2020?
So if he
I know
asked
there were
it,
several times that she sent me text messages. I can't recall all of the dates specifically.
Sure. But were you getting text messages from her after
if
she
he
left
said
the house on
you're
January
getting text
31st?
messages from
Yes.
her at this time, correct? That would be more leading. So he's kind of skirting the issue.
Did you become aware of the defendant attempting to get her passport and bag back from evidence?
Yes.
Do you remember when that occurred?
I believe that was also on the 31st.
Okay. Did you get a text message specifically about those things, needing to get her passport and bag back?
I do recall asking about a passport.
Do you remember when that was?
I don't recall the date, no.
If I showed you your report, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, may I approach the witness with her report, which is pagination 010980.
You may go ahead.
Gross.
Take a look at this report and look when you're done. Do you remember that text message?
Yes, I do.
What was, first of all, let me ask you this. Was there anything odd about that text message? Was it coming from, strike that. Was it coming from a phone number that you recognized?
No, it was not.
Did you, based on context, were you able to determine who it was coming from?
Yes.
What was that context that gave you that information?
The person texting said that they did not do anything to Gannon and that there was no negligence on their part.
Okay. And so that led you to believe that it was coming from who?
Letecia.
I'm going to retrieve that report from you.
It's too much downtime.
At some point, was a decision made to travel to South Carolina?
Yes.
When was that made?
Early March.
Why was that decision made?
Letecia had fled to South Carolina. And by that time, I had obtained probable cause.
I like how they say
and
fled.
Authored an arrest warrant for her, which was signed off by a judge at the El Paso County Courthouse. And so we went to Myrtle Beach to arrest her.
When you say we, can you tell us who all was involved in that process?
It was members from the local FBI, Detective Mark Riley and myself, and also local law enforcement and members of the FBI in Myrtle Beach.
Was that a arrest actually affected in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina?
Yes.
Was the defendant interviewed in South Carolina?
Yes, she was.
Do you remember by who?
Gruesome.
Who is John Grusing and who is he with?
He is with the FBI.
Okay. And we're going to hear from him at a later time, so I'm not going to get into her interview with you. Was there some discussion had as to how the defendant would get from South Carolina back to Colorado?
Yes.
What was the ultimate decision made as to that transportation?
Have a good night.
That
Sticking
she
to
would be driven back to Colorado in a rental van.
Who was involved in driving her back?
Myself and Detective Riley, and later on Deputy Michaela James.
So did you actually stop somewhere in the middle of that drive from South Carolina to Colorado to pick up the other deputy that you just mentioned?
Yes, we did.
How long did that drive last?
More than 24 hours.
Were you with the defendant the entire time?
Yes.
What was her demeanor like during that transportation?
She was calm. She ate. She sang songs. She played trivia.
Was she able to have conversations?
Yes.
Conversations that were not related to the investigation?
Yes.
Were they appropriate conversations, meaning if she's saying things, did they make sense?
Yes.
Was she able to eat and drink?
Yes.
Was she able to use the restroom?
Yes, she was.
And you mentioned trivia and singing songs. Was that something that all of you were sort of doing in the vehicle?
Yes, just to pass the time.
And was she participating in that in an appropriate way, meaning nothing seemed out of the ordinary?
That's correct, yes.
The entirety of that transport from South Carolina to Colorado, was that audio and video recorded?
Yes,
Thankfully, we're not going to play all of those hours of video, okay?
correct.
Yes, thank you.
But why was that audio and video recorded?
I was concerned with her previous behavior that she may do something. And so I wanted to have documentation of the transport.
Okay. So I want to bring up to you People's Exhibit 338. Please take a look at that. And let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it, first off?
My initials and date are on it, and it is a GoPro video of the extradition.
It's a, can you say that it's a what video?
GoPro?
Oh,
Is it only a portion of that hours-long transportation from South Carolina to Colorado?
Yes, just a very small portion.
Have you had a chance to review that thumb drive containing that GoPro video?
Yes, I have.
Is it fair and accurate representation as to the contents in that portion of the transportation?
It is.
And does that thumb drive actually contain two different clips? So two different files on the thumb drive?
It does, yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that transportation portion?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move for admission of People's 338.
Mr. Cook,
Your Honor, Mr. Allen and I, very quickly.
all right?
Okay. Conference at the Mound. So we're going to see some more video of the defendant. Oh, what happened to my song? It stopped for some reason. I got all kinds of cuts.
I feel like that sounds perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Like fits right in.
Right, that's what I thought. I know I can't play all of it. I'm limited to like 15 seconds or so before people get mad. And we get to hear her sing. I wonder what her activity is on a road trip. What does she do? Road trip.
All right, Exhibit 338 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may, go ahead.
Well, actually, before I get into publishing that. So what are we about to see in People's Exhibit 338, just to give some context?
The first clip is a view of Letecia along with Deputy James in the back seat of the van. They're sitting in captain's seats. And during that portion of the video, you can see Letecia moving around slightly. And that's because her hands are handcuffed to a belly band around her waist. And she is manipulating her hands out of the handcuffs. And she obtains a Monster Energy can and she strikes Deputy James in the face with that full unopened can
Awesome.
of Monster Energy drink, and then
So
struggles
stupid.
with Deputy James. I myself have noted several pre-contact cues where she is glancing at Deputy James' waist area where her gun was kept. And then ultimately, whenever I come back to assist Deputy James once the vehicle is stopped, she also glances at my waist where my gun is kept. I took that to be a threat that she was attempting to obtain one of our weapons.
So let's have some context. Where did this occur in that travel from South Carolina to Colorado?
This is in Kansas on Interstate 70,
What approximate speed were you all traveling when this occurred?
about 75 miles an hour.
What was the reaction to this action by the defendant to who was driving?
Deputy Riley was.
What was his reaction to that happening in the backseat of the van?
We immediately start giving commands to Letecia to stop. And as we're doing that, Deputy Riley pulled over to the shoulder of the interstate. Thankfully, there was an area clear for us to pull over, and he slammed on the brakes, which put her into the back seat of my seat.
Was that a highly dangerous situation that was unfolding?
Absolutely, yes.
What made it highly dangerous?
Ms. Stauch was already suspected of murder, and she assaulted a deputy who was armed and attempted to obtain her firearm.
What about the fact that you're on the highway and that action or reaction by Detective Riley had to occur? Did that also enhance the dangerousness of it?
Yes, he wasn't able to exit the vehicle to immediately help us because of traffic that was traveling so quickly next to us.
All right, let's go ahead and play that.
And I believe it's 21 minutes. Would you like me to stay up for this?
Is it
I'm
20
fine with, yeah, it's roughly that.
Okay, you can go ahead and step down.
Thank you.
You ready?
This could be interesting to watch. Like a child. Letecia's a business. This could be an interesting trial. No, and in fact, apparently we're watching video of her assaulting a police officer en route back to Colorado. Yeah, I didn't hear about any of this.
Stop! She keeps threatening me.
Stop.
She keeps on threatening me. I've stopped it. She keeps on.
She got out of the streets.
She keeps on. Threatening me. I will for you. She keeps
Put your arm down.
Put your arm down. But she keeps threatening me the whole time.
Tisha, give me your arm.
I will to you.
Tisha, give me your
I will to you, but not
Cooperate with me. Cooperate with me.
I will with you, but not with her.
Cooperate with me.
I will with you, not with her.
I can't zoom in. This is as best as we can get.
Tisha?
I will with you. I said I would with you. Give me your arm now. I said I would with you. I said I would with you.
It is now.
And I wouldn't use this.
Stop resisting.
I'm not resisting. I said I would with her.
Go ahead. I got it on.
Up.
I have the song.
It is on my timeline.
Resisting. Yes, you are. Stop it. Put it behind her back.
Yep.
Tisha, stop it.
I'm not even doing anything.
This is on March 4th while she's being
You just
extradited
got another charge.
from South
Well, she shouldn't be
Carolina
doing me like this.
to Colorado. Yeah, I did see it. I just didn't get to that part yet.
Stand up. Stop trying to turn. I'm not trying to turn.
You can stay that way the rest of the trip.
Please not what we want to do. We want to the nearest detention facility? No. Everybody knows. Oh, could you please untighten it from my hands?
Not right now, teacher.
Yes, it's on my arms.
Lean forward. Lean forward so I can adjust it. Stop manipulating the thumb.
Eating you.
Well, that doesn't look good. They're not letting me put my banner anywhere.
You good? You make a call yet?
No, I don't know where we're at.
Okay, hang on. Lock the doors.
That's what I was thinking. Her panic could have been real.
Can you turn the air on?
You my t-shirt.
Well, I asked for help for the air, and she's been nothing but mean to me the whole day.
Oh, this woman.
I can't breathe.
I can't.
Stop.
I can't breathe. Just open it so I can breathe. That's all I'm asking for is to breathe. I'm just asking to breathe. That's it. Is to breathe.
Shut
That's all I want to do is breathe.
2600 Avenue. Right by Pretty
Breathe.
Horses. On 70.
I'm not resisting her. You're hurting my arm.
My phone is jacking up. Call.
You're hurting my arm. You're hurting my arm. I just want my arm. It's hurting my arm. Just let my arm go. It's hurting my
The
arm.
more you press against me, the harder I'm gonna press on the.
I understand. It's not the pressure point. It's my arm. It's bent backwards and it's hurting. Can you just take
Yes,
pressure
ma'am.
off
This
my
is
arm?
Detective Bethel with the El Paso County Sheriff's
Please,
Office.
off my arm.
March unit
I am.
to the 2600 block of
It's pulling my
Interstate 70.
pulling my wrist, please.
I have Letecia Stauch in custody. She's just attempted to escape and she's trying resisting.
I didn't try to
Hold on.
escape.
You did try.
No, I didn't open the door to breathe.
Yes, ma'am. I'm on I-70 westbound
Yes.
in the 2600
When we
block.
were calm, we were not doing anything, correct?
Can you please, but as it with my wrist.
Let me speak first, okay?
Okay.
As soon as you try to open that
Do
door.
you remember the last mile marker we hit?
The door so I could breathe. It's hot. I asked you to help me, but you just lean over and don't help. I said, hey, could you please find out how to turn the air on? Hey, the whole time you've been nothing but rude to me.
Tisha.
I'm just putting my arm down because it's hurting. I didn't try to escape or anything. I legit opened the door to breathe.
Detective Jessica Bethel with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
Ow, my arm is hurting.
I am in a gray Chrysler minivan bearing Michigan plates. We have the hazards on and we're on the shoulder of the road.
Tell them to pick it up.
And we need a code 3 response, please.
You said you would help my arm. I pressure.
Nope. She's assaulted.
Oh, it's hurting.
Boy Edward Tom Henry Edward Michigan.
Hurting my arm. It's hurting.
8/4/83 is her birthday.
I did not try to escape.
No, man, I have
I
two
did
other
not. Tell us
deputies
the
with me.
story.
SRT.
Could not breathe. I asked you to open the door.
Yep. We've got her under
Yes, ma'am.
control right now. We've got Kansas coming out here now. Well, we're gonna get some
Yes, ma'am.
other equipment to at least secure her, or
No,
at
ma'am.
least have them, somebody take us or escort us to the border
and then have one of our people come to the door.
We're hurting my arm,
Okay.
please.
Yeah, everybody's fine. You're good. Hit her. With a fist, she got out of her cuffs.
She slipped her cuffs and
She
hit
slipped them.
She slipped her cuffs.
a deputy and tried to escape.
I did not try to escape.
So that's what our plan is. So if you can, I don't know how far we are from.
Nope.
But
We're all
as
okay.
soon as we get an escort to the.
We just need a secure unit to transport further.
Yep. We're gonna have, is that for state patrol? We'll have them escort us to the Colorado
Are
border.
you having a state patrol?
Well, my arm is hurting.
Or who's dispatching out, man?
Before you move, you have to me where are you trying to go? Okay.
Okay.
No, I just want to get.
You think
off
her
my arm.
attorneys are laughing about
I
her?
understand, but if I feel like you're
Right.
trying to pull
They
against.
seem to
me,
be jovial.
you're trying to make-
If I could get a state patrol officer en route as well to help me escort to the Colorado border.
Lift my head off. You look like we're good. Use your time to understand. We'll see what we can do.
I'm
Yes,
not
ma'am.
even
I'm gonna
sure
put
where
my
you go
partner,
with
Detective Riley on the
the
phone
defense
with
on
you.
this.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. She's complaining
Yes,
about all
ma'am.
this.
Okay, thank you.
We're at 284.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they should be spinning it as. She's crazy. No rational person would do any of the things she's doing.
Can you please lift up my wrist?
No, not up for that.
After what?
Once you're
Yes, ma'am. We're doing an expedition.
I didn't try to
Leticia
escape.
Stauch.
I opened the door to breathe.
Back
You know
to
that.
Colorado. She
Yes, I
slipped her
did.
cuffs and
You know-
assaulted a deputy. We have her under control right now. But we would appreciate
I
it.
just feel like it's breaking my wrist.
And then we'll have our state patrol meet.
What happened to the paddy wagons? We just throw them in the back.
Relax.
I
Or
can't.
the pressure will get worse.
If it gets worse, then guess what? I have to go to a hospital because she hurts me.
What's your number, Jess?
On that, 650-719. Should just be able to look it up.
That's correct. We're at the 284.
284 westbound.
My wrist, it's hurting. This is hurting.
Relax.
I can't. My wrist is breaking.
Your wrist is not.
It is
breaking.
hurting.
The more you wiggle, the more it's going to hurt.
Thank you.
Relax.
I'm trying, but it's hurting. Like the things that are hurting my
Stop
wrist.
moving.
No, that's fine. We'll wait here for officers.
You're pushing down on
Thank
it.
you, ma'am.
We've got some
Bye-bye.
right now.
They're coming right now.
Got 6 en route.
Stop trying to.
I'm not trying to resist.
Then stop turning.
To you, you're holding me for
Okay,
nothing.
stop trying to turn against
I'm
my
not
hand.
going to turn against you. You're holding me.
Go ahead and buckle her. We're gonna make sure she's not gonna get out of her restraints this time. I'm gonna see if they have a belly belt, a real one.
I'm hurting my wrist.
This isn't gonna happen again.
Hurting my wrist.
Yeah, everything's got to be her way.
I'm not doing anything. She's doing that. I'm not doing
Then
anything.
stop turning against.
I'm not turning against you. You're doing that to me on purpose. See? Look what she's doing on purpose. Look.
Stop turning.
I'm not turning.
Stop moving.
I'm not moving.
Relax your body.
My body's relaxed.
Stop.
I'm not doing anything to you. You're trying to choke me now.
Turn your head.
Okay, you wanna bring her out?
Out of her cuffs right now.
No, we got her back in.
Got her back in.
But they're
The vehicle.
slapped on. I mean, they're not good.
We'll bring her out. We'll lock, double
Yeah.
lock them.
Pull them out.
Bring her out.
Step out, Keisha. Oh, she choked me now. It hurts.
You made me hit you in the face.
Yeah, redo her. You're not gonna get too far. You're gonna get a dog. You understand?
I'm not doing anything. I didn't try.
Okay, you better run faster.
Well, I didn't try to run away. I opened the door so I could breathe.
Yeah.
And screaming, I'm relaxed.
Where you going? Colorado. Oh Lord, you got a west. Yeah. Do we have a what? You have a better belly belt than this? Because you're better. I don't have it, friend. I don't. Here, let's do this. Let's go out here in the ditch. Let's get her down on her knee.
Yeah. Didn't hear another name. She's not saying she's someone else.
No. They had three of them transport one person. Yes, they did.
I don't know if I've told the one and only time I actually sat on a jury.
They were all
Similar kind of situation. If someone wants to ask me a break. Good evening.
If we could just have Miss Bethel come back to the stand, or do you want to take a break?
I was gonna request you take a break now.
That's
Is this a good breaking
Yeah.
point? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 10:45, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
So what are your thoughts?
She's a nut job. It's just the whole like, it cracks me up because I can't breathe. Well, if you'd shut your mouth and stop talking so much, maybe you could breathe. But also, I go, well, you're talking, so clearly you're breathing, so stop it.
Yeah, she is absolutely not insane.
The jury has left the courtroom.
See if there's something
Are
else
we
going
still
on.
gonna finish the rest of that video, or is it-
No, I don't think there's anything more on of her on there, and then I'm just going to jump into finishing up with questions.
Okay, all right, just asking, all right. All right, court will be in recess.
All right.
But like my best friend has anxiety attacks all the time and panic attacks, and I have to like talk her through them, and it's exactly what it is. It's like your chest tightens, you can't even talk because you're just trying to breathe. Like you are not remotely having an anxiety attack, ma'am.
Yeah, I don't buy any of the anxiety attack bullshit that she was portraying at the station. I was just looking at some of the comments that I starred. Yeah, you're going to tame me my way. That was a big thing. It's always about her way. So I actually sat on a jury years ago. I was like 20, I think. And stop me if you've all heard this. But the gentleman that was on trial had been walking down the street in a just in a I guess not a good neighborhood, and the police stopped him and eventually patted him down and found drugs on him, and then went to arrest him. And then when they put him in the cop car, he kicked out the window. He got angry and kicked out the window, and so he was being charged with possession as well as destruction of police property. And we thought it was kind of bullshit that they stopped him in the first place, so we acquitted him on the drug possession. But we said, once you're kind of arrested and in the cop car, just settle down and behave. Don't kick out the window. So we found him guilty on that. But there's a lot of police videos that I've watched where people are just going crazy in the back seat. They're angry. They're trying to escape. They're doing whatever. That doesn't, not every one of them is insane. And this woman doesn't appear to be insane either. Yeah, this is can't stop watching. I have the same thing. This is like a bad movie that you can't walk away from. You want to see how it ends and what else comes up of it. And I do know that her attacking deputies while being extradited is in the timeline. I just didn't get to that part yet, and I'm glad because this was a nice, lovely surprise.
Yeah.
Let's see.
And then she does a lot of the like she wanted the door opened at the police station, and then she wanted the door open. It's like she just wants the door open because she just wants to see what everybody's doing because she's just nosy and she's got to know everything because she knows they're talking about her and doing stuff. So it's just
Good
funny.
afternoon. Someone had posted, maybe it was Lorene, about how the anxiety was probably real. It probably was. So she is being locked in a very small room. She has no phone, so she can't like distract herself with anything. She has nothing to watch, nothing to read, and she knows she's going down potentially for a murder, and that could be very frightening. And so her quote panic attack or her feeling not right was probably very true in that situation, but it wasn't for her mental health. It wasn't for Gannon. It wasn't for anything other than she knows that she's getting busted for this. And at the time, I don't think she's aware that they're going to transport her to the hospital and then eventually she's going to be released. She doesn't know that. So she thinks she's going away. And when she arrived, that was the last time that she was a free person. So I feel like her situation there in the interrogation room when she wasn't free to leave was probably somewhat real, although she was probably hamming it up a little bit, and then also with the whole peeing on herself thing, trying to find a way out of it. Although I definitely feel like the pressure was probably coming down on her. I don't know. That's just my thought. Yeah, it's never. You know, I saw Danny on Direct had set up Venmo, I believe, and maybe Cash App as well. And I thought, you know what, that might be a good idea. So I might do that. I don't have anything set up right now. This is just my donation to the world.
Well, yeah, you should, because even if you get monetized, it's always good to have that option because, yeah, like YouTube takes like 30%.
Yeah, I heard about that too. Yeah, so I might just do that instead. But the monetization was a good way you sort of get up in the ranks as well.
Oh, yeah.
So once you get 1,000 subscribers, by the way, if you are listening and you haven't subscribed, please do so. And if you have subscribed, please check and make sure you are still subscribed. And then also, you know, maybe share it with a friend or two. It is 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. At 1 p.m. Eastern time, Nicholas is going live with a video from the Darrell Brooks hearing that took place yesterday. And I said I'd share a link, but that our video wasn't going to be done until probably about 1:30. And I might pop over there a bit at 1:30 when this is done, and then come back for our afternoon session at 3. So I'm going to put the link in there. And there we go. So everyone can join him at 1:30. I told him he needed to start it after mine, but his is going at 1. So anyways, new subscriber, thank you. Thank you for being here. This is a lot of fun. Do I have a P.O. box? I feel like I should. I did. And I don't want to put certain addresses out there, so I might do a P.O. box, like far away from where I live or work. Like send it to Lansing or something. Brooks' hearing was boring. I didn't listen to any of it. I was going to listen to it, and then I saw Nicholas was covering it, so I decided I was just going to watch his stream. Yeah, I'm probably not going to eat anything I get in the mail, just so everyone's aware. Might not happen. Might give it to someone else to try, but I probably won't be.
Well, you have to bring it on screen or on a live and open it so everyone can see.
Oh, that would be bad. Broken Banker, where are you? Everyone wants to know where you are. I believe you are in the UK, if I'm not mistaken. But you can correct me if I'm wrong.
I think they are
Thank
too.
you. I don't like my voice, but I'm glad others do. Is that weird? No one likes their own voice, I don't think.
No, I don't think anyone does. I hate my voice too.
Not even herbal snacks. I don't know. I don't know. So I sued the governor of the state of Michigan a couple of years ago. And when that happened, I got all kinds of craziness in the mail. And just the other day, opposing counsel on a case called me, and he was like all excited to talk to me. And I thought maybe it was because of this YouTube thing, and it was because I sued the governor. So apparently I'm still known for that, and I still get references to it. And so I'm probably not going to be eating a lot. Oh, Denmark. That's right. You're in Denmark. So there's someone else from the UK. You're in Denmark. You're right next door. I'm going to be in Copenhagen probably in January. I'll be there. This woman is something else. This woman is crazy. Oh, you know what I was going to do? I was going to go back through the timeline. So let me make sure there are no other questions. Yeah. All right. Oh, it's on my other computer. Hang on, guys. So we were at February 1st. That's when Letecia rents the second van, and Dakota, her brother, is offering to help her move the belongings from the one van to the other, and she's transporting a suitcase. He indicates that it looks a little heavy and offered to help. She said no, and that it's softball equipment, and she's got it. Letecia and Harley drive to South Carolina by way of Texas and Florida, which is interesting. I do have maps of the drive that I'm going to pull up. We'll probably do this a little bit more in depth on Thursday. Yeah, they stop at the Candlewood Hotel in Pensacola, Florida. And that's where in the future they will find Gannon's body not 3 miles away. So then on February 23rd, the neighbor is reviewing the camera footage from his Ring camera and then shows it to Al. So that's on the 23rd, or I'm sorry, that's on the 3rd of February. On the 4th of February, Letecia and Harley leave the hotel. Landon, Gannon's biological mother, Al, and their daughter make the national news, and they plead for information. Then on February 5th, the same day, Letecia and Harley arrive in South Carolina. So February 13th, the search then focuses on Douglas County based on Leticia's GPS data from the Volkswagen and the rental cars. So they start focusing their search in certain areas depending on where she stopped with those GPS trackers that they got warrants for. And they end up finding a piece of OSB, plywood essentially, with Gannon's blood on it in that area. So it's possible she stowed the body away there for a while, and maybe that's what she was retrieving when her family was helping her move out of the house when she was gone for those 2 hours. So then February 14th and 15th is when we have the recorded phone calls between Al and Letecia. Those are the ones that we heard at the very beginning of this trial on day 2 and 3 with Al's testimony, where she goes through the 8 various stories over 2 different days about what happens. On the 18th, probably after her husband refused to give her immunity, she decides to try to obtain the fake polygraph. Remember how that went. For anybody who doesn't, let me put up the questions. She wanted it to appear that she was answering truthfully, because these are fun. So she wanted, so just so you know, so they do 3 important questions and then a couple of control questions just to suss out whether or not you're telling the truth. And this fake polygraph.com is usually used for people that are cheating on their spouses. not necessarily cover up crimes. And what you do is you submit these questions, and then they'll produce a report as if you took a polygraph and passed it. And so her 5 questions that she submitted, the 2 control and the 3 important questions are: do you intend to answer these questions regarding your stepson truthfully? She said yes. Is your birthday August 4th, 1983? She said yes. Did you participate in any way in causing harm to your stepson? She said no. Did your stepson return with you to your home? Kind of a vague statement, but she says yes. And then the last one is, did you participate in any way causing the death of your stepson? And she said no. A lot of people pointed to that last one saying, well, she's admitting guilt, because why else would you take a polygraph indicating that if he wasn't already dead? But this is after those 2 or several lengthy phone calls where her husband has accused her of essentially unaliving Gannon. So, yeah, so that's where we are. So that's on the 18th. She tries to get that done, and they basically call her back and say, no, but we're keeping your money anyways. And I thought that was absolutely hilarious when we heard that recording. Let's see. She's okay, she's dangerous, but I'm not sure. Glancing at the waist of her gun, hostile. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of weird that the officer would be riding with a gun right there anyways, but it just doesn't. I mean, she hit her in the head with a monster can. I mean, I don't know how you get around that. Really bad infidelity. So it was funny when she called the place and they hadn't issued her report yet, and she was checking in on it, and they said, oh, well, we flagged your report because you're asking about illegal conduct. And she said, no. I was asking about infidelity. You must have the wrong questions. I didn't send you those questions. That's somebody else's. And she was trying to cover her tracks that way. That was very entertaining.
Yeah.
So then March 2nd. So February 18th is the fake polygraph. And I can't remember how the police got involved with that. If they notified the police or the police got word of it through like a phone tap or something. I'm not sure exactly how the police found out about the fake polygraph. But it's at this point it's national news too. So she might have been known about by the polygraph company. Although actually, the guy had an accent, so I don't know if it's a foreign corporation or not. Maybe they weren't located in the U.S. So then on March 2nd, Letecia was arrested in South Carolina. We had that fun exchange with her and the judge. We watched where she was asking about extradition. And she must have waived it because 2 days later, she is being transported to Colorado, where we just saw she attacks some deputies. So that's March 4th. Gannon's body is discovered on March 17th, and Gannon is identified on March 20th. And so then after that, I believe they increased her charges. They charged her with murder before they even found Gannon's body, I'm pretty sure. So it just sort of kind of sealed the deal. But that's where we are. And then she's been sitting there in jail ever since. She's gone through 3 mental health exams, claiming that she wasn't fit to stand trial. They found that she was, in fact, fit to stand trial, and now she's claiming not guilty by reason of insanity, claiming to have multiple personalities. And I know it's dissociative identity disorder, I believe, DID. It's not multiple personalities anymore. That's not what they call it anyways, but that's what she's claiming. And as a result of that, she must be able to present that she is, where is it? There we go. That she is so diseased or defective in mind as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong, or suffers from a condition of the mind caused by mental disease or defect that prevents them from forming a culpable mental state that is essentially an element of the crime. So she has to be so delirious that she can't form the intent to kill somebody, or she is unable to discern right from wrong. I don't think they're going to get there, but apparently they have an expert, so we've been told. And yeah, so that's about it. So that's an update on the timeline that I have, and I know there's a lot of fun things that need to be interjected into there. And I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do my Thursday review. I'm thinking I am going to kind of walk over this timeline as well, and then interject it with clips of the testimony and maybe part of the recordings. Like, I really want to see her again say, demand the immunity from her husband. I'm gonna, and then her brother testifying and things like that.
Oh yeah.
I am not Swedish. My wife is Swedish, and that actually is my stepdaughter's painting that she did, I believe, in college. And it is Swedish. Yes. Are you Swedish? Are you Finnish? You have Finn in your name. Let's see here.
Junie's got one for you. Don't forget that June 11th escape plan.
Oh, the June 11th escape plan. I don't know anything about this. Again, I try not to watch or learn too much about these trials. My idea is, when I started these, is I want to know as little as nothing about it. And I want to kind of watch the case progress and see how the defense does and see if they sway me back and forth. But this case is kind of cut and dry. And so jumping into some of these ancillary things along the way is fun.
Yeah. Well, I had heard about her trying to get an escape plan together. I'm just waiting for the testimony about it.
Yeah. That's a long drive. I would imagine. I've driven out to Colorado, well, from Michigan. It's not a quick drive, and they got to deal with her the whole way. Tylenol was in Gannon's blood too. Yes, it was Tylenol and the other drug.
Hydrocodone.
Yeah, hydrocodone.
Codone.
Hydrocortisone always pops into my head, but that's not what it is. Yeah, hydrocodone. They didn't say whether or not the officer was injured. They just said that she hit her in the head. I think it was a female cop. She hit her in the head with a full can of Monster. I thought her hands. Oh, that's right. She slipped her cuffs, right? Because her hands were behind her back in cuffs. So interesting. Let's see here. Is this where the fake polygraph is located? Fakepolygraph.com. That's the website. Let me see. Let's see what we can find.
Wonder how much they cost.
Yeah, I kind of want to see here. Let's see. Fakepolygraph.com. Let's bring it up on the screen, shall we? If we can. Why aren't you opening? It's probably like bombarded with yeah, okay. All right, let's pull this up. Oh, there we go. Fakepolygraph.com. Order now, standard test. Ooh, okay. Oh, I have to put all my information. I don't want to do that live. Let's see here. Okay, so what's the cost? Standard order. So $60 US. You get it within 1 business day. This is a real thing.
Wow.
I've never heard of it. I wonder if she was like Googling how to fake a polygraph and then this came up.
What is this testimony?
Let's see.
What does it say?
Okay, so I told my partner that I was taking the day off work to attend a polygraph test. She asked for the results to be emailed directly to her. Let's see. The Authentic Polygraph Company followed my instructions, and sent the report directly to her. She instantly believed me, and I saved our 8-year marriage. My employer accused me of breaking something in the store, even though I was telling the truth and it wasn't me. They would not believe me. I couldn't afford the $500 fee for an actual polygraph test, so I used this service. My boss called the authentic company, who confirmed that I was telling the truth. My boss didn't reimburse me, but I got an extra holiday week. See, it's good for all occasions. My husband accused me of sleeping with another man. We agreed that I would take a polygraph test, but I was worried that I would not pass. I wonder why.
Oh my God.
This did the trick. So,
This
yep,
is
apparently you
crazy.
can order your fake polygraph test. That's fun.
Save your marriage, save your job.
How
about you just don't cheat on your husband?
Yeah. Or, if you don't want to be
You
in the
know.
marriage, just leave the marriage.
Yeah.
Oh, we already did that one. Let's see here.
That is crazy. I can't believe they have testimonials.
Those are really about infidelity. Yes. Yes, my sign behind me says only dead fish flow with the current, or follow the current, rather. So that's our new slogan, actually. I got to pull that up. At the helm against the current. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
Another officer with no weapon near the prisoner. Did I miss something?
Oh, Dave with his comments. I laughed so hard.
Oh, that's awesome.
Thanks, fake polygraph. You saved my life.
You got to submit that testimonial to them, see if they put it up there.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they blocked her polygraph test. Yeah, that was awesome. And then she tried to fake as if it wasn't her submitting the ones about, the missing or possibly dead child.
Yeah, they're probably used to all these ridiculous ones. And then this lady's like, I didn't kill anyone. Yes. Like, what? Which is, I think, I was listening to that testimony again, and they didn't say if they give it to the cops, but the cops didn't testify that they heard anything from it. But I think they're supposed to, aren't they?
The polygraph?
Yeah, are they supposed to alert somebody? I would.
I don't know. The one officer did admit the phone recording. So they subpoenaed the phone call recordings from fakepolygraph.com, and apparently they're cooperating, especially if they're out of the country, because they wouldn't have had to follow a United States subpoena if they were, looks like maybe UK and Ireland. So they're taking UK, Ireland, US, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand. So if you're in one of those countries and you want a fake polygraph, fakepolygraph.com is your source.
Dave, stop it. Put his comment up.
Oh, Dave's got another one. Let's see here.
Oh my God. You're cracking me up. Could you imagine me to your wife, I got a polygraph test for this. You told me it wasn't the dog.
So, Kim, if your relationship has developed to the point that you need a polygraph, maybe just call it a day. Oh,
what'd she say? Hang on, I gotta look at that again.
She said, note to self, insist on being in the room for my husband's future polygraphs.
If you gotta do that.
Yeah.
Oof. Just go on the Maury show or something. They have legit polygraphs, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with the court today. They are going a little late. I think they were trying to get through some of the testimony, but they usually break at 1:30. And I'm really hoping for a break at 1:30 and then starting at 3 again, 1:30 Eastern my time. So I can go over and watch Nicholas's channel. Something people don't. Oh, let's see here.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I'm not sure. I would have to imagine, like, did she really think they weren't going to like question it? You're asking about a missing kid.
Yeah, and didn't the questions actually say something about like killing? I can't remember what they were.
Yeah, I'll pull them up here again. Let me just share this so that when the court comes back, we are good to go. And then, yeah, so here are polygraph questions again. So,
Well, causing harm and
harm to your
and the
stepson,
death. Yeah.
causing the death of your stepson. Just sort of like a lot of red flags go up. By the way, polygraphs are never a good idea to take in the first place, in my opinion. All it's going to do is give them ammunition to go after you. And if you pass one, it doesn't necessarily exonerate you.
Well, yeah, and I've seen a lot of cases where people that were actually telling the truth failed at polygraph tests, so it's very likely.
Fake polygraph is based in India. It might be. I have no idea. Is there a way I can find out? Let me take this down. Now we can see your static photo. Yeah, it was about infidelity. When during the phone call, she was asking about it. She was like, "Hey, you guys said you were going to get this back to me in a day, and I haven't heard anything." And they said, "Oh, let me look." And then they came back and they said, "Yeah, your submission has been flagged for because it involves criminal activity, and we are primarily here for infidelity and things like that." And she said, "No, it was infidelity that I submitted." Questions about infidelity. And then the guy said, "Okay, well, let me put you on hold again." And then he came back and he's like, "Yeah, no, we flagged your account." And then she wanted to know about her payment. She's like, "So you just sort of keep the money then?" And he's like, "Yep." That was it. So she lost her $60. Yeah, and she's the prime suspect. I guess they do make stuff to pass tests. First-hand experience there, Dave?
I think there's like people I've seen teaching how to pass like polygraphs and stuff.
Teaching you how to pass. Well, so the thing is polygraphs don't measure truth or lies. They measure whether or not you're intend to be deceptive.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is. And so there's many ways you can kind of sort of fool it. There's a new brain scan one that is really reliable, and they're testing it right now with images, and they're popping up images. And if you recognize an image, it's supposed to trigger a part in your brain. And so far, it's like 98% effective. Like it can tell whether or not you recognize an image before you even do. And so it's really interesting. If that makes it to market, that might change the game with polygraphs.
I'm surprised they haven't come up with something like that before. Because like when they're hooking you up to the old school polygraphs, like it's really just like your heart rate and they're hooking you up. Like how do they do that? Isn't it just like because like
they measure your heart rate and your sweat and things like that.
But
so
people
who's hitting?
can do that regularly. Like people can like be nervous for no reason all the time.
Well, you could be nervous just because that you're the primary suspect and you're being asked to take a polygraph. And I'm nervous, in that situation because I don't want to be accused of something that I'm not doing.
Yeah.
Who's hitting on you and where? That's what I want to know. So you can't trust the fake polygraph test provider giving you a refund. Yeah, that's great.
Like I have to go to the
Yeah,
doctor and get my blood pressure taken like 3 times before they can get it because I get like what do they call it, white coat syndrome, where you get all nervous.
Really?
Yeah, my blood pressure goes up, and usually by the 3rd time they're like, then it's regular. And I was like, I don't know why. I just get like weird.
I've heard this. I've seen the reports, and it's all new to me. I've never heard of a polygraph being used or ordered by a court. There would be, so as far as I know, again, I've never dealt directly with the insanity defense in Michigan, but whenever someone's mental health has come into play, they do several assessments with a mental health professional, usually a psychiatrist, that goes through a battery of exams with the individual to determine their mental health state. I've never heard of a polygraph being used in that situation, but it might be a Colorado thing. I have no idea. Yeah. The current polygraph is about as reliable as the body language experts. It really is. It's not at all. It could be enough to charge you. Like if you take a polygraph and pass, the DA could say, "Well, that's enough. I'm going to charge him." But you're not able to admit it in court, and it's not enough to convict somebody. Maybe the other personality thought the polygraph was a good idea. I'm really curious to hear her defense on that and how that comes about.
Yeah.
Yes, that is true. So if you place your mental health into making an issue in the case, then yeah, you do waive all confidentiality regarding your mental health records. Same thing happened to Amber Heard. When she
record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom.
in her case, when she placed it
Outside the presence of the jury at this
in
point
the
in
record
time,
as an issue, they were able to go through everything.
And Ms. Bethel, if you would resume your, I assume that's what you were doing, right?
Absolutely, Judge.
Ms. Bethel, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
Good anticipation. You must have done this a couple times yourself, Judge.
Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Don't forget to like and subscribe and tell your friends. I can't put it up because it blocks too much of the screen. Oh, I will for a minute. We're almost there. We have, let's find out. How many do we have? We have, getting there, 878. So we're almost there. 112 to go.
112 only. Come on, guys.
112 subscriptions only, and we're there. Let's see. So you have girls following you?
All rise for the jury, please.
I feel like this judge runs a tight ship. He's respected by these attorneys. They know what to expect of him, and he knows, they know what he expects during this trial.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Bethel, in that video that we just watched, there's references made by you and I think maybe Detective Riley about escape, and then we can hear the defendant say, "I'm not trying to escape." What was she doing that was leading you to believe that she was trying to escape?
The fact that she had slipped her handcuffs, assaulted a deputy. Then later, she opened the back door of the van, which is why I returned to that position. Led me to believe that she was trying to escape
How did she open the door?
with her foot.
So when in that second clip that we watched, when you end up back in the back seat again, is that
I would
when you
have
find
loved to
the-
have seen a manhunt.
Yes.
You can't really see that necessarily on the video though.
No, you cannot.
Oh, absolutely.
There's comments made in that video about stop resisting and that sort of thing, but maybe can't see what those resisting efforts might have been on the part of the defendant. So can you describe that for the jury, please?
She was tensing her body, and she was also using her hands to try and manipulate around in the cuffs. I was afraid she was going to slip out of the handcuffs again.
In that second clip of the video, are you actually holding her feet down?
I had placed my knee onto her thigh area to hold her leg down.
Probably would have been a
Okay.
very slow chase.
Were you actually injured during that interaction?
Later on, yes.
Okay. What happened to you as a result of that?
We placed her in a mechanical advantage control hold or a mock hold. Myself and another deputy.
That's
to
not
escort
embarrassing.
her to a patrol car. And when we did, she dropped all of her weight, and I was carrying her or escorting her with my left arm. She dropped all of her weight, which caused me to have a shoulder injury, which needed surgical repair.
Was that another effort to resist or potentially cause you to exert law enforcement authority with her?
Yes, we'd call that passive resistance.
Passive resistance. I don't like the idea of passive resistance.
I want to go big picture with you for just a moment. Ms.
I think
Bethel.
that's abused most of the time.
There were a number of searches of the home 6627 Mandan Drive. Why were there so many subsequent searches that build on each other over time in this particular case?
Initially, we did not, as I said earlier, we did not have a scene per se where there was a body and evidence lying around for us to look at and evaluate. And the information that we learned was during the course of the investigation. Letecia was the person that could provide us with that information, yet she had given us several different stories. And so as the investigation proceeded, we learned new things, which made us have to go back in and then look for these new developments in the home.
So the fact that the investigation developed the way it did, was that driven largely by the defendant's own deliberate actions?
Yes,
Did she mislead the investigation?
yes, she did.
Did that misleading the investigation start at the very beginning of the case?
Yes,
Did it continue until her arrest?
yes,
The fact that Gannon's remains were found 1,300 miles away, is that part of that misleading the investigation?
yes, it is.
Are you aware of whether a sharp object was ever located in the home that was used to cause those sharp force injuries that Gannon suffered?
No, I'm not.
There were reports that we've heard from already from the medical examiner and people in Florida that there were 3 gunshots carried out, 2 that hit a pillow and 1 that hit Gannon. Were there any shell casings ever found during the course of this investigation?
No,
See, that
Were
should have
there
been an
any,
objection.
Of Leticia's clothes,
For
the
just
defendant's clothes.
leading
that had
narrative.
The defendant, Gannon's blood on them.
yes,
What were those?
her shoes,
Okay, but what about her clothing?
no,
Oh,
Does the fact that those
I
things
can
were
bump it.
missing, a sharp force instrument, the shell casings, and bloody clothing, did that complicate the investigation?
yes.
they could have been. Let me know if the
You
volume's better
mentioned
too.
earlier that the drive from South Carolina to Colorado was many hours long, but you also had contact with her prior to that as well. During the totality of your contact with the defendant, did she ever talk with a Spanish accent?
No, she did not.
Did she ever appear to be in a different personality than what she had been in any other time that you had contact with her?
No,
Was her personality and persona consistent throughout your time with her?
Yes, it was.
Were you able to develop, based on your interactions with her, an opinion as to her sanity during the time that you were with her and during the course of this investigation?
All right, overruled.
Were you able to develop an opinion as to her sanity?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
I believe she is sane and she is manipulative and very calculated.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Thank you.
That ended well for the state. And after like 2 days, we're finally getting it across.
Miss Bethel, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Will Cook. I represent Miss Stauch. I know you're familiar with. So your first contact with her was with Gannon's father, and it was at a Starbucks in Fountain?
That's correct.
Okay. And we listened to that recording?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that she seemed to be apprehensive
That
during
was
that interview?
that was during the phone call
Okay.
leading up to the ultimate in-person meeting with her and Albert. Yes.
Okay. And why do you say apprehensive in the phone call?
When I contacted Letecia, I explained who I was and that I was assigned to the investigations division. And Letecia said, I have already spoken with 8 other people. And I asked her if I could meet her at the home. And she did not want me present in her home, stating that there were several young children in the home and she did not want them to overhear our conversation. And that later turned out to not be correct.
Okay.
He should be asking leading questions. Her answer
Now,
should
in
be
the
yes
video
or no.
interview at the sheriff's headquarters downtown, was that the office just right across the street from the courthouse?
Yes, sir, it is.
And it seems at times that she's very cooperative. Like she won't stop talking. She just keeps going on and on and on, and she seems very personable. Is that your recollection of what was going on in the video?
In terms of her willingness to have a conversation, yes, she was willing to have a conversation.
Okay. So she didn't seem apprehensive at that point, as far as talking and meeting with investigators.
I wouldn't say that to be completely correct.
Okay. So in this, at least the first couple of hours, you say that she was still apprehensive?
In certain areas, yes.
Okay.
You mean like taking 12 minutes to answer a simple question?
Yeah.
Talking about everything else?
During this
but-
interview at Starbucks or at the interview room at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, did she ever try to physically assault you or any of the other deputies?
No, she did not.
Okay. And in one of the interviews at Starbucks, speaking with Gannon's father, do you remember when he said that they had put Gannon into counseling because of custody issues?
Yes.
Okay. Did Gannon's father ever mention that Gannon was put into custody or put into counseling because of issues between Letecia and Gannon?
No.
How long would you say you were in the car or the van total with Miss Stauch from South Carolina back to El Paso County?
Oh, we'd never made it back to El Paso County.
Well, yeah, but to where it stopped, I'm sorry.
Over 24 hours.
24
I would
hours.
say close to 24 hours at least.
Now, did y'all stop in a hotel at one point, or were y'all just switching off drivers and doing it straight?
We were just switching off drivers.
Okay. Was this some sort of police van? Was it marked, or was it just a white cargo van that you rented somewhere?
It wasn't a cargo van. It was a commercial. It was a passenger van that the sheriff's office had rented for us.
Okay.
Have a good nap.
Bye, Marissa.
What was Miss Stauch's demeanor during, other than the video that we were watching, what was her demeanor for the other 23 and a half hours? Or 24 hours you were in the van with her?
She was calm.
Calm? And you said y'all were doing trivia, singing, that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to see that. Play the singing.
Where was everybody seated in the van when she slipped the cuffs and threw the drink at the other deputy?
Allegedly slipped the cuffs.
Who was driving?
Detective Riley was driving.
Okay, your front passenger seat?
That's correct.
Okay, where was the other deputies?
Deputy Michaela James was seated next to her behind Detective Riley.
Okay, and was Miss Stauch seated directly behind you?
Yes, she was.
Okay.
I feel the same.
Did you nap during this ride any? Fall asleep? Or were you awake and aware the whole time?
No, I wasn't able to sleep.
Okay. Now, you said that Ms. Stauch and your encounters with her seemed calm and collected.
I said she seemed calm, yes.
Okay. And that she seemed like she wasn't switching between personalities.
No.
Okay. So there was no switch in her personality from when she was calm for 24 hours in the van till she slipped her cuffs and assaulted a deputy. Was there no change in her behavior at that point, in your opinion?
There was a change in her behavior, but I don't believe a change in her personality.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Bethel, do you know what this is?
It's a diagnostic and statistical manual of mental disorders.
Okay. And you see right there, it says DSM-5?
Yes.
Numeral 5. Do you know what this book is?
It's a mental disorder book, I assume?
Okay. Have you ever seen it before or ever read it?
No.
Okay. Did you know in the field of psychiatry that this is more or less the Bible for diagnosing psychiatric disorders?
No.
Okay. And did you know that borderline personality disorders is listed in this DSM-5 manual?
Objection. She's already said that she's not familiar with the book.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand where you're going. She's not being.
Your Honor, can we
qualified.
approach?
Y'all crazy bitch, but you're so good I'm on top of it when I dream. I'm doing you all night. Scratches all down my back to keep me right on. Hey, y'all crazy bitch, but you're so good I'm on top of it when I dream.
All right, sorry about that. I was doing work stuff. So we're on a pause.
Me too. I was like,
Yeah,
why-
I saw that he was finally taking my advice and really hammering hard on the mental health thing.
well, good.
He just interrupted the judge. Oh, I missed that. Damn it. Yeah, I've been like going through like what songs would be perfect for this one.
Objection sustained. You can rephrase.
So, Miss Bethel, your definition of sanity that you told Mr. Allen that you believe Ms. Stauch was with your dealings with her, it is not based on the definition of sanity is contained in the DSM-5.
Judge, I would just further object. There's no definition of sanity in that.
Well, you can examine somebody about that to your heart's content, but the question is a fair one, overruled.
And let me rephrase. When you told Mr. Allen that Ms. Stauch was sane, you're not basing that opinion on anything found in this book, the DSM-5, correct?
That's correct.
This is a good way to cross, by the way.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
They're finally like getting their act in gear. This is what they should have been doing the entire time. With every witness that said, yeah, she was sane.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. How long have you been in law enforcement prior to you leaving the sheriff's office?
14 years.
During your time with the sheriff's office, what were your different duties?
I began my career as a civilian and I worked with inmates incarcerated at the El Paso County Criminal Justice Center. From there, I became a deputy in 2010 and received my post-training to become a peace officer. And then from there, I worked on patrol and ultimately into investigations.
In your experience of working at detentions at the jail, would you have contact with people that are suffering from mental health disorders?
Yes.
Would it happen fairly often?
Yes.
During your time with the sheriff's office, did you also have contact with lots of people in the public?
Yes.
Did you see people in the public that had mental health disorders?
Yes, I did.
During your time as a working at the sheriff's office, did you encounter people that had severe mental health disorders?
Yes.
Did you have contact with people that had that you might have had concerns with that they may be a threat to themselves or others, their safety?
Yes.
Did this defendant ever get anywhere close to that during your interactions with her?
No.
Thank you.
I still think the cross was good that
Jurors have any questions for Ms. Bethel? All right.
she wasn't
Second
making
count, at least
a
one.
diagnosis based off of the DSM or any other manual.
Counsel approach, please.
They're going to take their lunch break. I am once again going to drop Nicholas's link to his stream in the chat. I'm going to jump over there. I'm just going to watch it. I'm not going to be on it. But then we'll be back at 3.
All right.
This should be their lunch break. Yeah, you like my song choices?
Yeah.
I got a bunch that I'm going to figure out how to use them. I don't want to spoil them just yet. But yeah. There's a lot of good stuff. I'm glad someone likes my playlist. That was a good follow-up by the state. That was good redirect to get the clarification of the background of her experiences and really knock that down. Both sides did good with this witness, in my opinion. I don't know if they're really hammering, the defense is really hammering the points that they really want to be hitting, but I don't know if anyone could really. But that was the first time I really saw the defense really go after an individual like they should have been doing from the beginning on the mental health state.
Yeah.
So I was happy to see that. Yeah. They probably should have done that on direct in the first place, but it was, at least they got it on redirect. That was good. Is this, I saw that, is this the Johnny Depp or is this Amber Heard's doctor?
It was the Johnny Depp, the one that
Is that the hot one that everyone was talking
Yeah.
about?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, if
Uh,
she got on the stand and said that this woman is insane, the jury's going to believe it. I believe her.
yeah.
Yeah,
The
Johnny Depp's doctor
Hughes
was
was
good.
the other one that was really bad.
Dr. Hughes was the okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, if this is the hot one, I guess
The
Johnny Depp's expert, then yeah, if they got her, I'd believe her. But not just because of how she looked. She actually came across really well. She explained everything. It was
Oh yeah.
comprehensive. You understood what she was doing. You understood why she made the analysis that she made, and you had no reason to doubt her statements. So I was impressed with her testimony. Yes, Dr. Muffin. That was what I was trying to think of. Dr. Muffin.
The muffins, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was really easy to understand. That's why I liked her.
And they tried to impeach her with the muffins, the muffin gate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You told your husband there was going to be a celebrity here.
It's like, yeah, I needed something for the office.
Yeah. What did he do?
I've received a juror question, and you might be sort of thinking ahead. There are some other witnesses. I think that those questions are these questions may be able to be answered through, but not this particular one. So with that, Ms. Bethel, you can step down. Thank you.
Probably a mental health question.
I want to know what it
I'm going to
was.
retrieve the exhibit off the witness stand, Judge.
They might save it for later.
You already did it.
Oh, okay.
It means
All
they're
right, prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Christian, you want to run it?
Okay, no lunch. Just blowing through nap time.
I'm sorry, who was the witness?
Christian Lewer.
Lewer.
All right,
L-I-E.
you would step forward, raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear from the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. See too many people bring a camera up with them. Okay.
I'll explain.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Would you state your name for the record and also spell your last name?
My name is Christian, and my last name is spelled Liewer, and it's pronounced Lewer.
And where are you employed?
I'm a crime scene investigator with the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
And how long have you been employed with the Metro Crime Lab?
I've been employed with the Metro Crime Lab for a little under 4 years now.
And in terms of your role with the Metro Crime Lab, generally, what do you do?
As a crime scene investigator, we respond to scenes, vehicle processings, autopsies, and person processings for general documentation and evidence collection purposes.
Can you tell the jury a bit more about what type of educational background you need to perform that particular role?
Apparently
I
only
have
a
a
4-hour
bachelor's
class.
of science in criminal justice with an
Wisconsin,
emphasis in
anyways.
forensic investigation. And I also have a master's degree in forensic science from the University of Florida.
In terms of certifications that you hold, can you explain the jury some of those?
Current national certifications, but through our crime lab training program, we have to go through a 6-month training program where we are reviewed and observed by a certified crime scene investigator until we are deemed competent enough to perform crime scene investigations independently.
What about continuing education or things that you do on an annual basis to ensure that you're up to date with the current technology and science? What do you do?
We go to many trainings within our scope of work that includes blood stain pattern analysis, shooting incident reconstruction, latent print processing, and whatnot.
And how many scenes have you responded to over the course of your career thus far?
I've responded to approximately 75 crime scenes and a total of approximately 220 total callouts.
And the 75 crime scenes, was that specifically as your role as a crime scene investigator?
That is correct, yes.
And how many times have you testified in an expert capacity?
A little bit under 10 times now.
And specifically, what capacity was that?
Crime scene investigation.
Okay. And were all those in this jurisdiction?
Yes, they were.
Your Honor, at this time, the people who tendered the report Christian Lewer as an expert in crime scene investigations.
Oh, good. Witness will be so qualified.
All right. Mr.
The
Lewer,
defense has
I'd
some
like for
life.
you to explain to the jury your role as it relates to the disappearance of Gannon Stauch as you understood it from the get-go. How did your role start?
Absolutely. On February 3rd, I was informed that I was requested to respond to 6627 Mandan Drive to complete a search for latent bloodstains and or projectile defects within the residence regarding a missing child.
And what was the specific address you were tasked with responding to?
6627 Mandan Drive.
And is that in the county of El Paso,
That is in the county of El Paso,
state of Colorado?
in the state of Colorado.
You mentioned that particular response. How many responses did you ultimately have to that residence?
I responded to that residence 3 times.
And can you break down for the jury each one of those responses, the dates and the times approximately?
Absolutely. As I alluded to before, I responded a little bit before lunchtime on February 3rd. I responded later in the evening around 6 p.m. also on February 3rd. And then I also responded on February 5th around a little bit after lunchtime.
And in terms of the Metro Crime Lab, how many people were you generally working with for your role in this case?
Each of my responses, I had an additional CSI that was in training with me. And then there were 2 other crime scene investigators that also responded on multiple days to the address.
So subsequent to your last time at the residence on February 5th, were there additional crime scene investigators that were present that helped process the scene or collect evidence?
Yes, there were.
Now, you mentioned that you were tasked, briefed with some additional information regarding looking for latent bloodstains. Can you explain to the jury in very basic terms what you mean by blood and bloodstains?
So blood, as you all know, is the red fluid that runs through your body that does contain genetic code and carries oxygen. When I refer to latent
Telling us what
bloodstains
blood
in a
is.
crime scene, I mean bloodstains that are either very dilute or cleaned up to where you cannot see them anymore. So we have to use additional processing to make them visible.
And generally, what is contained in blood? Why is it important to you and what you do?
In a broad sense, what we're concerned about when it comes to blood is the genetic code or your DNA that we are trying to collect with bloodstains.
And so in terms of your processing, is your role related to collecting, preserving blood or DNA for additional use by your team?
Yes, it is. Our role is to document and collect as much as we can.
Okay. Now you mentioned collecting, documenting. What is the specific tool that you may use when you're given information that a scene may involve blood?
There are multiple options that we have when it comes to looking at bloodstains. However, when we are looking at latent bloodstains, we will use a chemical called Blue Star that will assist us in visualizing the bloodstains.
And generally, what is Blue Star?
Blue Star is a presumptive test for blood, meaning that it will react with blood, but it can react with multiple other substances. However, with Blue Star, when it reacts with the heme component of bloodstains, it will chemiluminesce or glow a bright blue color in the dark.
You missed a great
You said
performance by the
heme?
defendant.
Correct. Heme.
What do you mean by that?
It's a molecule in the blood that specifically is targeted by Blue Star in our presumptive testing.
So while Blue Star can presumptively test positive for blood, can it presumptively test positive for other substances?
It can. Most of what it will react to is any oxidizing agent, which can include cleaning agents, bleach, even horseradish. So it's presumptive in the sense that we can search for blood, but there has to be additional testing to determine if it is blood and if there is any DNA present in that sample.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Yeah, I would imagine if it's going through the carpet and the padding and all of
Mr.
that.
Leeward, do you generally recognize what I'm holding here, which has been marked as People's Exhibit 442?
Yes, I do.
How you recognize it?
This is a diagram that I created of the main level and the basement level of 6627 Mandan Drive.
Ooh, hand
And
drawing, not to scale.
Generally, are there various markings on this exhibit 442?
Yes, there are. It has the address, it has what level of the scene it is, and then there are also additional blue, yellow, and purple dots within the diagram that I placed, indicating positive blue star reactions on my multiple visits.
And is People's Exhibit 442 a fair and accurate representation of what you created with regard to floor plan?
Yes, it is.
Right, at this time, we would move to admit People's Exhibit 442.
No objection. Exhibit 442 will be admitted.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
he's doing good on the stand. We're assuming. We haven't seen his drawing yet.
Mr. Lure, there is a pointer. I'll ask you to use that as you walk through your testimony here.
Can you get blood stains out of concrete?
Runner, is this the right positioning that you prefer for this? It's very big.
It's fine. It's most important that the jury be able to see it. I think maybe if you cant it a little bit, turn it the other way.
Which way, Your Honor?
Like this. Other way.
Sorry.
There you go. There you go.
We're good now?
Yep.
Doesn't follow. Okay. Mr. Lever, can you walk the jury through the diagram that appears in People's Exhibit 442, basic layout of the house?
Absolutely. Is it okay if I stand up next to the diagram as well?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
But if you're going to do that, you'll need to stand to one side or the other so that the jurors at the far end will still be able to see. So you just need to stand to one side or the other of the diagram.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Thank you. So as you can see on the top of the diagram of the first section of this, that is going to be the main level of 6627 Mandan Drive. And when it relates to my crime scene processing, my first response was predominantly focused on in the upper right-hand corner over here. That is the garage. We were tasked with searching for latent bloodstains in the garage earlier that day. As you can see at the bottom left corner of the garage, there's a doorway. That will open into the laundry room, which the laundry room will continue to open into the main level of the home. Towards the center of this top half of the diagram, there is a stairwell. This stairwell leads to the basement, which the basement is highlighted on the bottom level or the bottom half of this diagram. Can you guys see the bottom half over there? Is it okay if I move the diagram slightly?
That's fine.
And Your Honor, if the jurors need to stand up or move around to see the diagram, would that be permissible in their chair?
Yeah, if you need to, especially the guys in the hole over there.
And Mr. Leeward, just so
I have it on my court feed. This is long crime.
Just make sure that your voice is projecting.
Absolutely. You will see the whole diagram now. Fantastic.
So can all of the jurors hear him? We have a microphone if it would be helpful, but if everybody can hear him, okay. Everybody's nodding, it's all good.
So on the bottom half of this diagram, this is the basement level. And towards the middle of this bottom half of the diagram, you can see the stairwell again. This is the stairwell that connected the upper level and the lower level. But now on the bottom right side of this half of the diagram, you'll see two rooms. The room to the bottom is the southeast bedroom, which I was informed was Gannon's room. And then the room above Gannon's room, that is a storage room or storage closet that I also searched for Blue Star. And then towards the left side of this diagram, you have an entertainment area in the bottom left corner. In the upper left corner, you have a bathroom, an additional bedroom, and an additional walk-in closet.
Great. And so when you responded initially to the residents on February 3rd of 2020, can you walk the jury through what your method of approach when you approach a scene is?
Absolutely. When we respond to a scene in any capacity, we will always
We're behind
go at it in the least
17
intrusive
minutes.
measures. That means I will work outside to inside. So in this case, I was tasked with searching for bloodstains within the garage, between the garage and his bedroom. Because I don't want to go to the most intrusive ending, I'm not going to go straight to his bedroom. I'm going to start in the garage and work my way down. And that's the same with any crime scene. We'll always start outside and get closer to what is of interest.
Okay. And you can take a seat. I'm going to ask you to look at a set of photos. You're under permission to approach the witness with what has been marked previously provided to the defense as People's Exhibits 443 through 450.
We're 17 minutes behind.
450.
Should we speed up?
443 through 450, Your Honor.
I'm not sure why we're behind.
Maybe you
Thank
can
you.
just put it on 1.2 speed or something. Can you?
Yeah, I'm going to do that.
Mr. Leeward, can you take a moment to familiarize yourself with that set of exhibits?
Absolutely.
I'm not sure why we're behind. We can fast forward through him looking at pictures and not testifying.
And do you recognize People's Exhibits 443 through 450?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are photographs that I took during my initial visit or my initial processing the morning of February 3rd.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw during your initial processing on February 3rd of 2020?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the people have moved to admit People's Exhibits 443 through 450 and permission to publish.
Exhibits 443 through 450 will be admitted.
Yeah, there was no rape kit.
Mr. Leeward, whatever's going to work better for you. If you want to stand between the screen and the diagram, I'll defer to you, but I will ask you to point out various locations
Kind of like it
on People's
faster.
Exhibit 442.
Absolutely.
And, sorry, go ahead.
I'm going to stand in front of the diagram so I can turn and show the best way for you, for the jury.
He sounds like he's normal speaking.
I wonder what the
Now, Mr.
defense is
Leeward, you've
going to sound
explained that
like.
you approach a scene from the outside moving inwards. And so what we see in People's Exhibit 443, what are you documenting here?
I'm documenting the front side of the residence, so I am facing south towards the garage. And what's important here is during our overall photographs, we want to document what address we are at. So along the right-hand side of this image, you can see 662 and then something covering the bottom part. But this is the overall view of the front of 6627 Mandan Drive.
People's Exhibit 444, what are you documenting here?
This is an overall photograph of the interior of the garage. I'm standing in the northeast corner, facing southwest towards the laundry room.
People's Exhibit 445.
Now I'm standing in the southeast corner of the garage. And again, I'm facing west towards the laundry room.
People's Exhibit 446.
Standing in the southwest corner of the garage, facing east. So I'm standing right in front of the stairway to the laundry room.
I didn't know we were behind. Otherwise, I would have.
People's Exhibit 447.
This is right at the base of the stairs to the laundry room. And I'm showing that there's a rug there and stairs leading into the laundry room.
Now, as you're walking through this garage area, how do you know which areas of the garage to specifically focus on?
There are multiple considerations we have to take into. For example, the question was if there were latent bloodstains between the garage and his bedroom. It's not observed in these photographs yet, but there is a woodworking shop in the garage that would have been difficult for a vehicle to be parked or anybody to be present. So what we focused on were the open areas where you could walk or park a vehicle.
And in terms of the scope that you're allowed to document and process when you're on a scene, is that dictated by anything?
Yes, we have to work within the parameters of a search warrant. If there's something that we want to collect that are outside of the search warrant, we have to apply for another search warrant to be able to collect that.
And that goes directly to my first question really should have been, are you just allowed to walk into a house and start processing?
No, we are not. We are initially first requested by a law enforcement agency, traditionally the sheriff's office or Colorado Springs Police Department. And once they receive a search warrant, we are able to enter a home for our documentation and evidence collection purposes.
And so now what we see in People's Exhibit 447 is a piece of carpet. What was important for you to do next when you observed this piece of carpet?
For the purposes of what we were doing, again, we were searching for latent bloodstains. So our next step was to start spraying the garage with Blue Star to see if we could get a chemiluminescence.
And can you explain for the jury the steps in very basic steps of even just beginning to spray Blue Star? Where do you get it?
So Blue Star is a proprietary chemical and it comes in 2 vials. We have to put these 2 vials with a certain amount of distilled water and mix that up. Once it is mixed up in a spray bottle, we will lightly spray over wherever we are trying to search for bloodstains. And we lightly spray over it because it will fluoresce or it will chemiluminesce very quickly. And once we see the chemiluminescence, we'll try to photograph it. But what's most important is that we swab it and note it.
In terms of timing, is that important when you know that you're going to use Blue Star to when you start spraying it?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Timing, is that important when you're using Blue Star? Can you, mix the reagent and use it for 3 hours later? Is that important? Does it matter?
So there is a shelf life to Blue Star, but we are able to use it for, if we mix it when we initially get to a crime scene, we're able to continue using that throughout the duration of the crime scene, whether it be a day or not.
Okay. And People's Exhibit 448. Again, what are we seeing here?
People's Exhibit 448 is another photograph from that same location. However, now I've slightly moved up to show in relation to where the doorway is, where I was standing.
People's 449.
This is another photograph of the rug, but it's taking facing southwest now. So it's just an additional angle of the stairwell and the rug itself.
And specifically with regard to those stairs, is there a difference how these stairs appear now versus the other photos that we've seen?
Absolutely. In the previous images, the stairs were dry and kind of a lighter shade, but now you can see that they're a darker shade. That is because I had sprayed Blue Star on these stairs, resulting in them being saturated.
People's Exhibit 450. What are we looking at here?
People's Exhibit 450 is a Blue Star photograph showing the chemiluminescence of the positive reaction with Blue Star, predominantly on the rug and slightly west of the rug.
And in terms of photographing Blue Star, are there anything
lot of
that
blood.
you encountered when you were there on February 3rd of 2020 that morning?
When it comes to photographing Blue Star, it is difficult to photograph because you have to manually control many settings on your camera that force a certain amount of light in for a certain period of time. So we
He's
have
gonna
very high
demonstrate.
power cameras that we can
That's
adjust
why he
those
brought his
settings
camera.
to take photographs like this.
And would now be a good time to use your camera?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I
We
knew
did
it.
see you walk up to the stand with
Saw
a
that
camera.
coming.
Would explaining how Blue Star is photographed and using that camera be helpful for you in demonstrating that to the jury? Your Honor, permission for the witness to use his camera for demonstrative purposes only?
Defense?
No.
You may go ahead.
Well, they sounded normal. It wasn't
Mr. Lever,
no
you started to
objection.
explain the fancy settings
They
of
did.
your camera. Can you explain that to the jury?
Absolutely. So what I have here is a Nikon D500 camera. And the reason we use these, like I said before, is that we can manually adjust many settings on this camera to take photographs that you normally wouldn't be able to on your cell phone. So we're predominantly concerned with 3 settings in general. The aperture, which if you look at the front of the lens here, that's the opening in which the light will come in. That's kind of like the pupil of your eye. We're concerned with the ISO setting, which is simply saying how sensitive the camera is to light itself. So if I have a higher
Defendant was
ISO, that
bored.
means photographs will appear brighter because it's more sensitive to light. And then additionally, when I take this lens off, being very careful, you can see here, there's this mirror. There's going to be a shutter in here. That's what opens and closes when we're trying to capture a photograph. And the reason that is important is because we have to focus on the shutter speed of our camera. And what that means is if I have a very fast shutter speed, it means it opens and closes very fast, not letting much light in.
I believe it was
But
the
if I have the
laundry
shutter
room.
speed open for a very long time, it allows more light to come in, meaning I can take photographs in the dark that are brighter, but I can also show the chemiluminescence of Blue Star. Additionally, I didn't bring it up, but the aperture
Was
is
it
an
the
additional
garage?
way to allow light in.
Maybe.
But for the purposes of Blue Star, it is predominantly the shutter speed that we are concerned with.
Oh, it was the door leading.
But what are
to
the
laundry
ideal
room.
conditions to even do this photography in?
Right in the garage door.
Yeah.
You have to have a dark room. It doesn't have to be completely dark, but to see a reaction, it has to be mostly dark. So with that being said, we have to have our camera settings allowing us to take photographs in the dark with very minimal light.
And
I apologize. I was going to say, but as you can see here in the bottom portion of this photo, you can see that there is some light. We have to have some light present within the scene to show what the conditions look like with the Blue Star chemiluminescence, because it doesn't really tell much if we have bright blue but nothing behind it to show what it's on.
can you walk the jury through the
was
different
halfway.
areas where reaction is being observed here in People's Exhibit 450?
Absolutely. So this is at the base of the stairs leading to the laundry room in the garage. So this is along the south wall of the garage in the southwest corner.
Good evening.
And would you point that out on People's Exhibit 442 for the jury as well?
Like I said before, the upper half of this diagram is the main level of the residence. In the upper right-hand corner, that is the garage. You can see along the south or the bottom wall of this diagram that there are many blue dots. Each blue dot represents a Blue Star reaction that I had on my first visit on February 3rd. Going forward, the green dots will be my second visit and the purple dots will be my third visit. But I'm sure we'll get there.
So after you see this positive reaction in People's Exhibit 450, what is your next step?
When we have a Blue Star positive reaction, we have to consider the substrate that it's on or what the Blue Star is reacting with. So in this case, we have a rug that we could easily collect. So we just collect that easily. However, if we have blue star reactions on a wall or floor, we can't collect wall or the floor. So we'll have to collect a sample of that blue star reaction itself.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with People's Exhibit 451, and I will show it to the defense as well.
All right.
I hope not.
Are you being interviewed in connection with a crime? The earlier testimony was that it does react with cleaning solutions, except it takes a while.
451.
Could I handle it real fast?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
It's more immediate when it's bodily fluids.
I do recognize this.
How do you recognize it?
This is the rug that I collected from the base of those stairs. And the reason I recognize it is the label has the description of where it came from. It has my employee ID number as well as the item number. And then there are additional tape seals on the back with my initials and the date that it was sealed up. However, there are additional tape seals and markings on the rug indicating it has been examined by further lab personnel.
Aside from those differences that you pointed out, would you say that it is in the same or substantially same condition as when you last observed and collected it?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 451.
Exhibit 451 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now, after you note the reaction in People's
Apparently
Exhibit
he shot out his own
450,
car windows.
what do we see now in People's Exhibit 400 and, oh, sorry, whoops. Went ahead myself, Your Honor. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 452 through 458.
Exhibit 452 through 458 will be admitted.
Thank you.
No, no objection to those.
I'll lay the
exhibits.
foundation, Your Honor. Mr. Lewer, would you take a moment, familiarize yourself with People's Exhibit 452 through 458?
Absolutely.
How do you recognize those exhibits?
These are additional photographs that I took during my first visit to 6627 Mandan Drive.
All right, I got to get
And
quicker on my
generally, what area do those photos show?
Generally, this is going to be along the south wall of the garage.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we now move for the admission of People's Exhibits 452 through 458.
Okay. Exhibits 452 through 458 will be admitted.
Now we can show 452. All right. Mr. Lewer, can you explain to the jury what we're looking at in People's Exhibit 452?
So as you can see along the right-hand side of this image, you can see the carpet that we've alluded to before. So this is facing, or this is slightly east of that carpet, looking at the floor.
In 453, what are we seeing now?
This is a blue star photograph of the ground nearby the rug.
Now, is this fair to say that this is a bit brighter?
Yes.
Okay. And when you see this blue star reaction, again, what is important for you to do next?
Again, what's important most is to document it in our notes and collect a sample of it.
People's Exhibit 454. What are you documenting here?
This is a photograph of a military backpack along the south wall of the garage.
455.
This is a photograph of that bag moved, so we can search for blue star reactions underneath the bag.
456.
And this is a blue star positive reaction photograph after the bag had been removed.
457.
We've rotated slightly to the
That's
east.
not good.
This is a photograph of the southeast corner of the garage, highlighting those boards and the box directly south of the boards.
And 458.
This is a positive blue star reaction on the boards and on that box that I alluded to.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 459.
You may go ahead.
Yeah, there appears to be
Mr.
a
Lewer,
lot
do
of
you
blood.
recognize People's Exhibit 459?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is an envelope with swabs that I collected of the positive blue star reactions within the garage. And again, this is based on the label indicating where it came from with my employee ID number and the tape seals. And again, there are additional tape seals indicating that this has been examined by additional lab personnel.
And in terms of the various swabbings that you did in that area, area of interest for you in People's Exhibit 458, are those swabs contained in People's Exhibit 459?
Yes, they are. If there was a blue star reaction and it was swabbed, it is collected and placed in this envelope.
And again, is that envelope same or substantially same, given the differences that you pointed out to the jury?
Other than the additional tape seals, then yes, it would be.
Your Honor, at this time would be moved for the admission of People's Exhibit 459.
Mr. Tellini? No objection. Exhibit 459 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now, Mr. Lewer, there's some particular areas that you noted in People's 458, and just to be clear, the reaction includes the boards, but it also includes another object?
Yes, it does. As you can see, the multiple boards in this photograph have a blue star reaction. But if you look at the box to the top of this image, there are also there's some blue chemiluminescence that was swabbed, whereas the boards were collected.
And can you just clarify for the jury on People's Exhibit 442 where that reaction is taking place?
Absolutely. As we can see on the top right-hand portion of the main level in the diagram, we have 3 dots on the southeast corner of the garage. That's going to include the box as well as the boards in the photograph that you see here.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 460 through 476.
You may.
Thank you.
For that set of exhibits, Mr. Lewer, do you recognize those?
Let me take a look. So much. I appreciate you.
I thought the one officer mentioned that they didn't smell cleaning
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness, these are slippery.
or cleaning products.
Sorry?
Permission to approach the witness, the pictures are.
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't
go
remember
ahead.
anybody saying anything about it.
Yeah, that was asked on cross. After a jury question, remember the jury question asked about the smell, and he said he didn't smell anything. And then the defense asked, "Did you smell cleaning supplies?" And he said no, or cleaning products.
So are they saying like she like did something to him in the garage? Is this what
They're
this
saying that she loaded his body into the suitcase.
All right, do you
into
generally
the car in
recognize
the
People's
garage.
Exhibits 460 through, I believe, 477?
Yes, I do. These are additional photographs that I took during my first scene processing.
And Your Honor, sorry, just to clarify, 460 through 476 is actually the number of exhibits there.
Right. Go ahead.
Are they fair and accurate?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 460 through 476.
Mr. Tellini? No objection. Exhibits 460 through 476 will be admitted.
Now, Mr. Leeward, behind you is People's Exhibit 460. You'd mentioned some presumptive positive reactions that you noticed with the boards. What are you documenting in People's Exhibit 460?
What I'm documenting here is that there was initially an additional black bag right in the center of the photograph to the right or the east of the last board. And I moved that bag, and that's what I'm photographing in this depiction right here.
In 461, what are we seeing here?
This is a blue star positive reaction photograph slightly east of those boards and on the boards as well.
462.
This is a photograph directly of the boards at their south end.
We're watching at
463?
1.25 because we got
Again,
behind.
a blue star positive reaction photograph. It's difficult to see, but it's on the farthest bottom board or the farthest east board in this photograph.
And Mr.
Blame
Leeward, would
Jamie.
you use the pointer just to point that out to the jury?
So using the pointer, it's going to be slightly in the middle of this image, but it's going to be the board that we are going to refer to as, I believe, 4. And it's this blue chemiluminescence towards the center on the screen right here.
People's 464.
This is another photograph of the boards, but as you can see towards the bottom of the image now, I've labeled the boards. I've labeled north, and I've given them arbitrary numbers as 1 through 4.
And would you point that out to the jury as well?
Absolutely. So I previously testified that that board was number 4. It was actually number 1. I apologize for that. But here on the bottom side of this image, you can see towards the center of these boards, I've labeled them 1, 2, 3, and 4. I've indicated a north arrow, and I've written top, indicating that that is the top of the board.
465.
This is a close-up image of that information.
466.
This is after I cut the boards. We decided to do this because the boards were very long. They spanned the entire length of the garage. So instead of having to contain all of the board, we cut the samples that we had presumptive positive reactions on.
And would these boards now be made available to other members of law enforcement or other people for additional access?
Yes, they would.
People's Exhibit 467, can you orient the jury as to where we're at now?
Absolutely. This is kind of a difficult photograph to discern where we are. But along the left side of this image, you can kind of see the end of a stairwell. And on the diagram here, in the bottom left side of the garage, we're in the southwest corner, looking directly in that corner. So where the rug initially was, it'll be slightly west of that.
People's 468.
This is a Blue Star reaction underneath the items within that southwest corner.
469.
We've moved some of those items to better visualize what was under those items.
470.
An additional Blue Star reaction photograph of that same area.
Now, you did explain that you like to work outside in, and so as you've documented various areas around the garage, what is the next area of focus for you?
Naturally, our next indication would be to move into the garage. So what we did after we Blue Star this area was move further into the laundry room.
So in People's Exhibit 471, what are you documenting here?
This is a photograph of the door to the laundry room, but we're within the garage. We have not crossed that threshold yet.
And People's Exhibit 472.
This is a Blue Star positive reaction photograph, and it's kind of difficult to see, but at the top of this image, towards the
Yeah,
middle
somebody
of the
said it.
screen,
We
there's
haven't
a
even
blue marking on the
gotten
door.
into the house yet.
People's Exhibit 473.
This is a photograph once we've opened up the doorway to the laundry room.
People's Exhibit 474.
This is a photograph of Blue Star positive reactions on the floor of the laundry room. Again, it may be a little bit difficult to see, but it's right on the floor, right as you cross the threshold, and it's towards the center of the image.
People's 475.
Now we're standing within the laundry room, facing the doorway and looking at the ground towards what would be the entrance of the home.
I was thinking the micro machine.
People's 476.
Additional Blue Star reactions along that floor between the doors of the home and the laundry room.
And Mr. Leeward, would you go ahead and point out those different spots for the jury?
Absolutely. So we can see the washer and dryer along the left side of the screen. We can also see some laundry baskets on the right hand of this image, and we're facing south now. So you can see some of these blue speckles along that walkway between the washer and dryer and the laundry baskets.
And are you also documenting that on People's Exhibit 442?
I am. So you can see we've alluded that the garage is in the upper left-hand corner. Now, as you move south, you can see the doorway, and this linear stretch that orients north-south, that is the laundry room. And you can see three blue dots indicating the positive Blue Star reactions that I viewed. However, the three is arbitrary. It's documenting the location. It's not the number of reactions we saw.
And People's Exhibit 400 and let's see. You can take a seat now if you'd like. Now, at some point, you'd explained that certain ideal conditions for photographing Blue Star. At what point in the day are you now coming back? Can you explain that again to the jury?
So as I mentioned before, we are there around noon, the noontime, so very bright outside. You can see that in this image depicted that there's light coming in underneath the doorway, which can be troublesome when we're trying to take very dark photographs for Blue Star. So at this point, we decided with the amount of Blue Star reactions that were observed, that it would be beneficial to respond to the address in the evening hours to search for Blue Star. So because we could make the house darker.
And did you actually respond later in the evening hours on February 3rd of 2020?
Yes, I did. I responded around 6 p.m.
And did you respond with anybody else from your team?
CSI Robert Zaleski responded with me in a training capacity.
And Your Honor, permission to approach.
You may.
You.
Oh. I was confused as well.
All right. Very good witness.
Yeah, he's doing good. Explaining everything.
I just thought,
Ladies and gentlemen, we're
so
going to
much
take our
Seinfeld.
lunch recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room, say 1:20, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourself. Don't discuss the case with anyone else, and have a good lunch. We'll see you back at 1:20. All right, for the jury, please.
All right. We are done with the morning routine. It sounds like we're not done with this witness, and we're going to get more crime scene photos, but that's a lot of blood, and we're not even inside the house yet.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Which I want. Yeah. In my courtroom. Let's bring up. I don't think we have one.
There we go. Now it's down to normal speed.
And
We'll be caught up after the lunch break. I don't know how we got
1:20.
behind. 1:20. So 3:20.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything that we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay. All right. Thank you.
All rise.
Court will be in recess then. Thank you.
1:20, they say. Okay. I'm going to write that down. So,
It's a long lunch.
yeah, they are still running a little behind, I think, especially with them coming back at 1:20. So, yeah, all right, interesting. This morning was definitely interesting. We had Miss Letecia feigning an anxiety attack. Well, I don't know if she was really feigning it or not, but she peed herself, so that was fun. She decided to hit a cop over the head with a monster can, attempted escape, all kinds of good stuff. Talk to herself a little bit, pretend to sleep for a minute.
She is a psychopath.
I wasn't able to use some of my clips because I didn't hear her say yada yada. I got so many yada yadas from Seinfeld. I clipped yesterday. We'll get there. All right. Well, it is 2:00 Eastern time. I will be back at 3:00 Eastern time. We're going to be starting 3:20 Eastern time, so that only gives me an hour to get caught up on some stuff, and then get back on here. So I'm going to cut this a little short without doing a lot of review. But if we start the stream at 3, we should have about 20 minutes to kind of get caught up on some things, talk about this morning's testimony, and whatever else you crazy kids want to talk about, and then we'll go from there. So that will be the plan. I am going to try to catch Nicholas's stream, even though it's not live anymore, I don't think. But either way, I want to hear what Mr. Daryl Brooks has to say. So I'm going to watch that a little bit, and then I will see you all at 3:00.
All right. Bye.
Y'all crazy bitch, but you're so good I'm on top of it when I dream. I'm doing you all night. Scratches all down my back to keep me right on. Hey, y'all crazy bitch.
We got a crazy bitch on our hands. Afternoon, day 8, Letecia Stauch, whatever her name is. Good afternoon, everybody. David Helm back again with another exciting day of Letecia Stauch. What a morning. She peed on herself after all kinds of stories about a carpet layer that raped her and kidnapped somebody else. Then we have her feigning an anxiety attack, running away from the hospital, running to South Carolina, getting arrested, and while on transport back to Colorado, decides to hit an officer over the head with a full monster can and attempt to escape twice. So that's where we are thus far. We have, I have no idea who we have. Oh, actually, no. So now we're going through the last witness that's currently still on the stand is going to be coming back. Is one of the crime scene investigators who's taking pictures of all of the blood that they found in the garage, and we haven't even gotten to the testing of the blood nor into the house, but we have a lot of blood in the garage. I don't know what happened to Nicholas. Toggling back and forth between me and Nicholas. Maybe he set his time wrong. I don't know. Yeah, he still hasn't started. I'm still watching it. If he, is he going? Nope, still waiting. Okay. Hello all. Welcome back. Let's see. Yeah. Yes, she does. She apparently cannot control her bladder, which is fun to know. We always like to know that about these types of people. Wait until you get to the part where she's being transported, by the way. We have some time together, and I had a very short time to eat some lunch. I don't know how many cat people are out there. I'm not a huge fan of cats, but I have 2 of them, or I should say my wife has 2 of them. And while I was trying to make my lunch and eat it, which, because of the lack of time, was simply a bowl of Cheerios, this is what happened. Are you enjoying my lunch? Is it good? Yeah. You like the Cheerios? Yeah, so that's my wife, Kat, eating my lunch. So anyways, so that was what I was doing while I was waiting for Nicholas in his stream. And then getting back to all of you folks. You're a huge Cat fan. All right, let me pull up. Hang on. Where is it? Oh no, where'd it go? Oh, I'm on the wrong count. Hang on. I am going to pull up another video here. Just checking the court feed to make sure that we are good. Where is it? Okay, so this was earlier this morning. I'm going to turn the volume up. Letecia is in the interrogation room. She has just been told she is not free to leave because they are seeking warrants to search her person and her phone. Oh, you have a spare hour? So on the screen is Letecia Stauch. She is being held pending a warrant as a suspect in her stepson's murder.
I just accidentally peed a little.
Apparently she peed a little while in the interrogation room. God, this woman. And so essentially January 27th, 2020, it's alleged that she murdered her stepson and then eventually drove to Florida, hid the body, drove to South Carolina.
Now my pants are wet.
Her pants are wet. Where she was arrested and brought back now for trial. And she is claiming insanity as her defense. So we get to see a bunch of fun stuff, videos of her doing all kinds of crazy things, but in my opinion, don't rise to the level of insanity, just a nutty person. But welcome aboard. It should be a good show. We are going through, this is this morning's testimony while we're waiting for court to get started. And when the court gets back up and running, we have a crime scene investigator that's walking through all the blood in the house. So that's where we'll be. Listening while driving. I will attempt to narrate as much as possible for you. Yes, she's cray-cray, but not insane. So there's her peeing herself, and then I wanted to get up to her anxiety attack when she tries to get out of there.
Read or do?
Where is it? So when's the office?
I can't breathe. I'm just asking you to open the door. I just want to breathe. I'm asking you to keep the door. That's all.
No, we're gonna now we're gonna have to call you an ambulance because you said you got chest pain.
I got chest pain. Just test the food. I can't breathe.
So we're gonna call you an ambulance.
I asked for you to open the door. I just can't breathe.
Well, you're being detained right now. So sit down on the
I
couch.
can't breathe. I just wanted the door open and you refused that. That's all I asked.
You're being detained and the door helps that.
The door does help trying to detain
So sit down
people.
on the couch.
You just leave the door open so I can breathe?
Sit down on the couch.
I told y'all earlier I was positive I had really bad anxiety and I take Lorazepam for it.
Yeah, well, you just trust the public until
Excuse me, I take Lorazepam every day, and if I don't take it, I could have a panic attack. I take on panic attack. So you are misquoting what you heard, sir. I just said open the door.
Okay, well, we're gonna have medical come check you out.
I mean, ridiculous.
You said you're having chest.
Yes, I just since the door's been closed. I haven't taken my anxiety medicine. I've taken it so many days in a row. I'm having.
You had told me,
I don't ever take it except on panic attacks.
yes, you had told me earlier that you don't take it on a regular basis.
I don't.
But whenever,
When I put in the last few days, I feel like I am. That's why I kept asking you to open the door. So now this gentleman thinks that I'm being frustrating to deal with him when I asked several times just to open the door and let me get fresh air. That's all I asked you several times.
would it be helpful? Like, do you have your lorazepam?
No, I don't.
Was it in your car?
No, I
in your
don't.
house?
That's why I asked that I open the door.
Like, do you want to see a medical personnel or?
I mean, I wanted the door open because I was having chest pains. That's all.
So what I need very clearly from you right now is for you to tell me whether or not you feel like you are having a medical emergency.
Panic attack now.
Okay. Do you feel like you're having a medical emergency that you need to be seen by a medical provider for?
I mean, not probably at the moment, but I am having chest pains, and usually it's a panic attack overing.
Okay.
I'd be having a panic attack.
I mean, I
if were
haven't
her.
taken it, so it's like taking me off of it because I couldn't get to it yesterday. I do. I've had general anxiety since I was 16.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. So I literally opened the door and asked him, could I just open the door? That's all. And he started making accusations.
Okay. Well, I'm sure that wasn't his intention.
That
Sure he wasn't
never his intention, but I don't like. I didn't come at interview. Have I came at you been disrespectful to you?
No, and I hope that you don't feel like I've been disrespectful
No,
to you either.
that was very unprofessional. What you did.
I don't think so. I told you
What
we're
was
going to call medical. That's
No, that's not what you said. That's not what you said. But
No, that's true right then. That's on recording.
but that is not what you said. You started making up reasons why when
Wait,
I
there's a
do
recording
have
of this?
testing.
Okay. Well, I believe that you have testing. So like I said, if you would like medical attention, then we can get you medical attention. Is that what you want?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. That's what he told me to getting. And he told me to sit back down and shut the
I'll
door.
sit here with her if you want to.
Thank you. Just leave the door open. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, it's usually the hot pocket.
Keep the door open.
So we'll get somebody to come check you out. Do you have any kind of, other than the anxiety disorder, do you have any other medical conditions that we should be aware of?
No, I'm just hungry and tired, and
Okay.
when I
She's
get like
hungry
that
and tired and
panic
wants
attack.
to go home.
Okay. So, I mean, I gave you a hot pocket earlier. Is there something else that I can get for you? Do you want a
Bring up the Hot
sandwich?
Pocket
Do you
again.
want have burrito? I have tamales. We have all kinds of stuff here. We can order something if there's something that you need to eat.
Yes, she did.
You just got to tell me what it is. What would you like? I mean, obviously, I'm not gonna buy lobster, but what would you like to eat?
First, I would like to see can they like help me with anxiety medicine?
You need somebody to bring in
She
your
wants
anxiety
drugs.
medicine.
Like,
I don't have anxiety medicine here.
yeah,
so-
I'm saying you said you could call medical professional.
Sure, I can call an EMT. Like they're gonna call an EMT, but they're not gonna be able to dispense medication to you if you have a prescription. I mean, maybe your husband can bring it, and we can get you your medication. You can self-administer what you already have prescribed to you.
Sorry, I'm pulling up right here.
Huh?
My throat is blowing now. When all I asked was for the door to be opened.
Okay, well it's open.
I know, but he was very rude about it. So could I please read? That's all.
Well, maybe you two y'all's personalities don't click. Sometimes it happens.
But come on, I'm a human being. It's the door. Clearly, I'm not going anywhere. The door. Fine, open the door. That's all I ask.
Well, it's open now. So we
Yes,
can-
I appreciate you saying.
All I want is the door to be open and you to let me out and not charge me with murder and let me do my thing. Where is it where the EMTs show up? Then all of a sudden she can't talk.
Mhm.
You just picked the lorazepam as needed?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I had taken it like a few days in a row, so without
Hello,
taking it.
Kim.
So like I'm doing that.
Uh-oh. Did I miss something now?
Vital. Do you have any allergies to medication?
No.
What's the birthday?
She doesn't know her birthday.
How old are you?
How old are you?
Oh, yeah, 35. No.
Ma'am, what's your date of birth? What's that?
35.
No, what's your date of birth? What day were you born? In what year?
I was saying she doesn't comprehend now.
Yeah, sure. Good look at your heart, okay?
Did I anything wrong? I don't understand.
I'm just asking what your birthday is.
Oh,
And you keep saying 35. Sir? What are you, what day in August? Well, we're gonna have to put some stickers right underneath your left breast here so we can take a look. August, what year?
Oh. 1983.
1983.
Yeah, she's full of it. I don't believe a word.
Ma'am, I didn't catch your name. Give me your name, please. Letecia.
Can you spell Lisa, please? Name off. So we can write down, please.
Then she's eventually hauled out. Shall we rewatch her?
And when's the last time you had problems with your anxiety?
We're going to rewatch her transportation from. Oh wait, too far. Okay, so this is her being transported from South Carolina to Colorado. Yes, this is from this morning, earlier today. We're just replaying some of the highlights. I really thought she'd get away. I bet she thought she'd be able to open the door and get away.
Stop! She keeps threatening me.
Stop.
She keeps on threatening me, and I've stopped it. She keeps on.
She got out of the streets.
She keeps on. Threatening me. I will for you. She keeps
Put your arm down.
Put your arm down. But she keeps threatening me the whole time.
Tisha, give me your arm.
I will to you.
Tisha, give me.
Tisha, give me your arm. I will to you, but not
Cooperate with me. Cooperate with me.
I will
Talk
with
to her
you,
like
but
a
not with her.
child.
Cooperate with me.
I will with you, not with her.
Tisha?
I will with you. I said I would with you. Give me your arm now. I said I would with you. I said I would with you. And I wouldn't need this.
Stop resisting.
I'm not resisting. I said I would with her. Let her not touch me.
Go ahead. I got it on.
She got her hands out of the cup.
I'm not
Resisting. Yes, you are. Stop it. Put it behind her back.
Yep.
Yeah, I have no idea either.
Tisha, stop it.
I'm not even doing anything.
Except she really thought she was going to get out of it. I thought, or that's my thought. She thought she was going to be able to get away, open the door,
You just
and run.
got another charge.
Well, she shouldn't be doing me like this.
I haven't seen any new charges come out of.
Stand by.
Where was she in this?
I'm not trying
Alabama,
to.
Kentucky, or something?
You can stay that way the rest of the trip.
Please know what we want to do. We're going to the nearest detention facility. No, everybody knows.
Oh, could you please untighten it from my hands?
Not right now, teacher.
Yes, it's on my arms.
Kansas, yeah.
Lean
I haven't heard
forward.
about any new charges out of Kansas, but I believe she should have some
Lean
charges out
forward.
of Florida
Stop
too.
and adjust it. Stop manipulating the saw.
Eating you.
So that is our wonderful Letecia.
Y'all crazy bitch, but you're so good I'm on top of it when I dream. I'm
We're gonna
doing
get
you
caught
all
up.
night. Scratches all down my back to keep me right on. Hey, y'all crazy bitch, but you're so good I'm on top of it when I dream.
She is crazy, by the way. So that's she's crazy, but not medically crazy or not legally crazy, is my opinion. She definitely has an attitude problem. She has a control problem. She has a lying problem. It's never her fault. It's never her fault at all. That's definitely her theme song. That's definitely her theme song. Although I don't know anyone who would want to F her. But you never know. I'm sure she's getting fan mail while she's in prison. There's not a more perfect song. Yeah, there's only so much of it I can play. I want to play it a lot longer. Until I get copyright struck. Then I gotta. So I'm keeping it short. You can fix her. No. It was deleted. No, I don't know what happened. I sent him a DM. Maybe he just had the wrong time up. So I have no idea what happened to Nicholas, but we'll find out. You cannot fix crazy. You can only endure it, is my opinion. Yeah. You know she doesn't act like this, or she does act like this all the time. You can fix her too? God. Who would want to go through that effort? What are you getting in return? That's my question. Let me make sure we're playing here. Here we are. We're live. Okay. The court has a bad habit of just jumping straight in and not giving us any warning. If you have not liked this video and subscribed and told several of your friends about it, please do so. That would be greatly appreciated. Trying to get to that 1,000 mark. We are like 101 away or something. We're pretty damn close. What is that song called? That is Buck Cherry, and it's called Crazy Bitch.
Y'all crazy bitch, but you're so good I'm on top of it.
The band is Buck Cherry.
I'm doing you all night. Scratches all down my back to keep me right on. Hey, y'all crazy bitch, but you're so good I'm on top of it when I dream. I'm doing you all night.
It is not. We're waiting for it to come back. Just a few minutes. Just a few minutes to try. We'll be back. You can sedate it. Yeah. Yeah, I imagine they should have maybe sedated her on the drive home after that. I don't know if she has borderline. That's not what they're alleging. Her defense is alleging that she has DID, dissociative identity disorder. And I'm sure I'm pronouncing that wrong, but essentially it's old school. You'd call it multiple personality disorder. Though I haven't seen her call herself by any particular name other than herself. And I don't think that's going to fly. But they have an expert. I'd love to see what the expert has to say. Jamie.
Hi.
Hi, welcome back.
Oh my gosh.
And your dogs. Did you see my cat video?
No.
No? My cat was eating my lunch. I shared it earlier. Are you on Twitter?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Yes.
Oh, you got to follow me. I posted it.
I will have to go on there and look for
Welcome back, everyone. So there's mentally insane, And then there's criminally insane, which are completely different things. And actually, so insanity is not really a medical term. You can be diagnosed with different disorders and stuff, but you can't be like medically diagnosed with insanity, from what I gather. But it is a legal term that could be used that can justify your actions and have you found not guilty. So that's what they're going for. She is not guilty because she is unable to control her actions or she's unable to rather form the proper mens rea or the mental state in order to commit the crime, or she is so incapacitated she doesn't know right from wrong. That's what they have to prove. Supposedly they have an expert. Oh, and here we get going. No, that's my other feed. We should be getting going here pretty quick. BS on her disorder. Yeah, she has no disorder. She's just a selfish, lying, manipulative person. That's my opinion.
Absolutely.
All right. Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
Not from the people, Your Honor.
Yes.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in. And Ms. Gratiano, you can move that once the jury gets in and whenever you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll do that.
Somebody said Nicholas's thing was dismissed or moved. Oh, he moved it to 7:30 p.m. now. I see it. So I will be watching it at 7:30 p.m. Nicholas's stream. I will drop another link in this video. Actually, his channel should be in the description below, but I'll put a link directly to that video in this chat. We are waiting for the crime scene investigator to get back on the stand.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's okay.
Yeah, she couldn't remember the story, so she made up the Quincy Brown one.
That was good.
There was a suggestion. I forget who it was. Somebody whoever it was, tell me that maybe she was having an affair and Gannon caught her. And that might have been what happened. If he caught her on the 26th with another man. So that's interesting. I don't believe she had multiple personalities. I don't believe she had multiple men, but it's a theory.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break,
that was
we were
based
in the midst of
mainly on her
the testimony
statements
of
she made
Mr.
during the
Lear. That's where
interrogation.
we will resume. I'm sorry, Ms. Gratiano.
Yep, and we'll continue on. Well, good afternoon now.
Oh, now we see the diagram.
Your Honor, permission approach to move the easel?
You may go ahead.
It's a diagram of the house. We didn't get to see that earlier. Don't move it. I want to see it.
You spoke too soon.
I know. Somebody in our chat did, and I can't remember who it was that came up with that theory. And it was the way
we were at a good point where you've now transitioned to another part of the house. I would like to take a moment to take a step back. There are two exhibits, I believe, in front of you.
I think it was
I just
none
have
yet.
one.
I haven't seen them.
I just have one photograph.
Maybe.
One photograph. And what photograph exhibit is that previously admitted?
This is People's Exhibit 446.
I project that. Mr. Lever, if you can take a moment to point out some specific items that we see in People's Exhibit 446. Next to the boards, you testified about a bag that you'd moved, done some Blue Star. on, but can you point out that bag in people's 446?
Absolutely. So as you can see in the center of the screen, you see a blue bag next to the boards that I've testified about. This bag appeared to be a softball bag or used for softball materials, but I did not open it to examine what was in there.
And can you point out that bag? To be clear, there may be maybe 2 bags in that particular photo. Can you point out each of those bags?
Absolutely. I'm going to
Let me tell you about our Lord and Savior.
Thank you. So as you can see in the center of this image here, the blue bag I was referring to earlier, there's a big E in the middle of it. But additionally, there's a box to the south end of the boards. There's also another Easton bag with what appears to be a pink softball bag as well.
Thank you. Now you'd explained that your work on February 3rd of 2020 was split basically into 2 parts. The second part was to maximize the advantage of what?
We wanted to respond again in the evening to take advantage of the darkness so we could see
You
the
come
blue
up
star
with
reactions if present.
a fair theory.
Yeah, did you come up with the
And in
theory
terms
that
of that,
Gannon walked in
were
on
you
her
able
having an
to
affair?
document any blue star reactions that you noticed?
Yes, we were. We were able to document it via notes and some photographs. There was a camera malfunction during my response, which I can explain in further detail.
Go ahead.
So I mentioned before the shutter of a camera is what opens and closes for a photograph to be taken. And that when we take our blue star photography, we want to make sure the shutter is open as long as we can to let as much light in. So traditionally, if you have a shutter that is open for a very long time, you're going to have a brighter and brighter photograph. With my camera, there was a shutter issue where I had my shutter open for a very long time, 30 seconds, and my pictures were coming out almost completely dark. And there was a weird noise that my camera was making. So we equated this to a shutter malfunction. So instead of trying to photograph and continually diluting the blue star reaction, we decided it would be best to make a note of it and sample it directly. Because if we kept trying to photograph the reaction, eventually that would continually dilute the sample, which would make it more difficult for a DNA sample to be pulled from it. So in a long-winded answer, we had issues with the camera shutter. So instead of trying to photograph it, we took swabs and noted it immediately. And the camera was eventually replaced that year as well. So
Your Honor, permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 477, 486 through 502 previously provided to the defense.
Right, go ahead.
Got to be more on top of it, Dave.
Yes, they're right. It was the Bifrons. That was
Yeah.
the person who did it. If they ever show up.
To familiarize yourself with the exhibits that I've handed you.
absolutely.
Suppose that's true. I always feel like if you're going to do it, though, you should probably cheat upward, not downward.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but now that I'm thinking about it more, I think you're right. They probably would have had some evidence of it. I mean, because this woman talked and sent messages and whatever. She talked to everybody.
Yeah.
But it was a good theory in the moment because she was really talking about what Gannon would have seen. That was the officer's questions. What would have Gannon
Do you
seen
recognize those?
walking in on you
I
with?
do. These are photographs
Eduardo.
that I took during my second visit or the evening of February 3rd.
And she said
2020.
pleasure noises.
And
So that's
in
what got us
terms
going on
of
that.
the documentation that you did, you were able to actually use your camera, but as far as some of the documentation for lighting and things like that, that became problematic with the Blue Star, right?
That is correct. During the second visit we were there, the CSI Robert Zaleski had his camera. I did switch to that momentarily to photograph some blue star reactions, but overall my camera was having those shutter issues. So again, we predominantly decided that it would be best to note and swab.
And are people's exhibits 477, 486 through 502 a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of people's exhibits 477, 486 through 502.
Vince? Exhibits 477 and 486 through 502 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Great. Mr. Leo, what we have projected here is people's exhibit 477. Why did you document this?
This is an overall photograph of the storage room that's in the basement. And depicted on the diagram here, we have the child's bedroom in the southeast corner of the bottom half of this diagram. And that storage room just north of it, that's what I'm photographing here. And when we do our crime scene processing, we will take overalls of every room to document how it looks before we begin our processing. So this is one of those photos. In relation to where this location is at, it's in the northeast corner of this room facing east. So when you walk in, it's the wall on the farthest.
And as a part of the Metro Crime Lab, fair to say other members of the team also did crime scene work in that room as well?
That's correct.
Your Honor, if we can mute the screen so I can move forward.
Yep.
I'm muted. It's worth doing every once in a while.
Thank you.
Go against the grain. Where is it?
You can go ahead and unmute it. Appreciate it, Your Honor.
Right.
Oh, I lost it. Thank you. And now as you move forward throughout the house, continuing your documentation with specific areas of the house, what are we seeing in People's Exhibit 486?
This is a difficult photograph to recognize because we don't have any labels for it. Traditionally, when we see visible possible bloodstains, we will label them. But with how small what I observed here was, I didn't want to lose it. So what we're looking at here is that first landing. And when I refer to the landings, the first one, we're referring to going downstairs. So the first landing is the first one you hit when you're going down the stairs. The second one is the second landing when you're going down the stairs. So in this diagram, in the center of the top level, it's going to be this north wall of the
Oh, they're
first
pointing at the
landing.
diagram. We
And
can't see
it's
that.
kind of, you can't see it, but there's a zoomed in photograph.
The zoomed in photograph that you're
Glad to
referring
hear.
to, would that be People's 487?
Yes, it is.
If you're not
there was a
getting-
red possible biological sample on that north wall that we thought it would be probative to take a sample of.
If you're not getting notices, also check out my Facebook. You might
People's
get notices from there.
488. Can you orient the jury as to where we are now?
So now we are in the southeast bedroom or Gannon's bedroom. And this is the location. This is right when you're standing in the doorway. So we're standing in the doorway at the top left side of his room on this diagram, facing the southeast corner.
People's 489.
This is another photograph of that corner. However, now we're standing in the northeast corner facing southeast.
People's 490.
This is the direct east wall of that corner we were just referring to.
And based on what you're looking at here, photographing this particular wall, are there any apparent abnormalities that you're seeing when you look at this photo in terms of blood?
Overall, no, but there were observations later made, but at the time there weren't.
People's 491.
So this is another photograph of the southeast corner. It is very yellow because we will take a photograph before we do any blue star without any flash photography. So it will come out usually this yellowish hue. So this is the photograph I took before any blue star processing. And then any photographs subsequent to that will be of that blue star reaction in the same exact location.
And Mr. Lewa, are you familiar with what object generally is in that corner of that bedroom?
I was informed that there was a bed there at one point.
And by the time you'd
Oh,
enter
is that
that
the
room,
blood?
had that bed been removed?
Correct. I did not observe a bed in that corner. However, I did observe a bed in the southwest corner, so on the opposite side of this corner.
People's Exhibit 492. Can you explain to the jury what you've documented here?
This is the photograph from that corner. This is a blue star reaction. And this is after I did switch cameras on the second visit or the second processing. But this is a blue star reaction with blue and whitish blue chemiluminescence around that southeast corner.
And Mr. Lever, would you be able to use the pointer to distinguish between
It's like luminol,
the
except
floor
a different
versus
brand
the
name.
wall
Apparently,
area?
that's what blue star is.
Absolutely.
Apparently, it
So
doesn't
with this
degrade the blood
photograph
though.
being
It can be
so dark,
tested.
it may be difficult to tell.
So
But
that's
towards the
interesting.
bottom of the screen here, you can see kind of a white upside down V. To the upper left side of that V is the east wall of the room. To the upper right hand side of that V is the south wall. And then directly below that upside down V is the floor of that corner of the room.
No, I like the
And
chat to
based
be
on
lively.
the color of the reaction that you see here, is there anything that you can say or opine as to the color and what that means?
So with it being a blue chemiluminescence, it is presumptive positive, is a presumptive positive reaction with blue star, indicating that it could be blood.
People's Exhibit 493. What are you looking at and documenting here?
This is another photograph of the same reaction. However, the spray has been distributed differently, so that's why there's a different appearance now. But again, this is another photograph of the presumptive positive reaction in that corner of the southeast bedroom.
Compared to People's Exhibit 492, would 493 show a greater height of the wall? Or is that just additional spray that you put to document that?
I wouldn't make any conclusions based on that alone, but because when you're spraying with blue star, you're spraying where you can. You may not be hitting every single possible area, possible blood stains, but I will say the reaction does span a higher level in this photograph than the previous photograph.
People's Exhibit 494, what are you documenting here?
So once we saw the blue star reaction in that corner of the room and some discoloration on the carpet, we thought it would be probative to cut the carpet up to see if we could see any visible possible blood stains. And at that point, when we cut the carpet up, we saw a reddish brown stain consistent with blood stains on the underside of the carpet.
And as we've gone through the prior exhibit showing the carpet, was there any discoloration that was apparent on the top of the carpet as you documented?
Yes, it was darker and brown, but it was faint, but it was still present.
And can you point out, let's see, on People's Exhibit 495,
Yeah, I have
what are
no
you
idea.
specifically showing in here?
Anything
This
about
is
the
a
case you
zoomed-in
guys are
photo
talking about?
of the underside of the carpet, kind of highlighting that reddish brown the area of possible blood stains.
And given that you're seeing some possible blood stains soak through the carpet, what's the next level or layer that you're interested in?
Yeah,
We're more
that's
concerned
weird.
about absorption. We're going to continue on to
there's-
see how far down it goes. So with carpet, traditionally, there's also padding underneath. So we pull that padding up, which will then have the concrete sublayer. So we're just trying to see how far down that absorption of any biological material will go.
See, now this is getting too
People's
serious.
Exhibit 496.
I feel like
what
the
have you
boy
documented
was
here with
cowering
regard
in
to
the
the
corner,
padding
bleeding.
and the concrete flooring?
So as I alluded to, we're going to keep searching further down. This is after that padding has been pulled back. So now you can see there was an amount of saturation through the carpet and the padding that resulted on the concrete subfloor.
And to be clear, the padding that we see with a large reddish spot, would that, if it laid back down, would that go directly over the corner area of that room below the socket?
Correct. Any of the reddish stains you're seeing in this photo would have been superimposed on top of each other.
So you're essentially peeling back layers of an onion, so to speak.
Absolutely.
And People's Exhibit 497, what are you documenting here?
It's the zoomed in photograph of the underside of that carpet padding, highlighting that reddish brown possible blood.
In 498?
Similarly,
Could be
we're
old
looking at
stains.
that same staining on the concrete subfloor now.
That's actually a good
499.
As
thought
we
process
kept
there.
pulling carpet back, we observed additional areas of possible blood on the underside of the carpet. And here we're showing how far we pulled the carpet back and seeing additional possible blood stains.
People's Exhibit 500. This is a close-up photo, but what are you focusing on here?
So this is slightly rotated from the previous image, as you can tell by that cut out L. But now in the center of the screen, you can see sort of a brownish stain there as well. We thought that was consistent with possible blood stains, so we wanted to document and collect that as well.
People's Exhibit 501. I do see what you see here is now some layers of measurement that you've applied to the back of the carpet. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at that same photograph that we just observed, but this time I put a scale down showing the size and dimensions of that possible blood stain.
People's Exhibit 502.
This is a further zoomed in photograph of that same area.
Now, as you explained, noticing that you likely think that it may be blood, are you going to blue star these areas?
No, when we are using Blue Star, we will exclusively use that for latent blood stains. And the reason is if you have visible blood stains, you can sample that and test it later. However, you do not have that opportunity with latent blood stains because they are invisible, you can't see them. So if we were to have visible blood stains, all we're doing is diluting it further for any subsequent DNA testing. So when we saw this, we didn't want to test it any further. We wanted to cut it out and collect it in a way that it would be preserved best as possible.
When our person approached the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 503 and 504 previously inspected by the defense.
I'll have to go back through my notes. I'm trying to remember when they said they moved into this home. I believe it was a year prior. So we might have a year of things going
Mr.
on.
Lewer, I'm going to ask you to look at what's been marked as People's Exhibit 504 and first here.
What are some rules I should have for this chat?
503.
Perfect.
See, a lot of people have rules in their chats, huh?
You recognize it?
I do. Could I look at the seals real fast? Yes, I do recognize this. This is that carpet that was directly in the southeast corner of the bedroom, and it also includes the padding. And again, I recognize this based on the label indicating where it was at, having my employee number, and then the tape seals on it having my initials. However, with it being having the package been open, there were additional analyses done by additional forensic personnel.
No, and that's specific to People's Exhibit 504. I think just below that is 503. Can you also take a moment to inspect People's Exhibit 503 as well?
Absolutely.
Free speech, free thinking. I like that. That's the rule.
This one was 503.
Oh, okay, 504 then.
So they lived there for a year, approximately, before all this happened. So, and if it's a new construction, then this would all had to occur within a year. I'm assuming they tested it. I'm assuming it's Gannon's. I don't know if there's going to be any testimony regarding how new or old these stains are. Whether or not they happened on the 27th or not.
504, do you recognize it as well in the same way?
Yes, this is the carpet sample from that second area of possible blood stains we observed. I separated them out because there was enough of a delineation between the one blood stain pattern, possible blood stain pattern, and the second one. So this is that carpet and that padding, again, with the label and the additional tape seals that it is the same item.
And would you say that's in the substantially same condition as when you last collected it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 503 and 504.
No objection. Exhibits 503 and 504 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Mr. Lewer, as you move forward in the room, you're continuing to document the different stains, et cetera, that you see in the room. What else, in addition to blood, were you also tasked with looking for? In terms of defects, projectiles, that sort of thing.
So when we were initially called, we were told to look for blood stains and defects, or latent blood stains and possible projectile defects. During that search, we didn't observe any additional or any defects at all, but we did do the searches for the latent blood stains.
Enjoy your chores.
Your Honor,
Seeking
permission to
truth.
approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 505 through 509.
You may go ahead.
Oh yeah, we should maybe an update or an overview. Yeah, this is stepmom that killed her stepson and is claiming insanity. Although we've seen a lot of insane things by her, none
Do you
rising
generally
to the
recognize
level
those?
I do.
How do you
These are-
recognize?
sorry.
legal
It's
insanity.
okay.
In my
These are
opinion.
photographs that were taken the evening of February 3rd during my scene processing.
No, we're not having
And,
rules.
They include People's Exhibits 505 through 509. Are those also fair and accurate representations of what you saw that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 505 through 509.
Exhibits 505 through 509 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now, Mr. Lee, we're seeing a lot of photos of carpet. How many photos would you normally take at a scene?
So during a crime scene processing, it's not abnormal to have anywhere between 500 to 1,000 plus photographs.
I like this rule.
Most photographs we use are to show the conditions of the scene before, during, and after our scene processing. However, there are times where we take photographs, we'll have placards out, we'll have labels out highlighting particular items. But during a search warrant, we're documenting as we're searching.
Okay. And so what we see in People's Exhibit 505 here, what was important again for you to document closely here?
As you can see along the right hand side of this image, that's the original possible blood stain that was under the carpet. What we're looking at here is an area on the concrete subfloor under that second possible blood stain that we observed.
People's Exhibit 506, we see some measurements here. What are you documenting?
This is additional possible blood stains that were on the concrete subfloor under that second pattern we observed.
And is the idea behind putting this sort of measurement indicator to give you a sense of scope, some sort of frame of reference?
Absolutely.
People's Exhibit 507.
Again, this is a photograph of that first area of possible blood stains, but now a scale is included to show the overall dimensions of that possible stain.
And
Not
Your Honor,
doing rules,
permission for the
people.
witness
It's a joke.
to publish People's Exhibits first 503 and then 504 to the jury by walking past the jury box.
Oh, yes, you may. Go ahead.
Mr. Lewer, if you would go ahead and walk 503 past the jury slowly so that they can review it.
Yeah. So again, she has to be so insane that she doesn't know right from wrong or is unable to form the proper intent. And that would be somebody who has like Down syndrome or something, which I don't think she has.
503.
But you could definitely tell right from wrong.
And you can see in my left hand is the carpet, in the middle is the carpet padding, and in the right hand is the original packaging that I placed the padding and the carpet into.
And based on the way that it's packaged, you're actually able to show the jury the other side of that
Where's
carpet
my
as well.
Correct. It's placed in this packaging for display purposes. This is not something that the lab itself would do. This is the underside of the carpet padding and the underside of the carpet itself. Now that it's flipped, in my right hand is the underside of the carpet. In the middle is the underside of the carpet padding, and in my left hand is the underside of my packaging.
Yes. Maybe like
Thank you, sir. And if you would do the same
89%
with
of
People's
all
Exhibit
women.
504 as well.
Don't believe this one.
This is People's Exhibit 504. This is that secondary carpet area that I alluded to before. In my left hand is the packaging. In the middle is the upper side of the carpet. And in my right hand is the upper side of the carpet padding.
And if you would show the jury the back side of People's Exhibit 504 as well.
Same thing now, but in the left hand is the padding, all the underside. In the middle is the carpet. In the right hand side is the packaging.
Thank you.
Surprised they're not actually bringing in the segments of carpet and padding. Or maybe they
We
won't.
talked about various abnormalities that you would be interested in documenting. And so what we see in People's Exhibit 508, is there anything that's of note for you and why you photographed this?
Yes, I photographed this highlighting a chip in what looks like the windowsill. Towards the center of this image, you can see a white windowsill with kind of what appears to be missing paint. This was consistent with being in the area of where the bed originally was. So I thought if an incident did occur there, based on the blue star reaction and the amount of possible bloodstains, this may be noteworthy.
And what we see
thought
in
it was
People's
showing a
Exhibit
picture.
509, would this be the close-up of that defect that you observed?
Correct. I can't determine what that came from. Again, I'm sure we all have nicks like that somewhere in our home, but I thought it would be of interest to photograph just in case.
And as you noted, there were various reactions along the wall of Gannon Stauch's bedroom. And there's a particular area of a focus that you had with regard to an outlet. Can you explain to the jury what you noted there?
Yes. So in that southeast corner where the bed originally was, there was an outlet cover along the east side of the wall, kind of towards the floor trim.
I know how
With
you
that
feel.
being said, when we observed the outlet cover, there appeared to be dilute possible bloodstains. So we photographed it and collected that item.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 510, 511, and 512.
May, go ahead.
I know. He's got a comic book in disguising it as a legal manual right there.
Mr. Leeward, I handed you People's Exhibits 510 and 511. We'll take those to start. How do you recognize those?
These are photographs that I took during the second visit of the outlet cover in that southeast corner of the southeast bedroom.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, permission to admit People's Exhibit 510 and 511.
510, 511 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Permission to publish as well.
You may.
So here what we have projected behind you is People's Exhibit 510. Does that depict that outlet you were talking about?
Yes, it does. And as you can see, I've alluded to the upside down white V in the photo many times. This is, again, that southeast corner of that room. And along the east wall, you have that outlet cover towards the center of this image.
People's Exhibit 511 for scale. What are you noting here?
So I put a scale on there to outline the dimensions of the outlet cover. But then when you examine the outlet cover more in depth, for example, along the right-hand side of that cover, you can see very faint reddish brown staining consistent with dilute blood stains. So I'm documenting the outlet cover as well as any possible stains on that outlet cover.
And Mr. Leeward, can you point to those areas that you're noting specifically for the jury?
Absolutely. So on the bottom part of this electrical outlet, you can see some what appears to be brownish staining under that first, the bottom part of that outlet. And then additionally, you can see some, it's faint and difficult to see on this screen, but you can also see what appears to be some flow marks or very dilute marks with linear orientation.
And People's Exhibit 512 is not a photograph. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
What is it?
This is the outlet cover, again, based on the label with my initials and my employee number. And there are additional seals on here indicating it's been examined by further forensic personnel.
I just caught that.
And in terms of, again, the method that you use to process, would you have swabbed this? What would you have done to this particular area?
Again, I would not have swabbed this because I want to make sure the sample is unsaturated as possible. With that being said, we did blue star this corner of the room. We knew there was a reaction in that corner of the room, so I would note that there was a blue star positive reaction in the outlet cover, indicating that there is presumptive blood present. So there's no further swabbing that needed to be necessary, and it would be handed off to the DNA unit.
Now, you mentioned dilute, some dilute blood stains there. Can you remind the jury what you mean specifically about dilute?
Yes. So obviously, when you cut your finger, you have very red, thick blood that comes out. And then when you try to clean it up, like if you're in the sink, when you wash it off, it starts to appear runny and starts to become a little bit more clear. That's what I'm alluding to here, is that when I say dilute blood stains, that you have very clear, very faint reddish brown staining instead of the very obvious present red color of blood.
Yeah, he's reading How to Cross-Examine a Crime Scene
In
Investigator.
terms of,
No, it's
you've
just if you
sprayed
take
this
it-
area with Blue Star. Is there anything that you would have noted as it related to the Blue Star reaction in this area? Is there anything that could have told you or anything that you noticed there?
Other than the reaction being blue, indicating that it was presumptive positive for blood, there wasn't anything else that I noted outside of the reaction.
Have a good night.
And so the volume of Blue Star that you spray, how would you describe it? Is it a fine mist? Are there large droplets? What is it?
It's a very fine mist. So it's a standard spray bottle that you receive. It's not like a Febreze spray. It's more of a, you pump a few times, and if you usually will get a reaction after 2 or 3 pumps. So we try to hold off after using as much as we need to see the reaction.
And so in terms of, you're noting that there's dilute bloodstain marks, what appear to be that on this outlet cover, would that have been due to the Blue Star spray creating that? Or could that have been done, for example, by something like cleaning?
It could be both. Because the Blue Star is a liquid that is water-based, there will be some dilution, but the amount you're spraying isn't going to dilute it to this level.
Okay. And based on what you're seeing with the outlet cover, you're working outside in, what are you going to do next?
I'm going to take that outlet cover off. I'm going to collect it. I'm going to see what's underneath the outlet cover.
You're on a permission approach with what's been marked and previously provided to the defense as People's Exhibits 513 through 515. $516 and $517 as well.
Go ahead.
So you missed a whole bunch if you're coming in
Permission to
late.
approach?
You got to go back and watch the morning where she pissed on herself, acted all crazy, had an anxiety attack, and then attacked a police officer.
513,
Good time.
14, 15, and 17.
Yeah, a good day.
Before I get there, Your Honor, based on the foundation laid by the witness, people have moved for the admission of People's Exhibit 500.
Hey.
Nicholas,
512 will be admitted. Go
everyone
ahead.
was looking for you.
Yeah. I've
Mr. Lear, can you take a, sorry, can you take a
had
moment
an
to review
interesting
that?
couple of hours here.
I heard no internet, no power.
Yeah. Good times. Don't you just
Yeah, you
love it
explained
when
that
everything
you
goes down the
collected the cover,
Cooper
which is
the
People's
day of a
Exhibit
stream?
512, but you
Right.
also mentioned that you're going to work outside in. And so, Your Honor, if I haven't already asked, permission to publish as well, People's Exhibits 513 through 515.
You may go ahead.
Everyone's saying hi to you.
Hey.
Oh.
Hey, folks.
Actually,
I thought
did you ask to admit those?
We're going
I
through a
thought I did
crime
without
scene
objection, but Your
investigator
Honor, permission to formally admit People's Exhibits 513 through 515.
with a lot of blood in the carpet and on the floor and on the walls.
Through 517. I just thought I would take them in kind of different chunks or different items.
Mr. Tellini?
No, Jeff. Yeah.
Exhibits 513 through 517 will be admitted.
Great.
Dave has a morning video that has all the.
And what we have
maps
projected
in it.
behind you is People's Exhibit 513. Can you explain what you did now in terms of processing this area?
This is a photograph of the electrical outlet itself with the cover removed, highlighting what could appear to be on the outlet itself.
People's Exhibit 514.
This is a
So,
photograph.
were you joking about the recap of this morning,
Right?
or
Of
did
the
it
outlet
actually
cover,
happen?
because
I don't know.
we observed
The
those
recap
dilute
this
possible
morning,
bloodstains And this is
We
a good
went through a
example
timeline
of
earlier this morning.
that reddish brown color.
Um,
Instead of a very strong solid red, it appears that there's a
And
clear
then-
middle with some
Hang on a
of that coloration on the outside.
And then with the
So this would be a good example of
start of this
possible
video, we
blood.
went through the morning stream,
People's Exhibit
which involves
515.
the defendant
Another photograph.
urinating on herself in the interrogation room, then
And
faking an
I'm not
anxiety
gonna stand
attack,
Before you, you have People's
trying
Exhibit
to escape the
516.
interrogation room,
How do you recognize what that is?
leaving the hospital after they take her directly there
This-
from the
these are
interrogation room.
swabs of those possible bloodstains on
And
the
then
cover
as
or,
she's
I'm
being
sorry,
transported
on
from
the outlet
South
itself,
Carolina to
because I wasn't
Colorado
going to remove
by
the
the
cover
police,
based on
she
possible
hits one
electrical
over the head
hazards,
with a
and
full
it's
can
easier
of
to swab it
Monster
and
and
take it
tries
with
to
us.
escape.
But I identify it
That's
based
what you
on
missed
my
this morning.
employee number on here and the
Oh.
tape seals on the back with additional tape seals on here.
Somebody in your
indicating it's
chat
contested.
asked where that.
So, for
time
example, do you need to open
said it
that
on the
envelope
first
to know that those
video.
are the swabs that you collected?
that's
What's that?
Okay.
Corn.
For those
Poke
reasons,
asking
while
where
the
that was
defense hasn't
at, and I said
objected,
that's in your
Your Honor,
morning video.
I would
You
ask.
have a separate.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
If
Yeah, that's
People's
my morning
Exhibit
video.
516 can be admitted as well.
516 will be admitted. Go ahead.
We do a recap of the highlights of her shenanigans
Sir, I believe
at
you
the beginning
have
of
People's
this
Exhibit
afternoon stream.
517 as well. How do you recognize what that is?
This is a photograph of the room I took after we had removed the outlet cover and finished cutting out the carpet from that corner.
Okay. And when you exit or finish processing a room, are you also documenting that as well?
Yes, I mentioned earlier that when we are taking our photographs of our scene, it's during, it's before, during, and after processing. And we want to document how we left the area after we finish processing as well. So that's this photograph.
Great. And again, Your Honor, will not objected to by the defense based on that permission to admit and publish People's Exhibit 517.
I don't think you get blood inside of a receptacle from a nosebleed, which is what the defendant's trying to
And so
claim.
here, this is the last documentation of the work that you did in Gannon Stauch's bedroom.
Correct.
Based on the overall observations that you observed specifically related to that corner, what was the next step in terms of processing the scene at Gannon Stauch's residence where he lived?
So now that we had observed what appeared to be a larger amount of possible blood stains, indicating that there was a potential bloodshedding event, there was going to be, it was going to come down to trying to find what could have caused that. So whether it be a blunt force instrument or a firearm or whatnot, it would have to be trying to narrow down and collecting anything that we could regarding a possible injuring item.
And where were you directed to document and search?
During my overalls, I said I photographed the entirety of the house. There was a firearm, a pistol located in the upstairs master bedroom on a chest of drawers that was of interest now because of the possible bloodshedding event.
Yeah, she was also served hot
Permission to
pockets
approach the witness with what is
during her
marked as People's
interrogation.
Exhibits 478 through
And really had to go to the bathroom.
483.
You may go ahead.
What do we got now? Why'd our video go away of the witness? There we go.
Do you recognize those?
I'll take a look real fast.
Go ahead.
Okay, I got to be faster on my music.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
Sorry, that's
These are
my
additional photographs that I
interlude.
took, within the master bedroom of the room and of the handgun we observed in on the evening of February 3rd.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 478 through 483.
Defense. 478 through 483 will be admitted.
If Junie B. Jones is around, do you know if they ever found a firearm and connected it to the bullets? If you are in the chat and can let us know.
Your Honor, can you mute the screen just to be safe?
Oh, yeah.
That was your ringtone. I love that song. It's perfect for her. Crazy Bitch by Buck Cherry.
God, that song brings me back.
unmute it, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Lewer, can you explain what we're looking at in People's Exhibit 478?
This is a photograph of the master bedroom on the main level of that 6627 Mandan Drive. We've alluded a lot to the southeast bedroom in the basement, but referring to the diagram, you can see at the top right hand of the main level, when you walk through the laundry room, if you keep walking south, that's the master bedroom on the main level with the doorway at the northwest corner.
All right, and just for the purposes of the record, you're pointing to the diagram on People's Exhibit 442?
And Nicholas, she slipped out of her handcuffs too in the cop car.
Projected behind you, 400.
And then claimed the cop was intimidating her, and that's why she had
in the
to.
room for?
This is another photograph of the room, but now we're standing in the northeast corner.
Slipped out
facing
of
the
her
southwest
handcuffs.
corner.
That's a bit impressive,
People's
actually.
Exhibit 480.
We're facing the chest of drawers that was in the southeast corner of the bedroom. And in the center of the image, you can see a black rectangle. That is the firearm that we collected.
People's Exhibit 481. Oh, geez. 481.
This is a mid-range photograph.
Magic trick.
And 482.
This is a close-up of the firearm before I've rendered it safe. Whenever we collect firearms on a scene, we will render it safe. We'll check the
So they
chamber
did find
for
a
any
gun.
ammunition, and we'll remove the magazine, but we want to photograph it in its condition before we do any of that. So this is that photograph.
And again, did you collect this particular firearm?
Yes, we collected this firearm.
Okay. People's Exhibit 400.
I keep moving the screen around, and I keep having to
What are
shift
we
my
looking at here? Where is this taken?
overlays.
So now I've placed this on an envelope to show, to have a cleaner area to take the photograph. But as you can see now, the slide is locked back. There is no round or cartridge in the chamber, and there's a scale above the gun helping indicate size.
No, everybody
You
who's
indicated
listening,
that based
hit the heart
on
and
what
let's see if it does
appeared to
something.
be some sort of bloodletting event that occurred in Gannon Stauch's bedroom. Is this what allowed you to then seize and take this particular firearm?
Yes.
Yeah, she had it right
Then a
next to the
permission
teddy bear.
approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 484 and 485.
You may go ahead.
Yeah, what is
That's
it
just a
doing?
lot of blood. What was that, Jamie?
I said I'm hitting the heart and it's just a bunch of hearts like on my screen. Is it doing anything on your screen?
I don't see anything. I have no idea. Well, maybe it's doing something in the analytics that I don't see. I have no idea what this does.
I just see a lot of hearts floating around.
How do you recognize
the
those?
chat.
So the box that I was holding that contains the firearm that we collected here. I recognize that with the label and my employee number, as well as the tape seals. And then the envelope that I was holding, which is People's Exhibit 485, that is the magazine from within the firearm, containing approximately 16 cartridges.
Now, at this time, I'll direct your attention to People's Exhibit 484. What can you tell based on the markings on that box?
I can tell that it's been processed for fingerprints as well as DNA sampling, and that it appears that there have been additional exams done by the firearms unit as well as the DNA unit.
The hearts might
And
just
at
be on
this
Facebook.
time, would you use the scissors that are next to you to open that box?
Absolutely.
And to be clear, while you're doing that, when you receive a firearm and you take it into evidence, what have you done specifically with this particular firearm that we see photographed in People's Exhibit 583?
They're on the chat.
So when we collect a firearm, when I say render it safe,
YouTube chat.
what that means is I will lock the slide back. That will disengage the firearm. And when that occurs, a chambered round, if there is a round within the chamber, that will also be expelled. So now there's no cartridge in the chamber that can be fired. And I will also remove the magazine, meaning that there's no ammunition in the gun and that is not able to be fired with the slide lock backed.
And when you checked the chamber of this particular firearm, was there Was there a round in the chamber?
There was no round in the chamber.
Do you recognize after you've opened the box, People's Exhibit 584 before you?
May I handle it to observe the serial number?
Your Honor, just to confirm, that particular item has it still been in the state that it's been rendered safe?
Yes, it is safe.
Your Honor, permission for the witness to further
Just gonna
inspect?
put gloves on, I hope. Last time we had, they were all handling it without gloves. What case was
Gotta
that?
put some gloves on.
Oh, yeah, there we go. He's gonna ask for gloves.
The Murdoch case.
Yeah, that's right. Pointing it at
Um,
everybody. No gloves on.
Yeah, that was
I'm just
interesting.
pointing it in a safe direction.
Mm-hmm. Well, this guy's
Mr.
smart.
Lewer, why are you taking a moment to look at the firearm more closely?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Why are you taking a moment to look at the firearm more closely? Is that to ensure that is in fact no chamber in the round, et cetera?
Correct. I'm ensuring that there is no chamber in the round, that it is a safe firearm, and that it has the same serial number as what is labeled on the label.
I guess I should say round in the chamber.
Correct.
So we have Nicholas. I don't know if you've ever watched Seinfeld, but this
So I remember with this firearm,
particular
there is
defendant
a particular grip cover that is
big
covering
on the
serial
phrase
number.
yada yada yada.
So to preserve the evidence, I'm not going to remove that cover, but it is consistent with the firearm that I observe here, especially with that grip cover being there. It's giving me a friendly reminder.
Okay. And would you say that's in substantially the same condition as when you last handled it and booked it into evidence?
I would. There is a yellow discoloration on it now, which is indicative of something we do when we fingerprint process our items of evidence. But other than that, it is in the same condition.
Your Honor, at this time, permission to admit People's Exhibit 404 at this time.
484?
If I'm not mistaken, I thought Al testified that he
sorry.
removed all the guns from the home.
It's 484.
484 will be admitted. Go ahead.
All right.
That's what I
And Your
heard.
Honor, permission to publish to the jury by the witness walking past the jury box.
You may go ahead.
So was she hiding the gun from him?
Actually, now that I think about it, maybe he said he didn't take hers though, but he took all the other ones. Well, I don't know, maybe.
Discoloration I alluded to before. As you can see in the photograph, the firearm,
Interesting priority.
but now there's this green.
Well, she
white,
had
yellow
changed
hue
her
on it.
story
That is a
dramatically
process that we do in the
when
fingerprint process, and
on the
that's why there's this
28th or
discoloration.
29th, and
But again, there's
so
also
he's
no
like, "Okay,
magazine
I don't
here,
trust
and
you
there's no
anymore," and
chambered
started
round.
removing all the guns.
That's
That's
I
what he
would have
testified
collected
to,
the
and put them
magazine
all in
separately
his
from the
car
firearm.
and locked them up.
Thank you.
Al being
And
her
now for
husband,
People's
Gannon's
Exhibit
father.
485, how do you recognize that exhibit?
This People's Exhibit 485 is the magazine that was collected from the firearm itself.
And it's in an envelope. Do you need to open up that envelope to be sure that that's the magazine that you collected?
I do not. There are additional labels and seals from individuals within our lab, which would have it be in substantial condition as it was collected.
And Your Honor, at this time, we'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 485.
485 will also be admitted. Go ahead.
Thank you. And Mr. Lewer, you explained what you noticed about the magazine and the cartridges. Can you remind the jury what you observed with regard to how many cartridges the magazine appeared to have a capacity for and how many cartridges you observed as an approximation?
Yeah, it was very specific
So
that
whenever we
he took
have
all of
a
his
magazine for a firearm,
and then
there's
asked for hers
usually
as well.
an indicator on the magazine saying how many it can be loaded with. That number may not always be true, whereas sometimes someone can force an additional cartridge in. So for the purposes of this magazine, I put an approximately 17 round capacity magazine. And on this magazine, there were window spots where you could see the cartridges. And I could count 16, but sometimes that number is deceiving because one could be hidden in there. So I put there are approximately 16 cartridges within. So in total, it's an approximately 17 round capacity magazine with approximately 16 cartridges within.
I would say
And,
with regard to the defendant's
specifically, again,
story
that magazine
Al's
was
story,
found in relation to the
there are a
firearm.
lot of confusing parts.
With the firearm?
Correct. It was within the firearm when I collected it, and I removed it and collected it separately.
And is that pursuant to the policy that you have with the Metro Crime Lab?
Yes, with our policy, we cannot put loaded firearms into evidence, so we will always remove the magazine. And additionally, when we have magazines with ammunition in them, we do not want to remove the ammunition from within because it may destroy fingerprints and any DNA evidence. So instead of pulling out the cartridges and counting them, I believed it would be most probative to preserve the fingerprints and DNA if present.
But I would say
And
overall, the
based on
state's
how
doing
you
a
make
good
that
job
item of evidence, that
presenting this
firearm
as a
specifically available, is it now available to other members of the Metro Crime Lab for additional processing?
Yes.
coherent narrative.
Testing.
Correct. Yes.
Your Honor, permits to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 518 through 527.
You may, go ahead.
Every time I change my layouts of the MLS stuff, they rearrange the videos, and I have to keep moving it around. It's a lot of fun.
Mr. Lewer, I'll first take 518 and 519 separately. Do you recognize each of those?
He was apparently the carpet guy, so she knew his name because they also had a deal.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
People's Exhibit 518 are the swabs of the Blue Star presumptive positive reactions I observed in the stairwell between the main level and the basement. And then People's Exhibit 519 are the presumptive positive Blue Star reactions within the basement level of the residence, which would include the storage room and the southeast bedroom at the base of the stairs.
And so you saw a number of photos in the basement level of the residence, some nearby Gannon's room and nearby those stair areas. Those swabs generally taken from those areas?
That is correct, yes.
And just to be clear, can you also point out on People's Exhibit 442 for the jury where those swabs come from?
Absolutely. So I mentioned the camera malfunction before. So again, what was most important was collecting those samples and noting it. One way to diagram where those came from is to include them in my diagram here. So on the main level or the top part of the diagram here, we're focusing now on the green dots. The green dots in my diagram represent Blue Star reactions on my second visit or the evening of February 3rd.
I don't think Eduardo actually exists. The carpet guy doesn't
one on this
exist.
first stair set going downward. We have one that looks like it's outside of the stairwell. That was an error on my part. That one was within the first landing of the stairwell. I placed that incorrectly. That is my fault. We have a Blue Star reaction on the second landing, the second set of stairs going downward, and then on the bottom half of this diagram, now that we're in the basement level, we have one right at the base of the stairs, the floor right in front of the storage room and Gannon's bedroom, and then we have a green dot within the storage room and within the southeast corner of his bedroom. So essentially, we have Blue Star reactions along the stairwell and then at the storage room and his room as well.
And what would have been the path of travel if you traveled, someone were to travel from the basement area to Gannon's room? Can you point out on People's Exhibit 442 what that path of travel would have been?
Actually, the most direct path of travel between Gannon's room to go upstairs into the garage would be out his room, up the stairwell, and then directly to the garage. And as you can see here, we have Blue Star reactions in that general pathway.
So they have a trail of blood all the way from his room into the garage.
I've also handed you People's Exhibit 520 through 527. Those are different, right?
These are different.
Okay, what are those?
I responded to the address on February 5th for another search, and these are photographs that were taken during that search.
Okay, and are those also fair and accurate representations of what you saw on February 5th of 2020?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 518 through 527.
Thanks. Exhibits 518 through 527 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, permission to publish People's Exhibits 520 through 527.
You may go ahead.
Thank you. Okay.
Maybe her other personality is Eduardo. That's not a bad idea. Should run with that instead of Taylor.
Is going to be People's Exhibit 520. Can you point out to the jury what you've documented here?
Yes, so there isn't a mid-range photograph showing what this is, but at the bottom of the screen, you can see the red washer and dryer we've mentioned before. So what we're looking at here is the top of that washer and dryer in the laundry room. And what's of interest, or what was of interest for us in this photograph, was a bottle of vinegar on top of one of those appliances.
And based on seeing, again, the bloodletting event, or at least what had occurred, the remnants of something in Gannon Stauch's bedroom, what was the specific scope of what you were looking for on February 5th of 2020 now?
We wanted to document and search for any cleaning products because now that we had a blood shedding event with dilute possible blood stains, there was evidence that there may have been possible cleanup. So we wanted to search for any possible cleaning materials that would have been used in that action.
Police testified that when
People's
they
Exhibit
spoke with neighbors,
521, what is this
nobody heard a
close-up of?
gunshot.
This is a close-up of a bottle of distilled vinegar from top of one of those appliances.
People's Exhibit 522, where are we at? Can you orient the jury now what we see and what room we're in?
Yes, now we are in the kitchen, which is on the main level of the home. And now we are looking under the sink because we wanted to pull out any cleaning supplies that would have been for carpet or upholstery, not specifically for any dishes. But this is a photograph of the under sink doors open with some products pulled out.
They believe she backed her car into the garage
523.
and loaded Gannon in the suitcase in the garage.
This is just a close-up photograph of the contents that have not been pulled out from under the sink.
People's Exhibit 524, what are you documenting here?
This is a zoomed-in photograph of smoke and odor eliminator, a bottle of it under the sink.
And in People's Exhibit 525, what are some other cleaning products that you notice below the cabinet?
Again, this is the other side of that sink cabinet now, where there's a box of Arm & Hammer cleaner under the sink.
Okay, but the existence of cleaning
People's
products
Exhibit 526, is that a close-up
in and
of
of
that
itself
box
is
you're
not enough
referring
for me.
Baking soda.
People's Exhibit 527, is this the overall shot of the various substances that you found under the kitchen sink in that cabinet area?
Correct. This is with some of the contents pulled out.
And you can take a seat. You've walked us through at least 3 instances that you were present to document in the residence at 6627 Mandan Drive. Those 3 dates were 2 dates with 3 instances that you searched. What again?
February 3rd around 11 o'clock, February 3rd around 6 p.m., and then February 5th closer to the lunch hour as well.
And while you were present on scene, was there any obvious signs of blood or a struggle that you observed on any of those times?
So when we responded on February 5th, it was much more lit in Gannon's bedroom, and we had many individuals focusing on the walls, and we observed very, very tiny non-diluted blood stains or possible blood stains. So we called in one of our crime scene investigators to help document those blood stains.
And another member of the Metro Crime Lab team would have done an in-depth review of those smaller, very clear blood stains.
Correct. They would have done a documentation of those stains, which would have allowed them to do any blood stain pattern analysis going forward.
That's not your area of expertise, right?
That's not my area of expertise.
To
See,
be clear,
if she had
the
no
2 times that
cleaning
you were present
supplies,
on
I
February
feel like
2nd,
they'd use that against her
2020,
too.
and February
She must have
5th,
destroyed them all.
2020, at any point, did you see any shell casings?
I did not see any cartridge casings during any of my visits.
Yeah, but I think you're right,
Aside
Nicholas. It would be
from
hard to
the
hear
gun,
outside.
Did you see any other items such as a knife that would have been misplaced or in another area of the house?
I did not see any knives in any odd places in the house.
Is she smiling?
Well, yeah, a bit, but didn't they say she had a bit of an
In
OCD?
terms of
And that's for cleaning
documenting
products.
what you saw and observed
Yeah, they
in
did.
Gannon Stauch's bedroom or other areas of the house, such as the master bedroom, was there any obvious signs of blood-stained clothing?
No, I did not see any bloodstained clothing. I did collect a sheet with apparent blood or possible bloodstains on it from the additional bedroom in the basement. I was informed it belonged to the teenage daughters.
This is number 2. There's a morning stream as well.
Ms. Gratiano, do you have a response?
Your Honor, he's just testified that he's collected it, but also in his practice as a CSI, he's relying on information from other members of law enforcement in the collection of evidence.
Without further foundation, I'll sustain the objection.
Specific to that particular item, were you given some additional information in terms of other members of law enforcement, either a supervisor, that had evidentiary value?
She's
Potential evidentiary value?
watching very intently.
Okay.
She's like
And
staring
in
at
your
the
role
witness.
as a CSI, in the collection of evidence, are you relying on information and or briefings that other members are providing to you to collect evidence?
Correct. There is a level of requiring information from individuals so we can place the scene. For example, if I did not know the southeast bedroom was Gannon's bedroom, we would have started searching in other places. So when we are provided information, it's to help scope down our search, and which can also help with identifying items of evidence.
Okay. And so based on a briefing that you had received, did that particular item become of evidentiary interest in the investigation?
It did, with there being possible bloodstains on it.
Thank you.
We're going to go through a timeline on Thursday. It's very concise, actually. This is
Your
a
Honor, we'll
very
pass the
clear
witness.
case. Except
Cross-examination.
the defendant's statements are weird.
Hey,
And
sir, how you doing?
sometimes
doing good today. How
Al's
are you?
statements
I'm not
conflict.
doing too bad. So let's go to that, what we were just talking about. That, was it a sheet or a comforter?
It was a comforter on the bed that I collected, and I collected an additional sheet from the closet of that room that had a blue star reaction.
And
But
that's
I
an,
apologize.
oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm so sorry.
And that's it's from the northwest bedroom.
Correct. That's the basement northwest bedroom.
And based upon everybody that was there and also based upon what was
Yes,
in
you
that
are, Jody.
bedroom as far as color schemes, clothing, so forth, that appeared to be the bedroom of a teenage girl.
Correct.
You're aware that Ms. Stauch has a 17-year-old teenage girl by the name of Harley Hunt.
I did not know the name, but I knew that a teenage female resided in the home.
And there was actually there was a blood stain on that mattress, and that mattress was collected.
We did not collect the mattress, but we collected the comforter because the comforter was superimposed on the mattress. You could say that the possible bloodstains were transferred or transferred onto the mattress. So we collected the comforter in lieu of the mattress.
Okay, because it looked like there would have been, whatever that blood stain was, would have been the same source of blood, both for the comforter and both for the mattress, in your opinion.
It appeared consistent with that, yes.
And so you don't necessarily have to collect the mattress, you can just collect the comforter, and that will be enough to tell you whose blood that was.
Correct.
And then there was also stuffed in the laundry basket of that same teenage girl's room, a sheet.
Correct.
That sheet looked like it had blood on it.
It had a blue star reaction that we documented.
Okay, and a blue star reaction would indicate that there may be blood on that sheet.
Correct. It would indicate that there is possibly blood present on that sheet.
So in the teenage girl's bedroom on that February 5th search, you found 2 items that appear to have blood on them, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Be direct.
They're really trying to pin this on Harley.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. LeWare? All right, looks like we have
That's
one.
sick.
One. All right, counsel approach, please.
All right, we have a jury question. I like jury questions. Yeah, I can't believe that not every question, but a lot of the cross-examination is trying to pin it on Harley, who is the defendant's now 20 or 21-year-old daughter. She was 17 at the time.
The Murdoch case, do I believe he had something to do with it? Maybe. And I might have bought a conspiracy charge, but they didn't. So,
I don't think there was
or
enough
if you-
evidence presented. That's
No.
the big thing.
yeah, that's the big thing. It's difference is what we call it, not guilty because of the evidence, and then your gut feeling that he had something to do with this, or his actions had something to do with it. But him
Mr.
actually
Lewis,
doing it,
If
no, it
Blue
doesn't
Star
fit.
is a presumptive test for blood, how is testing accomplished to separate Blue Star from an actual blood sample?
It's a good question.
So Blue Star is reacting with the heme component of the blood, whereas when we have a DNA sample, they're looking for DNA within different components of the blood. So the Blue Star itself is not overriding the DNA because the DNA component is still present in the sample.
It may have answered this question, but I'll ask it. Does Blue Star impact or affect the actual blood sample?
What would impact the sample is how much we're spraying or diluting the sample, but Blue Star does not negatively affect DNA processing further on down the line.
All right, I will allow reasonable follow-up as to that question or those questions only. Prosecution?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Vince?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you all.
So,
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Judge,
alleged-
our next witness is an expert and we need to gather some exhibits together. And I'm wondering if we could just give the jury about a 10-minute break to do that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Or if you want to do the afternoon break too.
No, we'll probably do two of them because it's a little bit early. So what we're going to do is take about a 10-minute recess. Again, you may not discuss the case among yourselves, may not discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
I really like the jury questions. They've been on point, and it shows they're really listening and paying attention. So that's good. So my timeline, to the best I have it so far, is somewhere on the 27th, in like the early morning hours, she killed him, and then, well, not early morning hours, at 10 o'clock or so, she killed him, but then put him in the suitcase, put the suitcase in her car.
Seated record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Who is the next one?
Stephanie,
My thought would be that we go with her until like 4 o'clock, then take about another 10-minute recess or so, something like that. Otherwise, they're going to be sitting there for like 2.5 hours. So,
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Then hid the suitcase somewhere. Hid the suitcase somewhere up on Pike Road. Is it Pike Road? Perry Road? Douglas and Perry Road. Hid the suitcase up there. Then later on in early February, when her family came down to help her move out of the house, she went back up there, got the suitcase, and that's where her brother saw her transferring it from one rental car to another. And then she took off with Harley in the rental van, stopped in Florida and dumped the body. That's sort of the timeline. So that's what happened, I guess.
Saw that question about an anxiety attack, and if she didn't have one during the autopsy photos, I doubt she will have one, unless, well, she's probably faking that too.
Yeah. I wonder if it'd kind of fun to see her act up in the court in live, but it's probably not going to be good for her case. Her brother already sort of acted out a little bit and really put her in some hot water. Her brother testified that he saw the suitcase. She was transporting it from one rental van to another. He saw her struggling with it and that it was really heavy. And he asked her if she needed help. And she said no. He asked what was in it. And she said softball stuff. And that's as he was breaking down on the stand. And yeah, so that's what the brother was testifying to. Let's see. I don't think it's clear where she actually shot him or where he actually died. I don't think that's clear, but he was definitely bleeding in that room. I think that's more than obvious. So I don't know what the state's going to have to say about that. Yes, and nobody saw the suitcase leaving the house. That is true. It wasn't caught on camera or anything. Her car was in the garage or backed into the garage, and nobody saw the suitcase or Gannon leave the house after 10 a.m. on the 27th. So when she came back, she easily could have just come back and got the suitcase, and then wherever she was or wherever she left Gannon, put him in a suitcase and dropped him off somewhere. It's not clear. But with that amount of blood, I would have to say he was definitely attacked and bleeding in that room.
Yeah. And for you in the chat who was waiting for my stream during between David's two streams, first my internet went off, then my power went off. So it was a cluster F of events I had no control over. I have set a new, my new stream will begin after this stream, depending if everything holds up over here. And it might be, I got a mug that I ordered that might explain.
Nice.
I like that.
I like that. I like that. That's definitely relevant for this case.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw in my live chat when everything went back up again, people entertaining themselves and being a bit worried, but well, at least nobody super chat on that while they were waiting. So they're.
Oh yeah, you got super chats now. Nice.
Yeah, I'm monetized. I got my monetized up. So yeah, that will be interesting.
Congratulations.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
That's
what happened
to the Islamic State of Sweden?
Yeah, since the early 1990s, there has been this ongoing. If these people keep getting kids in 7 years, they will be a majority. But that was 30 years ago, and they are still under, I believe, under 14% or something like that of people who has parents who are from a Muslim country. But we also have the highest rate of converts in the world.
Really?
Since we are, yeah. So I believe it's 1 in 15 who flees here end up converting either to Christianity or just leaving the Islamic faith.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Someone wants to know where you got your mug. T-Ray.
Let me check. I've been ordering from different places. I will go into my and see where I got this exact.
Speaking of internet going down, last week, right before my 3 p.m. stream, like it was 250 and my internet just went boom out completely. I had to reset everything. It was a pain in the ass.
It was from Spreadshirt. I ordered this one.
Spreadshirt?
Yeah.
Okay. I like that.
Where you can design your bit of stuff. Because I thought that if everything goes well with my channel and such, maybe down the line I can have some merch or stuff.
Yeah, see the mug again. Nice. I like that. Am I still on the AM stream?
I'm waiting for.
Okay.
No, sorry.
Oh no, I was just reading this chat. I thought she was asking a question. She's just saying she's still on the AM stream. The AM stream is crazy. Here, Nicholas. Actually, we got a couple of minutes. Let me see if I can back up real quick.
I have a T-shirt I'm waiting for with a stylized Viking who says hi.
I ordered my Zachariah Anderson sweater or sweatshirt too. I'm waiting for that to come in. I don't know where that is.
And to Dave in the chat, no, I have travel day tomorrow, so no drinks today.
Okay, here, let me pull this back up. This is from this morning's testimony. This is her in the police car being transported to, did I pause it? To Colorado from South Carolina.
Sliding out of handcuffs is...
She slid out of the handcuffs, grabbed a full monster can.
Stop! She keeps threatening me.
Stop!
She keeps on threatening me. I stopped it. She keeps on.
She got out of the streets.
She keeps on. Threatening me. I will for you. She keeps
Put your arm down.
Put your arm down. She's threatening me the whole time.
Tisha, give me your arm.
I will to you.
Tisha, give me your
I
arm.
will to you, but not
Cooperate
with
with me. Cooperate with me.
I will with you, but not with her.
Cooperate with me.
I will with you, not with her.
So that's our wonderful defendant there.
Tisha?
She ends up picking up charges. I believe this is in Kansas.
With you, I said I would with you. No. I said I would with you. I said I would with you.
I think she really thought she was going to try to escape. I don't know what else she was trying to do there. But
yeah, sliding out of handcuffs is really hard. Either that it wasn't on or she has really tiny hands.
I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea. She might have really tiny hands. I didn't look that closely. You uncivil law. We're back.
People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Are we good to go?
We are.
Yeah. Okay. So you have everything you need.
Yep. All on the table in front of the witness stand there.
Perfect.
You can get
Okay.
Cubans,
Let's go ahead.
cigars
Is
in
there
Sweden,
anything
right?
we need to bring up outside the presence of the jury at this
We
point?
have
in time, prosecution?
Not from
have everything we need here to get imports from Cuba. Remember, we are a social democratic country. Of course, we can get things from Cuba.
And Russia. Well, maybe not so much right now.
No, maybe not so much right now.
Smart. Either that or
We are a bit hesitant towards Russia because we have been at war with the past 500 years. I think we have been at war with Russia.
Paper on it.
Yeah. Maybe 300 of them. So
yeah. Judge's voice is so deep it resonates in my headphones.
They don't work.
If they stay up.
If they stay up.
Yeah, the brother testified that while they were packing, she left for like 2 hours.
Almost got hit in the chin.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Or 3 photos, I should say.
Those are good. If I smoke
All rise
cigars,
for the
that's
jury,
what I smoke.
please.
The Monte Cristos. You get to see our glorious faces on the big screen. Ah, Nicholas is breaking.
I
out his
have
cigar.
4 of these boxes with cigars.
Nice.
Wow.
I quit smoking, and I'm concerned that if I smoke a cigar, I'll start smoking again.
Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will call Stephanie Happ.
Stephanie,
So this humidor is for show. I have the rest in plastidors. So when I'm retired,
Yes, well,
when
no,
I
the
retire
testimony
in
about
about
being
10
this
years
kind of
time,
truth,
I
the whole
will
truth, and nothing but the
start
truth.
drinking my
But yes,
collection
the
of
witness can. Once you step, would you
whiskeys
step into the
and
stand?
smoke my damn cigars.
Nice.
My ultimate goal is to sit on the porch with a
Thank you,
smoke,
Ron. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Good afternoon.
whiskey,
Good, you?
and
Good,
yelling
thank
at people.
Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your first and last name for our court reporter?
Yes, my name is Stephanie Happ, Happstefanie. I am the senior firearms examiner with the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
So what education do you have that allows you to do that job?
My education consists of a bachelor's of science in chemistry with an emphasis in criminalistics. I received that from the Metropolitan State College of Denver. During my degree program, I was required to complete an internship, and I did so with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department's Crime Lab for a period of about 2 years. While I was with them, I had the opportunity to work in all the different areas of their laboratory, so I got a good understanding of a variety of different forensic analyses. I had training in latent print processing and
I feel like she's
examination,
talking
crime
in a
scene
training
investigation,
video for like
controlled
a fast
substance
food company.
analysis, and question document analysis. After my time with them, I spent a short period of time with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. And then I was hired in my current capacity in October of 2007 as a firearms examiner. And that's where my firearms training began. That first year was very much like an apprenticeship where I simply shadowed the senior examiner so that I could get an understanding of the types of things I would be asked to do. After approximately a year, I was accepted to the California Criminalistics Institute, where I completed an additional year of intensive study in all the different types of firearms-related analyses. I had training in serial number restoration, shooting incident reconstruction, a variety of armorers courses that were designed to teach me how to identify how different types of firearms should work and how to identify abnormalities if there were any present. I spent a large period of time focusing on the microscopic tool mark comparison process as it relates to firearms as well as other types of tools. At the conclusion of that year's period, I returned to the crime lab and I completed a series of competency and
No idea how
proficiency
many more
tests
witnesses.
and became established as the primary examiner for the lab.
They originally
To
said
date,
6
I've
weeks
had
total for
over
this
1,000
trial,
hours
but
of
it's going
training with
fast, they
respect to
said.
all those different types of firearms related analyses and thousands of additional hours of research and study in the lab.
Thank you so much for covering all that. Easiest question I've ever asked.
I don't know what Happy
Have you
Periwinkle
been
is.
qualified as an expert witness?
I have.
How many times?
To date, it's been 145 in both local and federal courts.
So when you say local, do you mean the 4th Judicial District here?
I do, as well as the 18th.
So up in Arapahoe, Douglas County areas?
Douglas, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, based on her excellent
There we go,
answer
that's better.
on her qualifications, I would
Safety
move to have her
announcement.
qualified as an expert witness as a firearms examiner.
Defense?
No objection.
Witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
So
Have
let's
a
get
good
some,
weekend.
groundwork stuff out of the way, just so that we're all talking the same language. You mentioned tool marks. Tell the jury what we mean when we talk about tool marks as it relates to firearms.
Tool marks as it relates to firearms. In this particular instance, we would be talking about the firearm acting as the tool. And that firearm has a series of components, like the barrel, for example, that impart different markings on the surfaces of the fired ammunition components, like the cartridge cases and bullets. So the tool marks are produced by the firearm on the surface of the bullets and cartridge cases.
And then when we're talking about a cartridge or a bullet, tell the jury what we are talking about there.
I'd be happy to. Would it be all right to use the demonstrative piece?
Yes, did you bring your demonstrative? So, yeah,
She's
go
a
ahead. and
very
bring, it's just
experienced
a
witness.
demonstrative of a bullet components.
The magic tool marks. I don't know if a good let's see. Is this a better
So
layout?
This is just a large plastic demonstrative piece. It depicts, rather, a cartridge of ammunition in its unfired state. When a cartridge of ammunition is fired, the firing pin component of the firearm contacts this silver portion right here, the primer. The primer contains a shock-sensitive material that, when it's struck, ignites a powder charge that's located inside the body of the cartridge. As that powder charge burns, there's a very rapid buildup of gases, and it's those gases that are responsible for forcing the bullet down the barrel of the firearm and almost simultaneously forcing the action of the firearm open so that the cartridge
That would be
case, or the
this.
empty piece after it's been fired,
Okay.
can be extracted and ejected or kicked out of the chamber of the firearm, readying the firearm to be loaded the next time. So the cartridge ends up in two pieces. We have a bullet or a projectile. Sometimes fragments or pieces of the bullet and projectile are recovered. And then we have the cartridge case.
Yeah, I
And the way
agree.
that you're
This
describing
prosecution is very
using that
professional and
particular
organized, and so are
demonstrative,
most of
is
the
that for a
witnesses.
semi-automatic firearm?
That general description would cover most firearms, but semi-automatic would fit in that.
And then as far as handguns go, tell the jury the difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic.
So with a semi-automatic handgun, and to be clear, when we're speaking in those terms, semi-automatic means one cartridge of ammunition is fired for each pull of the trigger. With a semi-automatic firearm, the primary difference, other than the way it looks, but in terms of its function, is the cartridge case is extracted and ejected and often found left behind. With respect to a revolver, the cartridges of ammunition are loaded into a cylinder, and those fired cartridge cases remain in that cylinder until the operator chooses to manually remove them.
As it relates to this particular case, did you have a chance to review items that were recovered from autopsy?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Bifron, you mentioned, did you come up with the idea that maybe the defendant was having an affair and Gannon walked in on her? We're trying to figure out who came up with that. Everyone says it was you. That's a possible idea.
That was previously admitted by Holly Smith, a crime scene technician from Florida. Did you have a chance to look at that item?
I did not evaluate this specific item.
Okay.
It is junk science.
Those little plastic red tips, do you recognize what those are?
They appear to be consistent with the polymer plugs that are incorporated into various hollow point designs of bullets.
Did you send over some pictures to give us an example so that the jury understands what we're talking about, the polymer plugs?
I did.
And, you know, at this time, I'd ask for permission to publish 2 demonstrative photos of Hornady rounds of ammunition that show that polymer plug.
Has the defense seen these?
Yes, they have. And
Is there an objection?
No.
All right. Go ahead.
we're pulling them up now. So this is the first, just please describe what we're talking about there.
Sure. This is an actual live cartridge of Hornady ammunition. You'll see the projectile or the bullet is the copper colored portion sticking out at this side here. The cartridge case is the silver or nickel colored portion on this side here. You can see in this profile picture, the nose of the bullet located right here has a material that's placed inside.
This might be the last time we hear this type of
bullet
evidence.
is referred to as a hollow point
because
bullet.
it is
It's a
before
bullet
the
designed
Supreme
to
Court.
expand when it comes into contact with tissue. That expansion is to facilitate staying within
Imagine
the
all
target
the
at
appeals
time
coming
it
in if
enters.
they are
It's
deeming it
also
young
to
science.
facilitate a larger
Yep.
wound track.
A lot of people are
Does that
convicted
mean
due to
basically
this
that
crap.
the bullet head is the way I'll say it, expands so that it has more friction?
It opens up, looks very much like a mushroom. It's actually called mushrooming. So the top of that opens up like flower petals and it increases the diameter of that projectile.
Okay, and if we could pull up the next demonstrative.
You're talking
Tell
about the
jury what
affair
we're looking
thing?
at there.
This is a photo looking down at that same cartridge. So now instead of looking at it like this, you're looking at it from this way.
Well, that's a clear
And it's just
picture. Look at that
capturing
thing.
An example of what that polymer plug that some ammunition companies utilize. That polymer plug is designed
Yeah,
to
now it's
prevent that
clear
hollow
and
point
convincing.
cavity from filling up with
Yeah.
other materials, preventing the expansion of that bullet when it comes into contact with tissue.
We're still giving you
And
the credit
item
for
that I
it.
put on the, that I just handed you, People's Exhibit 89, those plastic red tips, is that consistent with what we're looking at in this demonstrative exhibit that would prevent the round from being plugged as it's fired through something?
Yes, they do appear to be consistent with that.
Okay.
I have hollow points. It's all I keep in my
I'm gonna
gun
retrieve
because it's
that.
for personal protection. I want some nice stopping power.
Yeah, shooting through, you do in the military because you want to you want the guy to survive, so that he will keep
With
their
your,
medics busy.
Yep.
Job
If
as a
you're using it for
firearms
personal
examiner,
protection,
were you
you
asked
need
to
a
examine
you
some
need a
firearms
person
in this
stopped
particular case?
I was.
at one,
What
preferably at
exactly-
the first bullet.
Exactly were you asked? to
Exactly. That was
examine
that's
for
my
your-
thought.
For this case.
I was asked to look at 3 different firearms, complete mechanical functioning examinations on those firearms. So an examination to determine whether or not they work and whether or not they work the way the manufacturer intended. And then to evaluate those firearms for comparison to recovered bullets.
But this would
So,
involve her
tell the
taking
jury which
responsibility for
types of
any of her
firearms you were asked
actions,
to
and she's
examine.
never going to do
The
that.
first
This
firearm that
defendant
I
is never going
have
to.
listed was a
No, she has
FMK
this
Model
Amber
9
Heard disease.
C1 G2 9mm pistol.
Never accountability.
The second
Lie if
firearm,
you
and
have
this is
to,
really in
and
no particular order.
exaggerate.
The second firearm was a Smith & Wesson M&P Bodyguard caliber .380 auto pistol. And the third pistol was a Smith & Wesson M&P 9C 9mm Luger pistol.
So when
I
we're
have a
talking
British
about those
303.
3 different firearms, are 2 of those 9mm and then one is a 380 caliber?
That's correct.
Tell the jury the difference between 9mm and 380.
The primary difference is going to be the size of the cartridge that those fire. The 380 auto is going to be a lower velocity, smaller cartridge.
Okay. And then as it relates to, I just put the box and an envelope up there, people's 484 and 485 that were just admitted through crime scene investigator Christian Lure. Did you have a chance to look at those items?
Yes, I did.
Is that the same as what you just described as the Smith & Wesson M&P? I'm sorry, not the Smith & Wesson M&P, the Smith & Wesson model M&P 9C 9mm?
Yes, it is.
Is that one of the, so that's one of the weapons that you tested?
It is.
What did you determine as it relates to whether that was a functioning firearm?
I was able to determine that this was an operable firearm capable of causing serious injury or death, and I did not note any abnormalities in its function.
Okay. So when you test that, do you actually test fire that weapon?
Yes, I do.
Or may I approach with people 713?
Me?
You recognize 713?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it from the label that I created when I created these items, as well as my dates and initials on the seal.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition today as when you packaged this up?
It is.
And I move for admission of people 713.
You know, I didn't catch it in maybe someone in the chat.
713.
What size gun is this? Or
So when you
maybe
do a test
Nicholas, you caught
fire,
it?
what do you do? How do you do that?
Or Jamie?
To compare maybe rounds or projectiles that are found in an investigation?
The gun they were showing.
Once I have documented
Yeah, but I can't
all of
remember
the
the
identifying
size.
characteristics of the firearm,
It was
the
like a
make, the
9mm
model,
or
the
what it
serial
was.
number, and the caliber of
No, I
ammunition
think it
it's
was
designed to
smaller
fire.
caliber.
The final step in
called-
confirming function is to load that with the appropriate caliber ammunition and actually fire it.
Okay. And then once you have an expelled round from your test fires, what do you do with that expelled round?
I recover those cartridge cases and the bullets. The bullets are fired into a giant steel tank full of water. That water serves to slow those bullets down gently and without imparting any additional markings or details on the surface of those bullets. So when I recover them from the water and I look at them, I know that
But
any
Nicholas, those
marks produced
markings
on
are
the
like a
surface of those
fingerprint, you know?
bullets are solely produced from the barrel of the firearm that I just fired them through.
Yeah.
I recover those bullets from the
Cool.
water tank as well as the cartridge cases, and those now become an item of evidence in the case.
And is that what we have in 713?
It is
Fingerprint
both the test
is
fired
a
bullets,
cluster
the
F
test
in
fired
itself
cartridge cases,
because
and a
different
silicone
countries
cast
use
of this
different
barrel.
amount of
So
markings
tell us about a silicone
on
cast of the barrel. What does that
as
mean?
evidence.
The barrel of firearms, when we do comparison and evaluation, has to be looked at for the types of markings that are present inside the barrel, the types of tool markings that were produced when it was manufactured. It's those different markings inside the barrel that are then transferred to the surfaces of the bullet when it's pushed through the barrel of the firearm. And it forms more or less a signature of a particular firearm. I cast the barrel of these firearms after I complete my test firing so that I can evaluate those markings and determine if they're going to be suitable for comparison and identification purposes.
Oh, that is really so rehearsed.
Does this process allow you to
Mhm.
potentially
Oh, yeah.
compare
This is a well-rehearsed expert
projectile
witness.
that kills somebody to your test fire to see if the gun that you test fired is the same gun?
In my
that was
opinion,
used
they
to
have
kill
so
the
much
person?
evidence against this
It certainly
defendant,
could
though
be
they
done
don't
for
even
that
need
purpose.
this.
It's also
This could be
very often
immaterial
done
to
for
the
the
outcome.
purpose of eliminating a gun as
Yeah.
a possibility.
So let's talk about eliminating. You mentioned those other 2 firearms that you tested, that 380 caliber handgun, the Smith & Wesson Bodyguard, and then the FMK model 9C1G2. Did you test fire those weapons?
I did.
Were they functional weapons?
Excuse me. Yes, they did operate as they were intended.
And were those capable of causing serious bodily injury or death?
They were.
Did you test or compare the test fired rounds from those two guns to projectiles that were recovered in this investigation?
I did perform that evaluation.
Were you able to determine whether those were used to fire those projectiles, or did you eliminate those weapons from being used in this case?
I was able to eliminate both of those firearms as potential sources of those bullets.
Okay, I'm going to approach and show you People's Exhibits 103 and 88.
Now that is the only way tool mark can be used, to exclude.
Right.
I want to start with People's number 103, which was previously admitted by crime scene technician Kelly Smith from Florida. 2 projectiles that were recovered from a pillow. Had you had a chance to look at those 2 items?
I did.
Were you able to compare your test
but the
fire
defendant's-
rounds from this particular firearm sitting up there with you today?
Defense
to
is
those
not, I
particular,
didn't do it necessarily.
projectiles?
I was.
What does that analysis tell us?
In this particular instance, I was able to conclude that one of the bullets in People's Exhibit 103 was fired in the Smith & Wesson pistol, 9mm pistol, People's Exhibit 484. The other bullet had similar general characteristics, but due to the damaged condition of that particular bullet, I was not able to make a conclusive identification in that instance.
So let's talk about that just a little bit. If like you described there, that it damage, what can cause damage to a projectile that would make it difficult for you to conclude that it came from the same weapon?
The first issue to contend with is any of the target surfaces that bullet travels through. So anything it travels through has the ability to impart additional damage to the surfaces that may obliterate the markings that were left behind by the firearm.
Or at least they're acknowledging
In this
that.
particular instance, the extended period of exposure to biological substances also left significant damage in the form of corrosion, if you will, on the surfaces of these bullets. And in this case, the first projectile that I discussed, I was able to clean up well enough to be able to still visualize the tool marks from the barrel. In the second circumstance, it just simply was no longer in suitable condition.
Okay, and then
I don't
when we
think she's
talk
ever made
about
that
People's
statement.
Exhibit 88.
No
which
one's
was
ever asked
previously
her.
admitted again by crime scene technician Kelly Smith from Florida. Projectile recovered at autopsy. Did you have a chance to look at that item?
I did.
What did your analysis of that item tell you?
I was able to conclude that bullet was also fired in the Smith & Wesson pistol, People's Exhibit 484.
Meaning that the pistol that's in the box in front of you was fired and struck Gannon and was recovered in Gannon's autopsy.
That bullet was fired through that pistol, yes.
We also have some photographs.
The only time she gave a police interview, Gannon was still, quote, missing, and they were trying to find him. So I don't think anyone ever asked her that, and she never answered. They found the gun in the master bedroom next to a teddy bear. So that's where the gun was found. Yeah, she never really talks about the child at all in any of it. It's always me, 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 and what I did, and I got raped, and whatever.
I can assist you. Matt, are you looking for any of these up here?
Oh,
She
we're
did
past
talk
2
about his-
hours.
Yeah, we are. So now we can start talking about AR-15s and
Mr. Allen?
Yeah.
Are you looking for that stack there?
Sweden is a bad country for personal protection because if you have a gun, you have to have parts separated in gun lock.
that's what they're trying to do in Michigan.
Mm.
Yeah, I really want to hear from Harley. Yeah, her mom has really talked a lot about her. Kind of put the blame on her a bit.
Recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are photographs that I took using the comparison microscope when I was making the comparisons of the evidence bullets to the test fired bullets from the Smith & Wesson pistol.
Will these exhibits help explain the way that you do your examination of your test fired rounds to the known rounds or the rounds recovered in this case?
They do.
Are they fair and accurate representations as to what you saw when you performed your analysis?
Yes, they are.
I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 680, 681, and 682.
Mr. Cook?
No
Exhibit
objection.
680, 81, and 82 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Need permission to publish?
You may.
Have a good weekend, Monica. Thanks for joining us.
I think you just turned the screen off, Judge.
I did.
Okay.
Let me know when you're there. I didn't want to have anything else appear.
Yeah, that was exactly her stance. Why is everyone so worried about the child? I found my perfect length for playing some of these copyrighted songs.
It just sounds perfect.
Mm-hmm. I'm disappointed I'm not able to play like.
She yada yada over the best part.
She had so many times during her interview.
The best part.
She did yada yada. Exactly. I know. I wanted
So
to
you
do
go
it.
presenter mode. So you need to slide that back over to our side.
Oh, this is the bullet.
It's, yeah.
The projectile. Just don't buy any and you won't have any cigarettes to smoke.
We've got 6. Go back, please. There we go. So the main picture in the center of the screen, my eyes are getting bad, so I can't read the exhibit number when it's smaller like that. Does that say 680?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So tell the jury what we're looking at in People's Exhibit 680.
So People's Exhibit 680 is a photograph of one of the bullets that I received for comparison purposes. To me, at the time, it was known as item 727. This photograph is taken using a camera that's hooked up to the comparison microscope. The comparison microscope is simply a large scope that has one set of eyepieces to look through and 2 stages. So when I mount items on those stages and look through the eyepieces, I can see both of those items simultaneously side by side. And I can increase the magnification at varying levels as I work through the analysis to look at those different tool marks that are present. In this instance, what you're looking at here is the hollow point bullet expanded. So when we talked about the mushrooming effect, that's what you see here. This is the nose that opened up, and this is the base of the bullet here. And in this photograph, it's just documenting the overall condition of the projectile, as well as one of the land impressions that I evaluated.
What is, just so we understand it, what's that opaque blob in the front of the bullet?
This material right here is just a sticky wax substance that I use to hold the bullet in place so that I can turn it and rotate it on the microscope as I work through all the different surfaces.
In this particular Exhibit 680, can you point out some of the tool marks that we talked about earlier on this particular item?
I can. So in this particular area right here, this thing that looks like tracks right in the center, that's what's known as a land impression. The area above it right here and the area below it right here is what's known as a groove impression. Those are lands and grooves are high spots and low spots that are formed into the barrel of a firearm. They're formed in a particular number and with a twist to either direct the bullet to spin to the right or spin to the left when it's fired. The purpose of rifling is for spin stabilization. It allows that bullet to travel in the straightest possible distance for the longest amount of time accurately. It's very much like throwing a spiral football down a field as opposed to just lobbing it out there. Those markings are impressed then onto the surface of this bullet as it passes down the barrel of the firearm.
Okay, and then if we can move on to 681. What are we looking at
she's
in
not
681?
eating her hand today.
681 depicts only one photograph of many that were taken during the comparison process. And what you see here is item that was known to me as item 727, so one of the evidence bullets. There's a black line that runs down the center here separating the 2 images. And on the left-hand side is a portion of the test fired bullet that I generated using the Smith & Wesson pistol, People's Exhibit 484.
I don't see anything
And
on
what
the
I'm
left.
capturing in this photograph is the overall size dimension correspondence, as well as an area of detail that I'm interested in right in through here. And then there was some additional detail in through here.
When you say the item that you understood as number 727, what specifically, for your purposes, is item 727?
727 was the bullet that was recovered from the victim at autopsy.
Okay, thank you. And then if we can go on to 682. Tell the jury what we're looking at in 682.
People's Exhibit 682 is essentially the exact same photograph that you just saw previously. Test fire on the left, evidence bullet on the right, only now it's a much higher magnification of this area of the projectile here. And I'm looking at these lines that run through the center line and correspond to one another. As I work through my comparison, I look at all of those different surfaces of the bullet, either observing the agreement or disagreement that's
Now she's
present
eating
so
her
that I can
hand.
render my conclusion.
Was there agreement or disagreement in these two images?
In these two images, there was agreement not only here, but additional agreement that was captured up here and in other areas. As you evaluate those photographs for yourself, keep in mind that this photograph is taken of a curved surface and the camera sits right above the curved surface. So there's only a small area that's in focus when I'm completing this evaluation. So the stuff that you see that starts to phase out of focus is not necessarily in misalignment. It's simply not the area being focused on for the photograph.
Again, does this photo show that the item recovered from autopsy came from the same gun?
This was one of many photos taken that depict that, yes.
Okay. You can go ahead and take the photos down now. What I would like to have you do at this point is using People's Exhibit number 484, if you could just open that up and show the jury. When this particular type of firearm is fired, just explain the mechanism and what happens with a shell casing.
So I'll first point out that People's Exhibit 40 is secured not only into the box, but it has a gun lock running through the action of the firearm. So in its current state, I can see the chamber is open, there's no ammunition present, and it is completely safe. It could not be fired in this condition.
They're handling the firearms
What you're looking
properly,
at is a pistol
unlike
that
some
is
trials.
not fully open or closed. When this firearm is loaded for use, the magazine is inserted into the grip located right here. It's the piece that the lock is running through. The slide, which is this top portion up here, is pulled to the rearward position and allowed to move forward again. And when that occurs, the slide pushes a cartridge of ammunition from the top of the magazine into the chamber of the firearm, or this rearmost portion of the barrel. That action also cocks this firearm and it's readied for firing. To actuate firing, the operator would pull the trigger of the firearm and that would send the firing pin into the primer component, into the primer component of the cartridge and detonate that primer component so that firing can occur. The bullet will travel down the barrel of the firearm and the action or the slide will be forced rearward so that that cartridge case can be extracted and ejected and the next round can be placed in the chamber of the pistol.
So when that particular type of firearm is fired, it kicks the shell casing out like in your demonstrative exhibit of your bullet.
It does if it's operating properly and if nothing is impeding movement of that slide.
When a shell casing is kicked out of a firearm like that, do they pile up in a nice, neat little pile?
Not necessarily. It very much depends on what surfaces those cartridge cases may hit as they exit the firearm. For example, if you're in a room and there's furniture or walls or ceilings present, those cartridge cases may hit those surfaces and they can bounce all over the place. Conversely, if you're outdoors and you're standing on a nice fluffy bed of grass, as that cartridge case exits the firearm and lands in the grass, it may rest where it lays. So its terminal point may be very consistent.
Is there any such thing as a disintegrating shell casing? Meaning that if a firearm is fired like this, that a shell casing doesn't come out or it just disappears?
Yeah, I've never seen a gun presented in a box before.
Perhaps not coming out of the firearm, but not disappearing.
Okay. So that's all I have. Thank you.
I would love to have a one of these toolmark experts have 20
Good afternoon.
guns directly from the assembly line, Glock 17 or whatever,
The exhibit with the
and then have them match 100 shell casings
Yeah.
Are
to each and every
firearms or
gun.
handguns, semi-automatic handguns, are they like a shotgun that's a
The real blind
semi-automatic
test.
where they're left-handed and right-handed shotguns? Are there left-handed and right-handed pistols?
Are we speaking in terms of the direction it ejects?
Yes.
Yes, there are.
Examining that one there, would that be a pistol that is shot by a left-handed or a right-handed person?
I should say that it could be fired by either a left-handed or a right-handed person, but I will state that it ejects the cartridge case if it's being held in its conventional proper manner. It ejects the cartridge case to the right.
Okay.
Seems like a weird question.
So more than likely, this would be a
Unless the
pistol that
defendant's
was
left
shot by
or
somebody that was
left-handed.
right-handed. Cartridge goes off, is ejected to the right, so it's not going across the shooter's field of vision.
I would object as to speculation. He's asking to speculate as to the handedness of the shooter.
Well, I will allow him to rephrase the question because at one point he was talking about if it's in your left hand, the shell is going to be ejected over your field of vision. So I will allow that.
What do you base your opinion on as far as that's a left or right-handed pistol?
So I would not refer to it as either a left or right-handed pistol. I would simply address it in terms of what direction it ejects the cartridge case. And handedness, as far as shooters go, is one element to consider with respect to whether or not they want it ejecting to the right or left. But the other factor to consider is whether they're using their right or their left eye predominantly for sighting.
Okay, well, let's say generally speaking, a right-handed shooter is right eye dominant. That pistol there is going to eject the shells in a right direction.
That is correct.
Okay, so if I'm holding a pistol, my
Supreme Court's going to rule on this shortly.
If I'm right-handed holding my pistol in the right hand, the shells from that are going to eject out away from my body.
That's
On all
correct.
10
They will
guns,
come
yeah,
this
that
direction,
would
so they
be.
will not cross over you.
Okay, if I have a semi-automatic
Yeah, for all 10
pistol
guns.
that is associated with more of a left-hand favorable shooter's ejection, if I'm holding that with the right hand, it's going to eject to the left, and it's a semi-automatic pistol, so you can shoot more than one time, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to have cartridges ejecting across my line of sight.
That is correct. If this ejected from the left side of the pistol and I'm right eye focused, it's going to eject this direction.
And having spent shell casings, if I'm shooting more than one time going across my line of sight, might not be optimal shooting and aiming conditions to have stuff going right across my face.
For aiming purposes, yes.
Okay. So if you had somebody that was left eye dominant and a shooter that was left-handed, it would probably be better to have a semi-automatic pistol that ejects to the left.
If I were that shooter, that is how I would prefer the design.
Okay. So did you say that is a pistol that ejects to the right?
Yes, it is.
And so that would be a pistol that would favor a right-handed shooter, right eye dominant.
That's
I don't know
how
what
would
they're getting
prefer
at.
if I were the shooter.
If the daughter is right
May
or
I approach the
left-handed,
witness? You can put that back. Thank you.
so they're trying to pin it on someone else, maybe.
Maybe. Well, it was Eduardo, right? So if it was the carpet guy, I can barely hear him. Hang on, I got to bump the volume.
713. So the two, if you can look at this, you have the actual bullet, the part that comes out of the shell. There's
It's
three
the
of them
points
there.
of comparison
Are those
on the marks
two
in the
that were
bullets.
recovered
It's
from
too
the pillow,
subjective.
and
That's
one
the
that was your
issue.
test fire, or are
That's
those
the
all
challenge
three
anyway.
test fires from the different pistols?
These are all three test fires from the one Smith & Wesson pistol.
Oh, wait,
so they're
no,
all
this
three
one.
samples
Sorry.
from the same pistol.
Okay. So
I clicked the
and
wrong
that was the 9mm
comment.
Smith and Wesson?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh.
So you did
It's,
3
it's
test
just
fires
as
from
a
do you
lie
have the
detector.
bullets, or can
It's
you
the
exhibit
interpretation
with
of
2
the
bullets that were pulled
person
from the
doing
pillow?
it.
That would be exhibit
It's not
103.
science if it's an
Sure.
interpretation.
Well, I'll take your word for it, Judge, because I can't find it. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, exhibit 103. Now, where is one of the bullets in this that was pulled from a pillow? There were 2 bullets.
Both of them. So this one here and this one here.
This one here and this one here.
Yes.
And
But
which one
that's
was
the defense
bullet
job.
that
They have to.
came from the
Yeah.
deceased?
Yeah, they still have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she did it and that she's
That
not
one is
insane.
People's Exhibit 88.
Okay. All right. And it looks like there's a lot of, it looks like there's deformation or the bullets fragmenting in all 3 of them, correct?
They are definitely deformed to various degrees, yes.
Okay, but the one that was pulled out of the individual looks to be more deformed than the bullets that were pulled out of the pillow.
Yes, I would say the nose is more fully expanded and there's slightly more deformation in that one, yes.
Okay. And if you know this, great. If not, that's fine. Would you expect 2 9mm hollow points? It looks like they were Hornady, manufacturer of the shells. Would you expect those bullets to actually penetrate through the pillow?
If they went through nothing else,
Yes.
just the pillow,
Yeah.
I would expect a 9mm of this design to go through the pillow.
Okay. And is it your information that the 2 rounds that came from the pillow, it looks like in your report, it says source or it mentions pillow. Do you know if they went through anything else other than the pillow?
I do not. I can simply state that they have hard impact damage that suggests something other than the pillow came into contact with these items.
Okay. Do you think that these 2 bullets, just a second here.
These guys are bad at asking questions. I'm putting up the defendant's defense.
Do you have any idea what that could have been? That the 2 bullets that were not pulled from the individual, what they could have impacted based on the history and what information you were giving for this analysis?
I would say based on the history and information, no. Based on some of the trace evidence that I observed present on the bullet and stuck in the bullet, there was evidence of it having passed through biological substances. So there was evidence of possible bone and possible hairs present on the surfaces of those bullets.
Okay.
But there was only one gunshot wound.
So can you tell the distance that the 2 bullets that
there was
were
only one
recovered
up through
from
the
pillow,
jaw.
how far
Yeah.
away those bullets were when they were, or how far the shooter was away when those bullets were fired?
I cannot, in this instance, I did not have the opportunity to evaluate the pillow and there was no distance testing performed.
Okay. And were you aware that the pillow was actually taken into evidence and recovered?
I was aware of very little more than these were recovered from the pillow.
Okay. Would it have been a benefit to you and your analyses to have had the pillow where the bullets came from, to examine it and possibly do separate test fires into that pillow?
The only time that would have come into play for me is if there had been testing requested to determine how far away those surfaces were when they were shot into.
Okay. Was any of this biological material from the 2 bullets that were recovered from the pillow, was any of this biological material tested or collected to be submitted for DNA analysis or any type of work like that?
It was most certainly collected by me when I evaluated the bullets. I preserved that evidence in case additional testing was warranted on them. I am not aware if any further testing was undertaken after I collected it.
Okay. But you felt it was important enough to at least collect it and preserve it?
Certainly important to preserve it, especially considering that my handling would have obstructed it and destroyed it during my process. So it was important to preserve that in case it became necessary for testing down the line.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Jury's gonna have better questions.
Ms. Happ, when you were talking about
we have redirect.
shell casings ejecting out of the right or left,
I hope one question is,
would you
isn't
say
this
that,
junk science?
well, you tell us, are
They
most
didn't
things
ask that at all.
manufactured to kick to the right?
The large majority are manufactured.
I
From
would've.
the jury,
Protection,
a
yes.
jury question.
Does it
Isn't
require
this just
some
garbage?
special hunting to find a gun
Yeah,
that
from
will
the
kick
jury,
off to
yeah.
the left?
Sometimes special hunting, there are a few manufacturers, if you want your firearm in that configuration, that you might seek out specifically, or you can consider purchasing a different slide for that firearm to allow that function.
The defendant's
In your
really
opinion, as an
engaged.
expert, is it common for a weapon like this that the shell casings kick to the right can be handled equally as effectively by either a right or left-handed person,
Yes, it can.
or a right eye or left eye dominant person?
It can.
Were you aware that the shell casings recovered from that pillow were in a suitcase with a decomposing body?
I became aware of that later, yes.
Could that have been contributing to some of the biological substances that you found on those two those two projectiles?
That certainly contributed to some of it, yes.
And then as it relates to other types of scientific testing, is it very common or not very common to find fingerprints on bullets?
On fired bullets?
Yeah.
It would be very uncommon to find that after a bullet passes through the barrel. Theoretically, the way that would work is the fingerprint would be deposited before it was fired. Then that bullet is going to pass down the barrel of the firearm. And as that happens, the action of the bullet rubbing in the inside of the barrel would obliterate the fingerprint. Further, if anything should sustain the firing process, as it goes into that target surface, again, that bullet will be wiped clean of whatever was present on it, fingerprint-wise.
What about on shell casings?
On shell casings, there's a greater likelihood that fingerprints can be recovered on shell casings. One, because this casing doesn't go through anything after it's been fired. However, there are elements of contact with the cartridge case and the body of the cartridge case inside the chamber of the firearm that may obliterate that. There's also a heat buildup that occurs when firing happens that may affect the cartridge case as well. So typically when we're successful with recovering fingerprints on fired cartridge cases, it's because they've been picked up afterwards and moved.
What about, can you find fingerprints on shell casings that are never found in an investigation?
No, that would be a definite no.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for us? Pass it forward. And
All right, we got jury questions. I like me some jury questions.
All right, let's go.
I'm gonna laugh so hard if they come out with, "Isn't this junk science?" I wonder if it'd get past the judge though.
No, I don't think so.
This lady is a very experienced witness for sure. She has done this a lot.
Yeah, but so are seance people.
Right? Yeah. Oh, did you hear the Avis rental guy on the stand at all? They asked him his name and asked him what he does, and he said, he sits down. It's like a commercial. He's like, "Well, I work for Avis, one of the most prestigious truck rental companies, and we have this." It's like a commercial.
Come to Avis when you want to get rid of a body.
Ms.
No.
Happ, did any of the three pistols you examined eject from the left?
They did not. All three of these ejected to the right of the firearm.
I'm going to ask this question. Let me know if you think it's outside your area of expertise. If someone is left eye dominant and a shell ejects across your field of vision, would that cause someone to miss?
So in that regard, I would say there's a couple things to consider. The first thing is that first shot that's fired, nothing will be obstructing your vision. We would be talking about subsequent shot fired after that. And we would be talking about subsequent shots fired in rapid succession, meaning not a shot. That cartridge case ejection is quick. So the shot is fired, the cartridge case ejects and falls, often much faster than the shooter can recognize. Where that becomes a more serious consideration is firing of multiple cartridges where those shells are constantly running in front of the shooter's field of vision. I hope that covers it.
I
I
will
imagine they make
reasonable
left-handed
follow-up
guns.
as to those questions only. Prosecution?
Yeah,
Are there
but
a
you
lot
have
of factors that
modified
can go into
also
accuracy of a
yourself.
shooter?
Oh, absolutely.
Can you list
You have
off
to
some
order
of
it
those?
The firearm is one.
that way.
Whether or
if
not
I'm
that
correct.
shooter is
If I
practiced
remember
is a
correct.
primary. It's probably the biggest.
Can left eye dominant shooters with a gun that kicks off to the right be very accurate in their shots?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Cook?
Thank you.
Yes, yeah, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna clean up the witness stand, Judge, before the next witness.
All right.
Clean up the witness. What did she do up there? Did she pull a Letecia?
Pull a Tisha. That's a new saying.
Pull a Letecia, yeah.
Tool mark made a skid mark.
Call your next witness, please.
Thanks, Judge. We'd call Brooke Bell to the stand.
Brooke Bell, what do you have to say, Brooke? They are going through attorneys. They're going through witnesses fairly fast. I like this.
Ms. Bell, if you would step forward
Yeah.
and raise your right hand, please, ma'am.
Thank you for subscribing.
Do you
Yay.
swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Oh, what happened? What's going on? Are we still live? What's going on with the stream?
Oh no, it's frozen.
It's not doing a little walkie thing. Well, let me pull up another one. Let's see here. Hang on a second, guys. Everyone's still with me, right?
Yeah, I'm here.
Nicholas?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Well, I don't know what happened to that. Let's just go ahead and pull this one up.
Years of experience.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Brooke Bell, and my last name is spelled Bell.
What's your occupation?
I am a senior crime scene investigator with the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
And how long have you been a senior crime scene investigator?
I've been a crime scene investigator since July of 2017, so almost 6 years.
She broke the
Become a
storm or
senior
the stream.
crime scene investigator.
So the senior position requires a minimum of at least 5 years of experience. It requires a crime scene certification in one of 3 levels through the International Association for Identification. And it also requires a certain number of training hours towards specializing in.
I'm going to go a little
initial,
faster so we're
crime
caught up
scene.
live, guys.
So other than your experience, do you also have training and educational experience with regards to your occupation?
I do. In terms of education, I graduated magna cum laude with a Bachelor of Arts degree in biology and a Master of Science degree in forensic science, both from the University of Colorado at Colorado Springs. And in terms of training, I did participate in an internal
Yes, it
training
did.
program through the Metro Crime Lab. I was on call 24/7 for a period of 6 months, so a lot of exposure to various types of crime scenes and documentation techniques during that time. I was required to complete relevant readings, perform practical exercises, and I worked with a qualified crime scene investigator until it was determined that I could process crime scenes independently and any of the related tasks. So in addition to completing that internal training program throughout my career, I've also had the opportunity to participate in ongoing formal training and education. So I've received training courses in crime scene investigation, crime scene reconstruction, trajectory documentation, shooting incident reconstruction, bloodstain pattern analysis, chemical enhancement of blood, photography, latent print processing, just to name some of those more specific areas related to crime scene processing.
And have you been qualified to give?
We should only be
expert
like a
testimony
minute or
as
so
crime scene
behind.
Investigator in El Paso County.
Yes, I have.
Any other jurisdictions?
I have also testified as an expert witness in federal court.
Ask me how many times you've been qualified.
I've testified 34 times and been qualified as an expert 22 times.
At this time, we'd ask that the court allow Ms. Bell to testify as an expert in the field of crime scene investigation.
Vince?
No
Will
objection.
be so qualified? Go ahead.
Tell us about crime scene investigation. What does that mean? I mean, we've seen CSI on TV. Is that the kind of thing we're talking about? And then we'll talk about whether or not that actually happens once we get into your testimony.
So as a crime scene investigator, my primary responsibility is to document and process crime scenes, and ultimately I'm responsible for the identification, collection, and preservation of the evidence for any type of future testing and to assist with investigative leads. It certainly may look very different than what you see on TV and typically takes a lot longer.
So you just can't walk in a room and then all of a sudden know exactly what happens in that room?
Not necessarily, no.
As a crime scene investigator, do you attend meetings with detectives and police officers and other members of a particular investigation to get an idea of what you're looking for when you go to a crime scene?
So the most common situation is the information we receive is what we refer to as a briefing. So we just receive preliminary information that detectives or the sergeants, law enforcement personnel have regarding the case up to the point that we become involved with the case.
And I would imagine that it's beneficial to have some idea of what you're going to when you go to a crime scene before you start that investigation. Is that fair?
That is the most common situation. We tend to have an idea of what type of investigation or what type of crime has occurred when we respond. That is not always the case, though.
I'm going to talk about this case and this investigation. On January 29th of 2020, were you asked to go to is it 6727?
6627, I believe.
627. You think I had memorized by now? 6627 Mandan Drive to search a residence.
Yes, I was.
What kind of information did you have prior to that and prior to that search on January 29th, 2020?
So the initial information that I received prior to
That would have
responding
been
to the
great.
residence was
We should have done
that
it with
an
her
11-year-old
interrogation.
child had gone missing 2 days prior to my request to respond and document or search the residence where he lived. And the only information I was provided at that time was that the investigators had reason to believe that he may be the victim of a homicide. I didn't receive any additional information until I responded to the residence, where I received that case briefing that I mentioned previously. And that was just kind of more of a timeline of events in terms of what the detectives knew up to that point.
And what was that? What was the briefing that you received when you arrived at the residence?
Yeah, that license plate was one of the reasons why I bought it.
The 11-year-old child who was identified to me as Gannon Stauch had been missing for 2 days. I had received information that he had reportedly gone to a friend's house and didn't return home and was reported missing that Monday around 7 p.m. and that sheriffs with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office had responded around 10 p.m. that evening. I was also informed that the following day, so Tuesday the 28th, the Sheriff's Office had sent investigative personnel to do a search of the residence. Part of the information that they had and that they passed on to me was that an incident, as it was called, had occurred on the 26th in which Gannon was playing video games in the basement living room. And a candle was knocked over, damaged the carpet and a couch in the basement. They had informed me there was a section of carpet down in the basement that had been burned and cut away down to the padding. And so that it was suspicious in nature. It had been covered with carpet and an area rug.
Well, could you imagine as fast as she talks with 0.25?
So I did a little bit further once I'd been on scene for a little bit.
That would be terrible.
During our walkthrough.
So hard to
The
listen to.
information that they provided to me was that Gannon's stepmother, who was identified to me as Letecia Stauch, had contacted an individual about the carpet repair, and that individual came to the house and she was sexually assaulted in Gannon's bedroom, and that Gannon had been kidnapped.
And so did that change at least your game plan on how you're going to process that crime scene based on this new information that comes in?
So with the information I had on this very first response, the areas that I'm focused on is the downstairs living room, where this area of carpet has been burned down to the padding or basically down to the subfloor, which is unusual and had been cut out and removed. And then with this
You're talking
possible
about
sexual
Letecia,
assault
right?
information, so
Her
that
voice?
was some new information, and having a location that told me that I was going to search for evidence that might be potentially related to that in that bedroom.
And so what kind of evidence would you be looking for based on that?
So when we're in the case of a sexual assault,
Should
we
be back
use
to
what's
normal
called
speed
an
now.
alternate light source and filtered goggles. And so we actually will check the room for possible biological fluids. Certain biological fluids will fluoresce or glow under ALS. And those tend to be biological fluids such as urine, saliva, and then semen. So in the case of a sexual assault, we're using that so that we can try and identify potentially semen.
Had you learned that the residents had at least initially been searched the night before on January 28th, 2020 by some El Paso County detectives?
Yes, I had been informed that they had conducted a separate search prior to the involvement of the Metro Crime Lab, and that there were some evidence items collected during that search.
And so were you at least the first time a CSI lab personnel entered the residence to conduct the search?
Yes, so I was one of the first responding CSIs.
And Your Honor, just to kind of speed things up a little bit, there's going to be no objections to the following exhibits.
Okay.
373 through 441 and 711.
And defense, do you agree? I do. All right, then exhibits 373.
I'm going to
through
pull back up the other
441
stream just because it's
are
louder.
Admitted, and so is.
Oh, hang on.
Are admitted, and so is 711. Go ahead.
And it's a combination of photographs, mostly photographs, but also physical exhibits, Your Honor. And we'll, as we go through the photographs, we'll get the physical exhibits.
Okay.
If we could start with People's Exhibit 373, please. Publishing it. And if I may approach the witness, Ms. Bell, I'll give you the pictures and you can either use the pictures to look at or.
Thank you.
They had like 100 people listed on their witness list. The state did. And they said it was going to take 6 weeks to get through both the prosecution and the defense's case in chief. But last week they said they're moving a lot faster than they thought.
373.
I'm assuming another probably full week of trial. But the judge is probably going to ask him at the end of this.
The exterior of Mandan Street. If we're looking to the left side of the photograph, we can actually see the Metro Crime Lab van, which was parked in front of 6627.
So what direction are we facing here with this photograph?
We are mostly looking east, slightly southeast.
And so could you use the pointer and point out 6627 Mandan?
Yeah, this is day 8 of the trial.
You may go ahead. You can step down.
So it's end of the second week, and they said it should take 6 weeks. So in theory, we're only like
6627 would be
third
this
of the way
residence
through.
right here, and it had a bright yellow chair on the porch.
And the first house that we see on the right photograph, is that 6643 Mandan?
Maybe you can
I
show us
wouldn't
the
be
whole
able to
screen.
tell from the photograph in terms of reading the address.
Okay. If we can go to 674 now. What do we see in 674? Oh, 374. I'm all over the place. 374.
So People's Exhibit 374 is a direct photograph of the front of the residence 6627.
I feel like this is
and we can see that
cumulative
bright yellow chair
evidence
that I
now because
previously mentioned.
like these exact
We go
photos were
375
introduced with
now?
the other crime scene investigator.
What are we looking at 375?
People's Exhibit 375, and I don't recall just from seeing this image if this is, I believe it's from immediately inside the entry. So if we walked in the door, that it would be one of the walls on the side.
Would this be the laundry room area?
It's possible. I can't really tell from seeing the rest of it, but it's possible.
This is the best
If
I'm
you
going to be able
look
to do at the moment.
Right-hand corner, top corner, would that be the entry to the garage?
It's just a bad court feed. It has been the whole trial.
Yes, it would be. So with that being said, then this would be the entry into the house through the garage, which was first the laundry room.
We can go to 376 now, please. What do we see in 376?
Gigi, in the next break, I will bring it up.
And I don't know if this is the washer or the dryer, but in the bottom of the photograph, we see the red. And there were a pair of tennis shoes. So they're black with white soles turned over on top. And part of my walkthrough and briefing information I had received was that when the sheriff's deputies responded on the 28th, they had observed possible stains on the bottom of these shoes and had collected swabs of those stains.
Yeah, we have
And
like
did
an
you say that
hour
was done on
15
the
left
previous
with
night, January
one more
28th?
break for the
That's
jury.
correct. So when I mentioned they had collected some evidence on that first response, that was one of those items.
377, please. Is this a close-up of the same shoes?
Yes, it is.
And then, Your Honor, 378 are the actual shoes. And just for the jury's benefit, we're going to be opening those with another witness.
Okay.
So we're not going to be opening those at this time.
All right.
For
We go to
everyone who hasn't been here
379 now.
for
What
the
do we
first
see in
couple of
People's
days,
Exhibit 379.
So People's Exhibit 379 is a photograph inside the garage. And if we look in the upper left-hand corner, we can actually see the door that's open.
I
And
can't see
that's
the
what
upper
opens
left-hand corner.
into the laundry room.
The jury had a
Now,
question for the
on
judge
January
as to whether or
29th,
not
were you
they can
looking
take
for
the
blood in this
defendant's
particular garage?
mannerisms into
Not
consideration.
initially.
'Cause she's acting really
However,
weird
it was
and the
brought
jury's
to our
watching her.
attention when a deputy had responded that while we were working on documentation in the basement, that he had located some stains that he believed to be possible blood stains.
We can go to 380 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 380?
People's Exhibit 380, we've actually moved further into the garage, so now we're closer to the entry door.
I'll come back to this.
And
We'll do it.
There are actually 3 sticker scales present in this photograph that were placed to identify those possible blood stains that were located by the deputy.
Could you please point those out for the
I
jury?
will, yes.
And Mr. Young, could you find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so?
We could stop now if you like, Judge.
Okay.
Whatever you.
You can go ahead and answer that question and then we'll take that
Okay.
break.
And is it okay? May I stand again? Thank you. So when we look in the middle stair in the garage right here, we can see a sticker that was actually identifying a possible
Have a
blood
good
stain
night,
that was
Broken
labeled
Baker.
A. And then we have 2 more on the floor. So possible blood stain B and possible blood stain C.
All right. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we will take we'll take another recess for about 10 minutes. If I can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 4 o'clock, we should be able to start right on time at that point. Don't
So
discuss
about
the
10
case among
minutes.
yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
Just the way she's hunched over, she looks like she should be wearing a pointy hat and carrying a broom.
Or she's getting used to that straitjacket position.
She's always like hunched over. It's so weird looking. Yeah, the jury's been watching her very closely, and they actually had a question to the judge about that. The judge didn't
You may all
answer
be
it.
seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 4 o'clock.
All rise.
All right. So when we were full screening, somebody wanted to see your mug, Nicholas. There we go. Nice. That's a perfect mug for this.
Yeah. And my tractor license plates.
Oh, I didn't even notice that before. That's awesome. That's great.
Yeah, my humor stopped evolving at 12.
That's all right. Everyone should have a humor that stops at 12. Okay, so I think it's very communicative. Oh, Jamie left us. I think this evidence is very communicative and boring at this point. But I don't know. We already had a crime scene detective walk through with those exact same photographs. We've had police introduce those exact same photographs on like day 4. And so I don't know why we're coming back to them now. We had an officer testify that he took swabs from like the shoes, where she said that, there was potential blood stain on them, that the officer took swabs from those, and he testified and showed the swabs and everything. So I'm not sure why we're coming back to this. I understand the gun, that was new, but everything else has already been testified to.
Yeah, but I've seen this on a lot of trials the past, even here in Sweden, the past 5-6 years. They have this reassuring witness, because there's something in the psychology of when you hear it the first time, you might have doubt, but then someone else is affirming what the previous said, even if it is the exact same thing. You unconsciously, oh yeah, I've heard this before, now I can believe it.
Well, that's kind of the reason for the cumulative rule, is that we don't, well, also tying up the court's time is one reason, but the other reason is we don't want the judge to think, or we don't want the jury rather to think that the evidence is more credible just because they've heard it more times. You look like Greg Allman, apparently.
Oh, thank you, I guess.
So, oh, couldn't read it either. You might just have to take a picture of it and post it for some of these people.
Yeah, I will do that for my stream that is going on after this stream.
Have you been watching any of the Daybell trial at all?
A bit. I've been listening to Daniel's coverage of it because, well, it's a Latter-day Saint offspring cult that is apparently quite big, where Daybell was more or less a leader of, where they are actually preparing for the end of days. So it's really, yeah, it's really strange. And but the evidence there are, as in this case, the evidence is quite clear, but you don't have the exact moment of the murders.
Yeah, that's what I kind of gathered too. There was a lot of cultish testimony. I listened a little bit yesterday. By the woman, I don't know who the woman was on the stand yesterday, but I feel like she'd be really good at doing sort of a self-help podcast, because she had sort of like this Zen-like voice even when she was testifying. So I imagine she's probably some sort of life coach. But yeah, she was just, I couldn't even focus. It was just putting me to sleep. Yeah, so she put your mug up. I like that. That's a great mug. They found Alex guilty. What are we talking about? Everyone's asking about your mug again.
It was on Spreadshirt. I made it myself just to see down the line if I'm getting some merch done.
Oh, okay. All right. Very cool. I like that. Yeah, I've been listening to Danny on direct when I can't listen to it directly, but I listen to her summaries and her talking about it and then playing some of the testimony. I don't have the time to listen to the whole thing.
The previous chat, I think it's still on Alex Murdoch. Yeah, they found him guilty, but there is stuff in that timeline, especially about the phone evidence, where the phones actually are at different places with movement. So it's impossible for Alex to have actually had his wife's phone with him. But,
yeah, for the Alex case, yeah. Yeah, that's one of those situations where it wasn't active, so therefore he must have been either murdering, or her phone wasn't active, so therefore she must have been dead.
Yeah.
It's very...
Yeah, it's been going on for a few years now, apparently, that they are using absence of phone activity either as evidence of someone being dead or someone being the killer. And yeah, that's shield and sword things for the same evidence. It's, yeah.
Well, that's the same thing with the cleaning supplies. I'm going to come back to this too, because we're going to talk about her, this defendant's mental health issues. But it's the same thing with the cleaning supplies they found in the home. They find cleaning supplies, so therefore she must have used that to clean the crime scene. But if they didn't find cleaning supplies, that means that she cleaned the crime scene and then got rid of the evidence. So, it's like you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. So, disassociative fugue, is that how you would say that? Fugue, fugue?
Yeah,
I guess.
Fuji. The Fugees. Yeah.
So temporary state where the person has memory loss, amnesia, and ends up in an unexpected place. So yeah, so that's what she's claiming. So she's claiming dissociative identity disorder. So a different personality took over, and then when she came to, she has amnesia of what happened. That's her defense.
That's convenient. That's convenient.
Isn't it? Well, the question then is, assuming, Nicholas, you have a alternative personality, and when you go into that state, you don't remember what's going on, and you come out of it. Are you telling a bunch of lies to kind of cover your tracks? There you go. I need to get more.
Where am I?
But then you got to lie to cover your tracks.
But it's hard to. It's very, very hard to get into that, because if that disorder is a real thing, how do you react? I can't put myself in that situation. I would assume that I would have been seeking help for it a long time ago, because at my age, dementia is a thing. So I would have been seeking out help long ago if that started happening to me.
Yeah, you think so. And again, there's I've said it in the past. It has to happen at least the first time. And if this was her first time, it was a major step for her first time. But just the rest of her conduct just doesn't jive with me. The lack of evidence being used as evidence. Yeah, it makes it a lose-lose situation. That's, or like Nicholas said with the phone, I have so many apps that track my current location and security cameras and everything else that I can tell where I am at all times and prove it on like 4 different apps. So the only hope is that a crime doesn't happen when my phone's around there, because then I'm in trouble.
Yeah. Or if you lose, like me, I lost internet here a few hours ago. Everything went down. So according to a prosecutor, I could be either dead or killing someone.
Yep.
By the way, I didn't. But then again, that goes to credibility.
Right. Not admissibility, just credibility. If in the state of disorder, can you remember what you did enough to need to cover it up? Well, that's the question that I have. And apparently, if you have the DID, multiple personality, you usually do remember what your other self is doing, I guess, according to the experts. So she would remember enough to know what she was doing or what she did do, even if it was technically another personality doing it. So that's why she has to throw in the other thing where she doesn't remember. And that's why she's coming up with whatever. I don't know. I don't know how she's going to jive her lies. I mean, if we go back to, it's not just like one lie. This was the first one. Gannon had it out for her. The second one is that he went to go play with friends. The third one is that he ran away to avoid 1-year restrictions on his video game. The fourth one, which is where she was interrogated by police, is that Eduardo was a contractor in the area, asked to fix the carpet from the candle meltdown, then raped her, assaulted, and kidnapped Gannon. The fifth one is, no, it was actually Quincy Brown that raped her, and he dropped his business card, apparently. And then the sixth one is that she and Gannon went to go look for a bicycle that they found on Craigslist as a gift for Al. While they were test riding it, he fell and hit his head, and an unknown man took Gannon to the ER, but they apparently never arrived. And then the seventh one is that Gannon's biological mother had hired someone from the cartel to apparently retrieve Gannon and reunite them, but that never happened. All of these stories are so vastly different. assuming you have a mental health disorder where you have a multiple personality and you can't remember it, it doesn't jive with me that you would come up with these various stories.
No, my very limited knowledge about this multiple personality disorder does not. The only examples I've seen of this, and this is through documentaries and movies, is that if they lie, they stick to it no matter what.
Yeah. Yeah, she should have taken more notes. At one point, she had notes written down during one of her conversations with her husband. And I think even during the initial stages of the police interrogation, she had like notes written down. So
Yeah, I don't see that working, especially not if the prosecution on a redirect can bring on their own experts.
I'm really looking forward to the defense's experts. It's going to be highly entertaining. Yeah, so if she came to her normal self, you would think that she would be remorseful and emotional distress. Yeah, she has absolutely no remorse, no emotional distress. Everything is about her. When she's on the phone with her husband and he's recording it, she's insisting on immunity before she says where his son is or what happened to his son. And she gets mad, screaming at him to the point where the microphone in the phone actually cuts out. She's screaming so loud because she's being accused and her name is being tarnished.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, and for Gigi, we have been talking about this for weeks. This is the cheapest brand of coffee in Sweden. It's like $6 for 2 pounds of coffee beans. And once in a while, you find a best before date where somebody made a mistake or they had an intern who put the correct temperature on, and it's amazing coffee.
I don't know what
it's like a $20 a pound style coffee.
Me that she.
So when I found
that Ms. Hepp was on the stand that she realized she knew her. She did not recognize the name.
Jury knows the witness that was just on the stand. That's what's going on.
So I don't know anything about how she knows her, anything like that. My thought was I would bring her in, ask her a couple of questions, and then send her back, and you can make a decision as to whether or not want to make a challenge, or we go from there. We can either do that before this witness continues her testimony. We can wait until we get closer to the end of the day. What do you want to do?
I think it'd be good to do that towards the end of the day, Judge. Maybe save a little bit of time at the end of the day to handle.
That's fine. All right. So let's stop at like 10 till. Stop your questioning there, and then we will bring that juror in.
So, Nicholas, if you brew the cheapest coffee the right way, it's the best tasting. Is that what you were saying?
No,
Juror 12,
cheap coffee, no matter how you brew it,
in the front
turns out decent at best. But this brand, for some odd reason,
have 9 in the back.
The
so
best before date, November 5th,
in light of that,
2023,
let's bring the jurors
is for this price range, it's amazing. It's like a $20 a pound coffee.
What kind of coffee was it? I missed it. I love coffee. Oh, it even looks fancy.
This is mine.
Because
a cafe K-cups.
Shiny package coffee. That's the cheap brand. And I will show in my stream later on also. So good for you to remind me, Gigi.
Got to turn off my ringer. Yes, she thinks she is so smart. Yes, she is a doctor, of course. So juror 12 apparently knows the witness that was just on the stand.
Yeah, but this isn't. Yeah, there are so many witnesses. So, and all are local. it's impossible to
You
not
may
know.
Be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the direct examination of Ms. Bell. That's where we will resume.
So, Ms. Bell, we still have People's Exhibit 380 up on.
I think Nicholas is streaming in the sentencing. Zachary Anderson sentencing, aren't you?
A, B, and C that you just.
Let's see here. It's on the 15th, no, 16th of May.
There are some.
That's for now.
Like some 2x4s.
And that's a maybe. I need.
So if you're
That's
referring
depending
to
on
the
my
lower
schedule.
left corner of the photograph.
Well, one of us
yes,
will be
there
streaming
are
it.
some long 2x4s in that area of the garage.
And when we looked at the picture of the entire garage, is that a space where a vehicle may be parked?
Typically, it appeared to be where you'd pull a vehicle in, yes.
Now, also on People's Exhibit 380, do you see any softball equipment in there or items related to softball?
If we look to where the stairs are, there's a blue bucket over on the right hand side of that photograph. There appears to be yellow softballs inside that blue bucket.
And on the left side of the photograph, there appears to be some kind of bag that says Easton or, right?
Yes, on the left side of the photograph on top of the green box.
We go now to 381, please. What do we see in 381?
People's Exhibit 381 is actually a photograph taken standing inside the laundry room, so we can see the tile floor, looking down at the stairs. And in the center of the photograph, we can see that sticker scale that I mentioned previously, and that was the placard A, so the possible blood stains that were observed there.
And just so Christian Luer just testified, he processed this garage on February 3rd. Obviously, you did this on January 29th. You do the blue star in the garage at that time, or did you note this blood just from your naked eye?
So this was visible blood, so it was documented because we could see it without any type of chemical processing. And when I responded, I did not do or use blue star in the garage.
And so we can go to 382 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 382?
People's Exhibit 382 is a close-up photograph of the possible blood stains identified using placard A.
I feel it's weird to see blood like that, especially if she cleaned up.
Where the blood's located in this particular photograph.
So we can see some dark staining.
It's an Amber
throughout
Heard
the
thing.
area of this
Despite
photograph.
all the blood, nothing is shown.
We can
Or
also
vice
see
versa.
slight discoloration over the left side of it.
I know we're going to talk about how you swab these, but why don't we do it with placard A so you can kind of just show the jury what you did to collect this blood so that it could be tested
So
at a later time.
So to collect a sample of any biological fluid, we have a package that is sealed of 2 sterile cotton tipped swabs. So that's opened at the time that we're ready to collect the sample. We open a new package of distilled water and then just dampen the 2 cotton tip swabs. And then those are both rubbed at the same time over the stains and then placed back into that packaging and sealed into something we call a coin envelope. So it's a smaller envelope.
And did you use 3 separate swabs for both A, B, and C placards?
Yes, they did.
And they're separated when you package them?
Correct. So when we place them in those individual coin envelopes, those are sealed separately from each other.
And then the big envelope is sealed, and then whoever gets into that envelope would have to sign something to know that someone's been in there. Is that how it works?
Correct. So when we create an evidence barcode label, and I believe in this case, all 3 of those swabs were placed in a larger envelope under the same evidence barcode and sealed by the crime scene investigator. And then any subsequent testing that occurs on evidence within that package, the evidence item or the packaging is noted, and then additional tape seals are added and signed by that analyst when the analysis is completed.
I'll have to look at this trial.
Swabs from placards A, B,
I know
and
Sarah
C
Boone
is
starting in
item
late
or
June.
People's Exhibit 386.
All right.
We can go down to 383, please. What do we
Yeah,
see in
gotta
People's
do
Exhibit
Sarah
383?
Boone for sure.
People's Exhibit 383, is a little bit of a different perspective, a little closer, where we can see, again, the 2 sticker scales that were on the garage floor. We're close to those 2x4s that were previously mentioned.
384.
I'll try to have David on Legal Vice's
This
next
exhibit
F-It
384
Friday
is now
stream.
a
I will
close-up
ask
photograph
him
of the
to
possible
bring
blood stains
you on.
identified using
That
plaque.
will bring you a few
Point those out with your
hundred.
pointer, please.
Yes.
I gained 300 subscribers in one F-It Friday.
So in this photograph,
Nice.
it's really concentrated toward the
I know
center,
someone reached out to
but the
me, or a few people
discoloration
have, and
is
said they
in
saw
this
me on
general
your stream,
area and then
your
extended
Easter stream. That's how they came
into
over
the
here.
upper left portion of the photograph.
And is that the area you swabbed then that we talked about earlier?
Yes, that would be the area that representative samples were collected.
385, you could probably stay there for this one. What do we see in 385?
People's Exhibit 385 is now a close-up of the stains that were identified using placard C. And I will point those out again, just directly above the actual sticker scale and then a little higher toward the center of the photograph.
Now, are these particular more visible? These blood, are they droplets or what are they?
So these appear to be more consistent with possible transfer stains to me. But these are a little bit more visible in this particular photograph than what we saw in B.
I still don't have a
If
good
we
understanding
look
of
at the
what's a
photograph,
transfer
there's
stain.
different photographs at different angles of B and C, and B is a little more visible in a different angle, and that just has more to do with the flash that occurred when that photograph was taken.
What's a transfer stain?
So a transfer stain is
Perfect.
when blood is
He read your
deposited on
mind.
a surface from another surface.
Kind of speaks for itself, right?
So it's
Just-
just
it's
transferred
just
from one thing
transferred
to another.
onto an
Okay,
object.
easy enough.
You can resume your seat. Thank you. If we can have 387 now, please.
That's too funny.
Touch there and then touch
What do we see
there
in
and
People's Exhibit
somehow, yeah.
387?
Yeah, okay.
You know, the thing that
387
didn't happen
is a
in the
photograph
Zachariah
that was
Anderson
taken
case.
in the backyard
Exactly.
on the east side of the house. And of significance in the backyard is the trash dumpster, so we can see the green in the center of the photograph.
And were you made aware that these trash cans were searched on January 28th,
Yes, I was.
2020?
Yes.
Let's go to People's Exhibit 388. What do we see in People's Exhibit 388?
People's Exhibit 388 is a photograph taken in the basement, and this area was referred to in most of our reports as the basement living area. So this particular photograph, I believe in terms of orientation, we're looking southwest in the basement.
In the area that you alluded to, I know we have some other pictures of it where there were potential burn marks on the carpet. Could you just point that out for the jury so they could have some context with this picture?
Yes, and I'm going to stand up to do that.
Sure.
So in the upper right corner of the photograph, we have a couch here. And directly in front of that couch was an area rug, and we can actually see that here. And on top of it, in this particular photograph, you can see a section, rectangular section of carpet that matches the rest of the carpet throughout the residence.
Okay, thank you. 389. What do we see in 389?
People's Exhibit 389 is now standing in that living area portion of the room. So in the lower left corner, we can see that area rug that I had previously mentioned. And then we can also see the corner of the couch that it was in front of, and that's over on the left side of the photograph.
You're right. Boone is July 25th.
In the
I was
center of
thinking
the
June
photograph,
25th.
so we're looking east toward that love seat chair. There's 3 blankets, and they were kind of in a pile, and those blankets had burn debris on them.
You go to 390 now. What do we see in 390?
People's Exhibit 390 is a close-up of those blankets that was located on the floor in front of that love seat, and we are able to see some of the charring and burn debris.
391.
Yeah, somebody had asked the
What do we
other
see
day
in
too if there was
391?
actually a fire.
People's
and it
Exhibit
appears that there
391
was.
is now in the search phase where we're actually looking at the items that were identified. So one of the blankets has been spread out, and we can see that there's a scale in this photograph showing where some dark burned debris is.
And did you spread this blanket out to take this photograph?
Yes,
And did you collect this blanket as evidence?
this blanket was collected, yes.
We can go to 392. What do we see in 392?
People's Exhibit 392 is just a close-up of the previous blanket in the area where we saw that scale of the burned debris.
And did you have any information as to whether or not these blankets were used to put the fire out or help put the fire out?
I don't know that I had specific information how these were related.
393? What do we see in 393?
I think
People's
she used
Exhibit
wax to get blood out of the
393
carpet.
is another one of the blankets that was in that pile. And on the left side of the photograph, we can see where it's bunched together and the discoloration. So where there was some black char marks.
Appreciate everyone
Go to
sharing.
394.
Thank you very much.
People's Exhibit 394 is a photograph of the third blanket. We can see that there's a scale, and that was also very bunched around some burn debris.
And did you collect all these blankets? All three?
All three of them were collected, yes.
We can go to 395 now, please. What do we see in 395?
People's Exhibit 395 is the couch that is located that I had pointed out in the first photograph when we were talking about the living room. So for context, that area where the removed carpet is directly in front of this couch. And on this couch are 3 teal pillows.
Can you also see some of what appears to be damage from hot wax, that kind of thing on this couch?
Yes, so over in the left side of the photograph, which would have been the west portion of the couch, there was some damage consistent with what appeared to be wax on the couch, as well as some charring or scorch marks.
And so for the record, we see a remote control there. Is it just next to that remote control in front of it?
It would be in front of and then to the left of that black remote control.
We can go to 396, please. What do we see in 396?
People's Exhibit 396 is looking toward the southwest corner of the living room. So just for context, we can see the TV in the upper left, and the couch, for reference, would be over on the right side of the photograph. And there's an additional teal pillow in that corner on the floor.
397? What do we see in 397?
People's Exhibit 397 is more of a mid-range photograph, but we've actually turned that pillow over. And in the center of the photograph, it's actually going to be in the right corner of the pillow. There was more of that kind of burned, charred material.
We can go to 398 now. Is that what you're talking about as we see in 398?
So 398 is a close-up with a scale. And yes, you can better see some of that burned material.
And did you collect this item as evidence? This pillow?
Yes, this pillow was collected.
And for the record, Your Honor, that's 399, People's Exhibit 399. We can go to 400 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 400?
People's Exhibit 400 is actually being positioned against the west wall in the living room. So the couch, for reference, is what's on the left, and that love seat is over on the right. In the lower right-hand corner, we can see some of those blankets we talked about previously. But in the back center of this photograph, we can see an open door where we see boxes and bins, and that was a basement storage unit.
And can we see the staircase there to the left of that in the center of the picture, but it would go off to the left to go upstairs?
Yes, you can slightly see the banister or the hand railing, and that would be the staircase that leads to the upper level.
And so as you look at that storage room, if you go to the right, would that be where Gannon's room was?
Yes, so there is a hallway behind that wall, and his door was over to the right and actually shared a wall with the storage room.
There's been a lot of people suggesting that she used the wax to torture the boy.
What do we see in People's Exhibit 401?
People's Exhibit 401.
I don't know if we have
now
any
moves
evidence of
close
that.
to the entry to the storage room. So again, we can see the boxes and bins and then the concrete floor. And then, as mentioned previously, there's a short hallway on the right side. So the door to Gannon's bedroom would be over on the right.
People's Exhibit 402. What do we see 402?
People's Exhibit 402 is a photograph that's taken standing in the entry to the basement storage room. So the bins and boxes previously mentioned. In this photograph, we're actually looking toward the southeast corner, and an item of interest that was observed in the southeast corner, which we can see in the center of the photograph, is a small section of carpet.
With regards to the boxes that we see in People's Exhibit 402, is that what it looked like on January 29th, 2020?
These appear to be the original overall photographs. So that's the series of photographs that we take prior to doing anything on scene. So this would be the condition of the storage room when we arrived.
We can go to People's Exhibit 403. What do we see in People's Exhibit 403?
It's not a very neat
People's
house.
Exhibit
kinda
403 is now
cluttered and messy.
standing inside that storage room. And on the left side, we can see the furnace, and toward the center, we can see the water heater. Those were actually positioned on the same wall, which would be the west wall, as the entry into the storage room.
People's Exhibit 404? What do we
Yeah,
see
there
in
was,
People's Exhibit 404?
but she
People's
had,
Exhibit 404 is just slightly rotated to the right from that previous photo and down so that we can see the concrete floor. If it helps for reference in terms of from the previous photo, that bottle of Gain in the previous photo, if you go back one.
We're at 403 now?
So it's shifted slightly to the right and down.
yeah, the defendant said that
Now, in
Gannon
People's
had
Exhibit
burnt
404,
himself
there seems to be
with
a
the candle
box
fire
there
thing.
at the lower portion middle there. Do you recognize that box?
I do. So in the lower portion of the photograph, there is a box that has Amazon tape. And if I recall correctly, based on the marker, the writing on it, that was a box that was collected in a following response out to that residence.
Did you go back to the residence on February 21st, 2020?
I did, yes.
And did you go back and completely clean out this entire storage room, look at every item that's in there, look at all the floor for blood?
Yes, so that was the purpose of that following response, was to remove every item from the storage room and inspect it for possible blood stains.
And this is where the box was, at least on January 29th, 2020, when you initially searched that storage room.
Yes, based on the overall photographs, it is.
We'll talk about that box when we get to the February 21st, okay?
Okay.
Don't let me forget.
Okay.
But there's been no
All right, let's
testimony
go to-
regarding what
sorry.
actually happened other than the defendant's own statements to other people.
Ready? Okay, if we can go to 405 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 405?
People's Exhibit 405, we're actually looking at the north wall of the storage room. So for orientation, based on where I'm standing, the entry would actually be back and to my right. And of interest in this particular photograph on the left side is a gun box, the M&P bodyguard. And then also of interest in this photograph, kind of toward the northeast corner, we can see the corner of a red suitcase underneath a box. And then just to the right of that, we can see a small section of carpet again.
The ME said
Did
that
you do
they
the best
couldn't
you could
determine
take
burns
pictures of all
because of the
suitcases in the
decomposition.
storage room?
So in this series of overall photographs, these are the photographs of all of the items in their position when we arrived. So nothing was moved in order to be able to take better photographs of them at this point.
You may not, I don't know if you recall this or not, but the pink suitcase that we see in the center of the photograph, was that suitcase there on February 21st, 2020, when you went back and searched the entire storage room?
I don't recall offhand without going through those photos and looking closer.
Don't let me forget about that one either.
Okay.
There's another item. I want to refer to a tub there that appears to have tables in it that's on the right-hand side of the photograph in the center there. Do you see that?
I do. So all the way along the right edge, we can see a clear tub that has a purple handle. You can see just the edge of it. So that was another item of interest that was located and collected on a following response on the 21st.
And at least on January 29th, 2020, that's where that tub is when you're out there processing the storage room.
That's correct.
And did that tub later have blood on it?
It had what appeared to be possible blood stains on it when I observed it.
You don't like it when I say blood, right?
Unfortunately, we're not allowed to say that because we can't confirm it. But based on our training and experience, that was the reason it was collected. It appeared consistent with blood stains.
Is that why we talked about that Amazon box?
A prosecutor
Correct. So
impeaching
there were
his
possible
own
blood stains
statements
observed on that box.
with the witness.
We can now go to People's Exhibit. What are we at?
It's an honorable
406, please?
prosecutor.
What do we see in People's Exhibit 406?
So People's Exhibit 406, we've rotated slightly to the right from the previous photograph. So we're now looking at the southeast corner of the storage room. For reference again, in the lower left-hand corner, we see that red suitcase that I mentioned previously. It's very difficult to see, but just a tiny piece of the carpet in the lower left corner. and the previously mentioned clear tub with the purple handle. And if it helps again with reference, the wall over on the right side is actually the wall that would be shared with Gannon's bedroom.
We can go to 407 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 407?
So People's Exhibit 407 is at the point where we've started removing some objects from the basement storage room. So we can now see that red suitcase a little bit more clearly, and there are some carpet fibers sitting on top. And then directly behind it, slightly to the right, we can see a larger section of carpet that I had mentioned that was mostly covered in some of those previous overall photographs.
And as you're searching the storage room on January 29th, 2020, as well as February 21st, 2020, did you ever see a large olive green suitcase in the storage room?
I don't recall seeing one.
Did you ever see the suitcase that Gannon's body was recovered in?
No, I did not.
Have you ever seen it under the bridge or at any time?
I've not seen it at all.
If you would have saw that in that time, would you have photographed it as you photographed these suitcases here?
Well, everything was photographed as I observed it during that time. And obviously the suitcase was found sometime later, but I was never shown what that suitcase looked like.
And do we also see the tub that you said had presumptive blood on it in this photograph?
So that clear tub with the purple handles, yes, is over on the right side of the photograph.
We can go to 408 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 408?
People's Exhibit 408 is now a closer photograph of the top of that red suitcase. And toward the back area is actually where we can see some of the carpet fibers and carpet debris.
I'm going to jump ahead a little bit, but did you later find some carpet that had been cut to kind of cover that area where the burnt carpet was?
Yes, yes, they did.
Did you eventually collect the carpet that we see in People's Exhibit 408?
Yes, so during the search portion of this storage room, that section of carpet was actually pulled out of that room and opened.
And
I bet you that was there
for the jury where the
when they
carpet
moved
is
in.
this photograph, just so we all know which
She had claimed during her police interview that
your red suitcase,
Eduardo had
and
brought
then
over a
the
roll of
carpet
carpet,
fibers and
but she had
debris
stuffed
toward
it
the
in the back
And
storeroom.
then the large folded section of carpet is directly behind it in the center of the photograph up top.
Great, thank you. We can go to 409 now, please. What do we see in 409?
People's Exhibit 409 is a close-up so that you can better see some of the carpet debris and carpet fibers on top of that suitcase. And then to the right side, we can see a part of that carpet.
Yeah, that's what the prosecution's
410?
combating. Like, this wasn't a new rule brought in by
What do we see in
Eduardo.
People's Exhibit 410?
People's Exhibit 410 is when that section of carpet was pulled out of the storage room. It had been rolled and folded. And when I opened the fold, concealed inside was a smaller piece of carpet that had possible bloodstains on it.
And can you point that out for the jury just so we can distinguish between the small piece and the large piece?
So the large portion of the
Really? I
carpet
don't remember that.
was this entire section. And then the small section concealed inside, right in the center, where we can see some very visible staining.
Can we go to 412 now, please? What do we see in 412?
People's Exhibit 412 is a close-up photograph of the possible blood stains observed on that smaller piece of carpet. And then we do have a scale in the photograph.
And you collected the smaller piece of carpet, I take it?
Both sections of carpet were collected, yes.
And the small piece of carpet, Your Honor, would be People's Exhibit 413. The large piece is People's Exhibit 711.
All right.
We can go to 414 now.
Interesting.
What do we see in 414?
People's Exhibit 412.
412, right.
It's helpful to have these photos up here. People's Exhibit 412 is that smaller section of carpet that we just saw the photographs of with the visible stains. It's now been turned over. And what's of note in this photograph is that we can see some additional stains on the top surface in the lower right corner and in the center, and that the actual entire section of carpet is discolored in comparison to the rest of the carpet underneath.
I
But
don't
could
think
you
Eduardo
tell whether
actually
or not looking
exists.
at
I don't
these
think they
stains
found
on
him.
either side, whether what kind of stain it is? You alluded to transfer stains when we were in the garage.
Not necessarily, at least on the upper side of the carpet, due to the texture of the carpet. Looking on the other side, the fact that it's gone through, typically we might call something like that a saturation stain, where it is actually gone through the carpet.
So is that what we're talking about as we see in 411?
Yes,
So that's more of a saturated stain?
potentially. It's difficult to say, but it is consistent with some type of transfer or saturation stain.
Now we can jump ahead to 414. What do we see in 414?
People's Exhibit 414. So this large section of carpet that I removed that had the smaller one with the visible stains. When I opened that entire section of carpet, there were 2 corners that had been cut off and were missing. This People's Exhibit 414 shows a section of carpet. So when we go back into the living room, and I had mentioned that there was a section of carpet placed over the area that had been cut out. This is showing that section of carpet that had been in the living room and showing the visible seams appearing to match as if that section of carpet had been cut off this larger one.
Going back to the red suitcase with carpet fibers on it, the carpet's found right next to that.
Yes, so that's that very big folded one. That's that piece of carpet.
Would it be consistent with someone cutting the carpet over the suitcase in the storage room?
I don't know where it would have been cut, but having the carpet fibers on top of the suitcase just indicates to me that that carpet had been moved or manipulated.
We can go to 415 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 415?
I think
So
they've
People's
identified
Exhibit
it yet.
415, we are now seeing that area in the basement living room in front of the couch. So for reference, the couch is in the upper right-hand corner. You can see the remote and those burn marks on the couch that we had talked about previously. We can see a patch of carpet has been cut out in a square or rectangle. And then we can see the black padding underneath. And it might be difficult to tell in this photograph, but the shape and characteristics were pretty consistent and appeared to be burn and char marks in that padding.
416?
People's Exhibit 416 shows a patch of carpet covering that. In the right side of the
Well,
photograph, we can see that area rug we talked about
she fixed
previously as
it?
well that's been pulled back. So when we arrived, that area rug was in place as if it would be normally on the floor. And when it was pulled back, this is what we observed was this extra piece of carpet placed on top of that cutout. And that previous one showing the cutout corner that was matched with the seams is this piece of carpet.
We can go back to 416.
Yeah, it seems really weird to me that a candle being
415.
knocked over would cause that kind of damage.
I've knocked a
Exhibit
candle over and the
415,
wax will just put it right out. So
What
I
was
don't
your
really
understanding
know.
on how this fire started that we see the results from in 415?
The information that I was provided was that while Gannon was playing video games on the 26th, he knocked over a candle and somehow that caused the fire.
Is that consistent with your training, your everyday knowledge? A candle falling on the carpet, burning right through the carpet, through the pad, all the way to the concrete?
That's not what I would expect to see, no.
Why is that?
I wouldn't expect, a lot of carpet and materials are made to be more burn resistant. So you could hold a lighter to carpet and it's not instantaneously.
Did you
going
do
to
that
burst
with this
into
carpet,
flames.
ma'am?
We've also had training with our
Right.
local fire department where we've actually done that exercise, laid carpet out,
No, but
held
with
a
this
lighter
particular
or a
carpet, ma'am.
torch,
Otherwise, I'd be
trying to
objecting.
set it on fire, and then doing that with different ignitable fluids to see the how long it would take to actually set and burst into flames.
Would it take a significant amount of heat to create that char mark?
Objection,
It
cause for
would, and it would
speculation.
have to be a sustained heat, so not just a quick without some type of ignitable source.
Now, with regards to this area, the jury's heard about Blue Star, so we don't need to get into that, but did you Blue Star this area to see whether or not there's areas that you needed to swap?
Yes, so on that first response, because this is the area of the primary disturbance and things out of the ordinary, that's the room they requested I do Blue Star in, and it was done in this area, yes.
And did you
Interesting.
swab that area based on the results of your Blue Star?
There were swabs collected from a few areas in the living room, yes, based on a presumptive positive.
Can you point out the general area where you swabbed?
I think that's a good, like,
I remember correctly.
maybe she set something on fire
the
to
area
get rid
on
of
the
something.
carpet that I
Yeah,
had a
maybe that was the
presumptive
first
positive reaction
encounter of him
was
bleeding on
in
the
this
floor, and
section,
that was
which would
her
be the lower left portion of that
way of
cutout
covering it
square.
up.
And same process as you did in the garage, sealed, so others could test that swab at a later time?
That's correct, yes.
But I agree, the defense
Now,
does
before
not
we
have enough
leave the
objections,
January 29th search,
especially
did
with
you
this
also
last
go into
line of
Gannon's room on
questioning.
the 29th?
Yes, we did.
Did you smell anything when you went into Gannon's room?
So as a part of the walkthrough with one of the detectives who had been there the previous day on the 28th, he had mentioned an unusual, and that's how it was described to me, an unusual odor in Gannon's bedroom near the center and an unusual odor near the light switch. So I did detect an odor in the room, but it wasn't one necessarily that I could place. I couldn't characterize it as something that was familiar to me as traditional bleach or cleaning products. Also of note was that there was odor of urine, so pet urine throughout the basement, including in there.
Gross.
And did you know they had a couple dogs that lived in the house as well?
I did. I don't know if it showed the photographs, but in the area next to the basement living room along the south wall, there were 2 dog crates, and there were actually dogs in them at the time that I was there.
And so in between January 29th and February 21st, had other members of your lab, the Metro Crime Lab, gone out to search this residence?
Yes.
Had you gone out there on different occasions as well?
I had been out there a total of 3 times, but I wasn't with each of the CSIs for each time the Metro Crime Lab responded.
And so on the January 29th and February 21st, you did a report based on what you did at that residence?
That's correct.
And others would do reports based on what they did, for instance, on February 3rd or February 5th, that kind of thing?
Yes, so I did respond on February 3rd, but I did not complete a report. CSI Lewer was the primary CSI who responded, and I came to assist. And based on items that were located during that search, we also called an additional CSI Alyssa Beresford, to come out and assist with some documentation. So I assisted both of them, but since I didn't do anything independently of them, I didn't complete a report for that response.
So let's now talk about the 21st, February. What new information did you get with regards to why you needed to go back and search the residence again?
The basic information that I was provided was from Sergeant Hubble with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, that he wanted to remove and search all of the objects in the basement storage room for possible bloodstains. And I don't know the specifics to why, but I know that a meeting had occurred prior to my going out that day between the Sheriff's Office and the FBI, and there was some interest in some saws in the garage.
Had there been a board found that may have had some blood on it out in the Palmer Lake area?
Yes, so right before responding, I had also been informed that a particle board had been recovered near Larkspur off Highway 105, I believe it was, and that there were possible blood stains on it. And I was shown a photograph of what was recovered by one of our DNA analysts, and we observed that a corner or a small section of that particle board was missing. And so they also asked that we search the garage to see if that possible corner was in there.
And did you find a possible corner for that particular board?
No, we did not.
And before we move on, Your Honor, 417 is the swabs that were taken from the basement carpet that CSI Brooke testified to earlier.
Well, regardless, looking at the state
So
of the
we can now
home,
go to
the
418.
dog smell or whatever urine smell, this is not somebody with
Now we're on
OCD.
February 21st, 2020. What does this mean, People's Exhibit 418?
So People's Exhibit 418 is a similar photograph to one we've seen before, just at a later date of the entry to the basement storage room. And we can see it looks significantly different. It's more organized. I can see more of the floor in this photograph.
So someone went through and stacked all the boxes neatly, it looks like, and there were items moved around differently than what they looked like on January 29th.
It certainly appears far more organized than when I saw it the first time, yes.
We can go to 419 now. What do we see in 419?
People's Exhibit 419 is an additional photograph inside that basement storage room. We can see again part of the floor and see that the boxes are a little more organized.
And we see a tub there that appears to have cables in it on the top left corner of that photograph.
That's correct. So that is that tub we've discussed previously, the clear one with the purple handles on top.
420. What do we see in People's Exhibit 420?
People's Exhibit 420 is same angle as the previous shot, just rotated up. So now we can actually see the top portion of that tub that we had mentioned before on the left side of the photograph.
421. Now what do we see in 421?
People's Exhibit 421 is when the tub has been removed and placed in the basement living room so that we can inspect it better with flashlights to search for possible blood stains.
And did you do that?
I did do that, yes.
422. What do we see in 422?
People's Exhibit 422 is a photograph that I actually took during the evidence processing portion. So this was taken, I believe, a few days later in the lab with the evidence barcode label and is an overall photograph of the item.
For the record, People's Exhibit 423 is this plastic tub that we see in People's Exhibit 422.
All right.
424. What do we see in People's Exhibit 424?
People's Exhibit 424 is photograph. These are photographs taken in the lab. And what I've done in these is added the adhesive sticker scales that were used for those blood stains on the garage floor just to highlight them. And these are going to be close-up photographs showing stains that were visible on this tub.
So just to the left of this marker, we see what?
So between the purple handle and the sticker scale, we can see some visible stains consistent with possible blood stains.
425. What do we see in 425?
People's Exhibit 425 is another sticker scale, and this was placed to show the discoloration located at the corner of the tub all the way to the left.
426.
People's Exhibit 426 is that same corner. We've just rotated to the other side. And just based on the change in light, we can actually see that there's some discoloration on both sides of the corner.
427.
People's Exhibit 427 are some visible stains located to the left of the scale underneath the lid.
428.
About 15 minutes of testimony for today.
People's Exhibit 428.
The court has a hard
is
stop.
Showing a stain on the right side of the tub in this photograph on the lip, the under part of underneath the lid.
429.
Just running right through them all.
People's Exhibit 429 is a close-up. I believe we saw.
I think this witness,
particular
big difference
stain.
between the
Might have been
last
the
one
first photograph that
is
we
the last
showed,
one
which is
did
the closer
latent
photograph.
blood with the blue star, and this
People's
witness is
Exhibit
doing
430 is an additional
visible blood.
possible blood stain located on the edge after the lid was taken off.
431.
People's Exhibit 431 are some additional possible blood stains that are actually on the lip as well as the underneath portion.
And can you tell what kind of blood stains these are, whether they're transfer, drip?
So these appear consistent with a transfer stain. We can actually see the visible swipe marks that appear vertical on these stains.
In 432.
People's Exhibit 432 appears to me to actually be the same stains as the previous photograph, just pulled back a little bit so you can see more of it.
Now, do you know whether or not this tub actually went to a serologist, Sherry
Salty
Bowles,
cracker.
to do the swabbing and prepare it for DNA testing?
So this item was transferred directly to a DNA analyst. I believe I thought it was Donna Minogue, but if it was Sherry, I would have to double check the chain of custody.
But you
Have
didn't
a good
swab
night.
these blood stains.
No, so at the request of our DNA unit, they were photographed and then they wanted to collect the samples for their testing.
Now we can go to 433, please. What do we see in 433?
People's Exhibit 433 was the cardboard box we've talked about a couple times now with the Amazon Prime tape and some of the Sharpie marks on it. And inside that box are 2 Apple iPhones. And on 2 sides of this box were stains that appeared to be possible blood
There's
stains.
blood everywhere in this
434?
house. It's a lot of blood.
Go ahead.
People's Exhibit 434 is a photograph taken in the
If she
lab.
cleaned up, she forgot to
So
clean
you
up
can see evidence
herself with that
barcode
much
label that was
transfer.
created. This is
Right.
an overall photograph, and in the upper left portion of the corner to the left of the Amazon Prime tape, we can see 2 areas of stains.
Your Honor, for the record, 435 is the actual Amazon box that's in evidence.
Okay.
436, what do we see in 436?
People's Exhibit 436 is a close-up of those 2 stains mentioned previously to the left of the Amazon tape.
And would these be transfer stains or some other type of stain?
They appear consistent based on some of the movement to be a transfer stain.
437? What do we see in 437?
People's Exhibit 437 is an even closer photograph of the lower stain to the left of the Amazon tape.
And People's Exhibit 438.
People's Exhibit 438 is actually the opposite side of the Amazon box and was some visible possible blood stains located.
If you listen to the ME testify regarding the wounds,
It
you
appears
know this was
consistent with a transfer stain with
vicious
that movement and
attack.
kind of feathering effect that we see.
And he
Yeah,
did
So
fight.
if this is in fact
Yeah,
blood,
he had
then
defensive
this is
wounds.
a bloody object.
He really wanted to live.
Yes, it would.
Stabbed in the back.
People 439?
I'm sure he was trying to get
We see
away.
People's Exhibit 439 now.
People's Exhibit 439 is inside that basement storage room. We can see the concrete floor and we can see Sharpie marks on the floor. So after all of the items had been taken out of the storage room, we did do Blue Star on the basement, and then the areas with the presumptive positive reaction were actually circled with Sharpies.
And did you photograph the Blue Star in the basement?
So there was an attempt made and we had a bit of a camera malfunction. And when that started happening, that's actually when I decided to go ahead and circle the areas where we had that reaction. The reaction was observed by 4 individuals, but that way we could have a visual of the areas that had that presumptive positive blue glow.
440? What do we see in 440?
People's Exhibit 440 is again a photograph of the floor of the basement storage room where we can see the circled Sharpie marks. We can actually still see some of the spray from the liquid Blue Star as well. But for point of reference, in the upper left corner, we can see kind of the 2x4. So that's actually where the entry was. So this actually spanned across the storage room to the northeast corner, kind of where a sump pump was located.
Could you use the pointer again and just kind of point out?
Actually, it should be real quick because the judge is reserving 10 minutes to discuss the jury issue. So we should be done with
Up to you.
testimony in the next
It's the green buttons there,
couple of minutes.
both of them.
That helps. Can you point out the circles now and the.
So entry is going to be over here in the upper left, and we can see the furnace back here. So we have areas circled here spanning across the entire photograph all the way over to the lower right corner of the photograph.
Now, does that go towards where we saw that clear tub that you collected with the purple handles on January 29th, 2020?
From what I recall, it spanned again to the northeast corner, which is kind of toward the corner for reference where the red suitcase and that large carpet roll was. I would have to see another photograph to remember where that tub was on that at that time.
Okay. Let's go to 441, then we'll go back to that photograph, okay? What do we see in 441?
People's Exhibit 441 is actually a photograph to where we're seeing the northeast corner. So we can see the sump pump back in the upper right-hand corner. And we have the same area where we can see the Sharpie circles going into that corner, and you can actually still see some of the liquid spray marks around them.
We can go back to 407 now, please.
And if you could find a reasonable breaking point in the next couple of minutes, please.
Yep, we're going to finish up with this and
Thought that was it.
I'm putting Nicholas's stream in the chat because we're all going there after this.
Okay, we have 407 up now. There's the red suitcase that you alluded to. Do you see the tub there?
Yes. So based on seeing this photograph and the proximity of the
It
tub
starts
to that
about
area,
20-25
yes,
minutes
so those
after
did go
this
in that
stream
general
ends.
direction. That sub
I
pump I
need
had
some
mentioned
time
is
to
actually just
fix
to the
things
left
and have a
behind all of
backup
those boxes.
unless power runs out. I have to fix my generator
Okay.
so I don't lose power again.
No. Ms. Bell, I'm going to have you step down. And
Google searches. She did a lot
I
of
have,
Google searches
some things that I
the
need
days
to
leading
do.
up to
So,
this.
I'll have you step down. You'll have to come back on Monday.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So we'll see you back on Monday at 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
I can pull those up real quick. Just quick reference. So she searched things like, my husband's ex-wife does nothing for the kids. I wonder if my husband's ex-wife is going to give me a card for Mother's or for Valentine's Day because I take care of her kids. Things
Ladies
like
and
that.
gentlemen, we will take our weekend break. Again, I'm going to go through the long instruction that you probably are tired of, but I still need to read it anyway. You've probably already guessed that there's been some public or media interest in this case. There could be more in the coming weeks. You must guard against that, as you will be required to decide this case based on
Yes,
the
do
evidence
not watch
presented
my
and the
show.
instructions that I give to you. Again, you can tell your friends and family that you are on this jury and how long you think it will go. You can ask for their help in avoiding exposure to stories or even opinions from others regarding this case. But you cannot otherwise discuss anything about this case with anyone, and you should not listen to any opinions regarding this case from someone else. You can still blog or communicate with others, just not about this case. You can't do any blogging about your jury experience or communicate.
Yeah, that's I don't know why. So apparently Gannon's biological mother
still watch TV,
and the
you can
defendant
still
were
go on the
friends
internet, you still can patronize
at one point,
Amazon,
and that's how
but you just can't do anything
Letecia
about
met
this
her
case. If anything regarding this case comes through your
Al,
feed, change the channel,
originally.
page, do not give it any attention.
I
You are
wonder
not
how that
allowed to
relationship
look at,
ended.
read, consult, or use any material of any kind, including any newspapers, magazines, television, and radio broadcasts, dictionaries, medical, scientific,
Have a good
technical,
evening.
religious, or law books or materials, or the internet in connection with your jury service. I want to emphasize that you must not seek or receive any information about this case from the internet, which includes all social networking, Google, Wikipedia, blogs, and other websites. You are not allowed to do any research of any kind about this case. So I'm going to dismiss, or I'm going to send all of you, almost all of you, home right now. We have, as you know, we're referring to all of the jurors by numbers, and you guys are probably going crazy because your numbers keep changing. Every time you come back, you have a different seat number, and it's based upon where you are when you come back in that group and where you are seated. So in this case, I'm going to let everybody leave except for juror number 12, white hoodie, hoop earrings. I need her to stay for just a few minutes. Everybody else is excused. Enjoy your weekend.
I feel like the dad was really upset, but probably not.
All rise for the jury, please.
He wasn't as upset as the defendant's brother was,
Juror number 10, if you just
which
wanna
I do
step
find
back.
odd. She was signed in as Letecia. I want to hear what they're going to do with this juror number 12. Be interesting.
Yeah, I have to make sure everything is in order, so I will leave now. And
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should
my
reflect
stream is
all
set
of this
for beginning in 35 minutes, so everybody can have a cup of coffee.
If we did our work right,
and
Sounds
stuff.
good.
Okay.
If we didn't,
All right, we'll see ya.
See you in a bit.
I think you probably
All right.
know why you might be here. Are you the juror that communicated to Mr. Combs that you knew one of the witnesses? Okay. You probably feel a little weird with everybody staring at you right now, but you did the right thing. Okay. This happens. It's really not that uncommon that somebody looks through the witness list and goes, I don't know any of these people. They don't
You'll see me
recognize
there.
names. Names sometimes change. Sometimes they just don't remember the name, and then they see the face and they remember the person.
Juror 12 knew
And they do the right thing.
one
They
of the
tell
witnesses.
us that they know one of the witnesses. So who is it that you know, and how is it that you know that person?
So I know the expert witness, Stephanie Happ. I
Okay.
think was her last name, distantly.
Okay. How is it that you know her?
So about 3 years ago, I was a worship leader at a church. My dad was the pastor. Stephanie's mother-in-law attended that church. Stephanie did not. Stephanie's mother-in-law is getting up in years and wanted to discuss with my father and I, as her pastoral staff, her wishes for her last, for her funeral. And she wanted to do that while she was still alive. So about 3 years ago, this person that attended our church gathered my father and mother and I at what turned out to be Stephanie's house, and along with her other children, to discuss her end of life.
They'll probably just
wishes.
excuse her. I think they have
So
18
for
total
about,
witnesses.
a couple of
Or
hours, we were
jurors,
in
rather.
that home discussing funeral arrangements. And then we all greeted one another warmly, and I left.
Okay.
Then, as it turns out, last October, this same church member of ours had an adult daughter who passed away from stomach cancer. Because I was part of the clergy of this thing, Janice, asked me to sing at her daughter's funeral. So I did that. And at that funeral, I saw Stephanie, greeted her, gave her a hug, told her I was very sorry for her loss, and we've gone our separate ways. So those are the 2 times that I have seen and spoken with Stephanie.
Okay. So yeah, I have to ask this question. Did you, and I know it's going to sound kind of foolish, but did you or did she mention anything about this case to you during either one of those instances? Do you or would you be able to judge her testimony just as you've been able to judge everybody else's testimony in this case?
Absolutely.
Is there anything about the context that you've had with her that would make you say, you know, I'm going to believe her because I know her, or I'm going to disbelieve her because I know her, something along those lines? Do you think that you can weigh her testimony just as you would weigh the testimony of any other witness in this case?
I do.
Do you believe that you can still remain fair and impartial? I'm sorry. Do you
I'd be
believe you can
thinking and
still
excusing
remain a
her
fair
if
and
I was one
impartial
of the
juror in this case,
defense attorneys.
even though you've had some contacts with one witness and not others?
I do.
All right. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to send you back to the jury room. I want you to wait there for a couple of minutes while I talk with the lawyers, and then I will get back to you. Okay. And what you can tell the jurors, if somebody asks, you can tell them that you had a discussion, or we had a discussion here, because you disclosed rightly that you recognized one of the witnesses after you saw them, and we had to ask you about that. Don't tell them who the witness was that you knew. Don't tell them what our conversation was, anything else like that. But at least this way they'll know what the conversation was, and they will know that the right thing to do in a situation like this is to say, hey, I know one of those witnesses, and let us know. Okay? All right. All rise for juror 12, please.
That was a good thing for her to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, just all of her business out there. Yeah. I
Thank you. May all be
suppose.
seated. Record should reflect that juror number 12 has left the courtroom. Are there any challenges to juror number 12 continuing to serve as a juror in
Prosecution
this
could have
case?
no
Prosecution?
objection.
No, Judge, the juror was very conscientious, brought this information to us immediately, it sounds like. Talked about 2 passing interactions that she had with Ms. Happ some years ago, and indicates that she can still be very fair and impartial in this case, and is not going to give her any special deference or anything like that. So I don't think there's any reason from our perspective that she would be challenged for cause.
Defense is going to ask her to be removed.
I'm going to move to have her excused for a couple of different reasons. One, I'm not alleging any bad faith or anything on the part of this juror, but it appears that it's more than a passing connection. This would sound, at least what I was gathering, it sounded like she
fairly
was hoping
intimate.
to do end of life planning for mishaps. I thought it was her mother, that there was a couple hour long meeting at the house, that there is a connection with a shared church, a religious connection. Part of the issue is, Your Honor, this is not just a lay or perceiving witness. This is an expert witness whose opinion these jurors are going to have to determine the basis of their opinion and how they value their opinion and so forth. So it's not just whether would give her more credibility. It's also how that she would weigh her expert opinion on this, and it's expert opinion that is key to this case. Ms. Happ has identified the gun in question that she testified about as being the gun that actually killed Gannon Stauch. Furthermore, they're going to have later evidence that is going to put Ms. Stauch's DNA on that gun. And so this is the key connection of,
well, spoilers.
All the other, there's everything else is there's a lot of circumstantial. I mean, this is pretty direct tie with Ms. Stauch to the weapon that this witness is saying actually killed Gannon Stauch. So based upon that, I would say it's a little bit different situation because it's an expert and it's her opinion that she's going to be judging, and she does have a relationship with her. Further, Your Honor, I can say that that juror was one of the ones we had a lot of debate on as far as whether or not to use a peremptory challenge on. It was down, she was our last one. It was her and another juror. Whoever we used our last peremptory on, it, the choice was between her and that juror. Had we known that she had this kind of connection with this expert witness, we would use a peremptory challenge on her. We're, I think, more than or close to halfway through this trial. We have 6 alternate jurors on this case. I think that it's a cleaner to excuse her at this time with our things and move one of the alternates on.
A lot of
and that way we
ums.
can go forward.
All right.
Booter.
I want to think about this over the weekend. I'm also going to review her questionnaire again as well, and also the seating and strike chart to see where we were.
Yeah, no, this is a good, legitimate argument that the defense is making. It's an appropriate
shook out.
argument.
I don't know, since she was not excused, whether that will help me a whole lot, but I want to look at 2 of those things, and then I will make a decision before we
It shouldn't be
start trial
based
on
off
Monday.
of her jury questionnaire,
Go
but
from there.
definitely
have
off
one
of
other issue
knowing
to
the
bring up.
witness.
Go ahead.
Are you ready for it now?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, should
It's
be
come
based
to our
on what we
attention.
found out now.
Should we go ahead and go,
Mhm.
and we'll see her back.
Not.
Okay, Mr. Allen.
It's come to our attention that during I think mostly the afternoon session of witnesses today, that the defendant has been flipping the bird potentially to witnesses or to our
Really?
family that are here for Gannon. And there have been pictures that have been passed to me during this process.
We missed that.
One, it's disrespectful to this court. It's
Disappointed in you,
disrespectful
chat.
to this process.
No
And
one
I would
saw
ask the
that.
court to admonish her to refrain from acting this way in the future during the pendency of this case.
Okay. I've not seen any of that, but on the other hand, the defendant is to my far right. I can see her some on a screen, but I'll just take it as is. Ms. Stauch, what you need to
mean, is
understand
she,
is
like,
that I
rubbing
can
her
control
eye?
the conduct of an awful lot of people in the courtroom, including yours. And don't do that. Don't show that kind of.
Shame on
don't
you.
be making disrespectful gestures to witnesses, to people, to family members, anything like that.
All right, who's going
You
through
need to
today's stream?
understand
I'm
that
gonna have
if
to
Screen
that
check
capturing
it
all
up.
that.
I can have you removed, and the trial will continue without you. And you will sit in a holding
She
cell
wants that
in
though.
this
Don't
building.
don't do
And
that.
every time we take a break, I'll bring you back up to ask whether or not you can conform your conduct to what I'm requiring. If you choose to act in a disruptive behavior or disruptive fashion,
exactly what
I'll
we
just
were
have
doing.
you removed, and we'll continue on without you. And then we'll check and see if you want to come back and behave in a respectful manner. So I'll just leave it at that. And we will see where we are on Monday.
Of course, it's all over Twitter already.
All right,
Yeah,
court will be
yeah.
in recess. You can leave everything here. The only thing that I for sure want to have locked up is the gun and the ammunition. I don't ever leave that out. So that we need to make sure gets into a
Are you laughing about this now?
locker
Yeah.
somewhere. or into an evidence closet somewhere. Other
Yeah,
than that,
she's
we'll see
laughing, for
everybody
sure.
9 o'clock on Monday morning.
Well, don't
She's
kick her
playing
out
up
of the
the
courtroom.
insanity.
That's what she wants. So don't do
Yeah.
that.
Wow. All right. So
What an
a
event
lot of fun
today.
antics by this defendant. Oh, yeah. I'm going to have to go back through this. And I'm kind of upset that I didn't record my own court feed today. But, oh well. Very interesting. Very interesting day. A lot of blood. A lot of blood everywhere in this house. It's amazing to me that there was that much blood. I wonder if the defense will argue that he constantly had bloody noses or something like that. It's been a good day of the trial. Next to her brother blowing up on the stand, I mean, we had her peeing herself, fighting with cops, just all kinds of craziness. It was absolutely awesome. And now she's giving the middle finger to witnesses. It was a good day. And a lot of blood.
Witnesses? I have to go look, man.
I know. I want to
I'm
go.
curious.
I want to see who was on the stand when she was giving the finger, because none of them, like, she knew. They were all investigators.
Yeah.
So, maybe it was that lady cop, the one that was driving her when she was fighting with the other cop in the back seat. That might have been the one she was flipping the bird at. That, I'm sure it was that one. I'm gonna go back through her testimony. I guarantee it's that one. I don't know who else she'd be flipping the bird to. It was the family, I think. But the family didn't testify today.
Was she like flipping it behind her? Because are they behind her to the like over?
Oh, maybe she was flipping it towards the family behind her.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. We're going to have to go look. And on that fun note, I am going to drop Nicholas's stream again here in the chat right now. His channel is also in my description below. And we got about 20 minutes before his stream starts. So I am going to get off of this stream and go watch Nicholas with George Floyd's hearing yesterday. And in the meantime, over the weekend, I'm going to go through and try to see if I can find any of this stuff. 10:45 Monday morning, we'll be live again with more fun shenanigans from Letecia.
Oh my God, this woman.
Yeah, everyone have a good weekend. Remember to please like and subscribe if you haven't already. Tell a friend. Let's see if we can get our names up there. The pictures are in the group chat. Ooh, okay. I'm going to check out the group chat. Yeah, and there is a group chat as well, which I believe a link is in the description below too. So if you guys have Facebook and you want to jump over there, they're talking about it all night long.
What's it called again?
TS Trial After Hours or After Dark or something like that.
After Dark. I like the After Dark.
Is it After Dark? I think it's After Dark. Yo, LS Trial After Dark. That's what it is. Let me see here. Oh, we got him in the group chat.
Oh no.
I'm going to see these. What is she doing? It's right towards the witness.
Does it look legit?
It does. Okay, let me see. This is going to be bad. This is going to be like screen on screen bad.
Oh yeah. See,
Yeah.
I see it clear as day.
Yeah. All right. We're going to have to figure out who this witness is. You all have a good weekend.
Have a good
I will
weekend,
see you
everybody.
all Monday. And see you over at Nicholas.
When I was young, my dad